Okay.
Commissioner Sellers, are you all logged in? Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the June 20th, 2023 Lawrence City Commission meeting. And I'd like to bring this meeting to order. And with that, I would like to go ahead and get started with our executive session.
I move we recess an executive session for approximately 20 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding local laws and regulations and applicable laws pursuant to KSA 754319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:27 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say
Aye.
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 None opposed. Looks like it's 4-0. All right. We have to bang the gavel.
Can you make an iPad with no case?
I can bang the gavel.
You have it, you might as well use it.
Yeah, exactly. We're back, and now ready to
Nothing
move
to
on.
report,
Yeah, nothing to report, and now ready to move on with the agenda.
but we'll wait till
Move.
5:45.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I thought we were up against it.
Nope. So recess till 5:45.
Recess to 5:45.
Perfect. You came all the way in and you can wait.
Exactly. almost there. Once we are there. All right. I'll go ahead and get us started again. Welcome everybody to the June 20th, 2023 Lawrence City Commission. And get us started off, I'll have Sherry go ahead and give us a rundown of what to expect.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and good evening, everyone. If you are attending this meeting via Zoom, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not participating in the meeting. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to the meeting host. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, those attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. Those participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Participants will be called upon in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. All right, I'll go ahead and get us started with item B, approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Can I get a motion on that?
Move to approve the agenda?
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Passes 4-0. Moving on to item C, recognition proclamation presentation. I believe we have one on there, and the recognition of the Lawrence Community Nursery School's 75th anniversary. Do we have anybody to speak to that? Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and start in on it then. Whereas the Lawrence Community Nursery School, LCNS, celebrated their 75th anniversary in April 2023, and whereas LCNS was established in 1948 to provide cooperative, interracial, and low-cost parent-led preschool education to the Lawrence community, and whereas LCNS provides $10,000 in scholarships every year to help local families with the cost of tuition, and whereas LCNS recognizes Director Stephanie Duncan's 20 years of unmatched dedication to providing a thoughtful, intuitive, and emotionally intelligent learning environment for our families. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Vice Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby recognize the Lawrence Community Nursery School and congratulate them on their 75th anniversary serving our community. All right. Okay, and I will go ahead and move us on to our next item. That would be item D, public comment. And if you guys with the proclamation need to go ahead and leave, you can go ahead and do so. I'll go ahead and read the spiel. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The Commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the Commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. There we go.
All right. My name is Kayla Rodney, and I am an attorney with Blake & Uhlig. Our firm represents the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, local union number 696, and I'm here on their behalf today to express that the Group 4 and Group 5 employees represented by Local 696 are sick and tired of being disrespected and having their collective bargaining agreement disrespected by city management. Unfortunately, to protect the rights of those represented employees, Local 696 was left with no other option than filing a petition against the City of Lawrence in the Douglas County District Court today. This is a sad day. especially for Local 696, whose goal is to always have a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship with the city. However, when the rights of hard-working employees who keep this city running are violated, Local 696 and its members cannot and will not stay silent. I urge you, members of City Commission, to look into this matter now before the court. I have copies of the petition filed today for each of you. As a lawyerly aside, this is in no means meant to effectuate service or anything like that. It's for your reading pleasure. And with that, I would just like to thank you for your time, City Commission, and I will turn it over to Local 696 President Michael Scribner to speak on a separate but related matter. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Mike Scribner, Teamsters Local 696 President. I've got packets I'd like to hand out to each and every one of you. Can I take it to Sherry?
Yes, you can hand it to Sherry.
The members at Solid Waste voted overwhelmingly no confidence in MSO Director Melissa Sieben.
Michael, can we go ahead and address anything? I just want to preempt you not to go ahead and name anybody out. Just go ahead and general comment. Thank you.
We have serious concerns with her credibility and trustworthiness after multiple conversations with city management. Attempting to correct many issues and very little to no response from them. Our members are extremely frustrated and delusioned. In your packets, you'll find City Ordinance 9486, 6267, with applicable portions highlighted. Also, Johnson County property information for Director Sieben's residence in Olathe.
Michael, that's inappropriate. I'm sorry about that, but if you can't go ahead and, not delve that deep and talk in generalities, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Order, Vice Mayor.
Excuse me, sir. Finally, a news article is included that demonstrates unwillingness to listen to employees. It's been in that residence 4 months after starting with the City of Lawrence. It's in direct violation of the city ordinances. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi, I'm Amy Boffman. I'm a Lawrence resident for over 50 years. I just want to say to you all that I think it's really wrong that you are allowing or thinking of allowing trans people to use the bathroom they wish they were the sex of. It opens up a plethora of problems and mishaps for people who don't agree with that. You are asking for trouble right along with the sheriffs and LPD. Why not add more to the mix of the crap they already deal with? Go ahead, treat the majority like shit. That's what you always do. Courtney, I bet the reason you want to allow these people to break the law, or you will all change the law, is because you have relation on the LPD that is gay or tranny. I'm not sure which. Either way, I think it's a female that kind of looks like a male. And Bart, you had some little toddler, I think he was a male, in the rainbow tutu over at the reading with Deja Brooks.
You can talk to me. That's cool. Leave kids out of it. I signed up for this.
And
I think that's fair, right?
the tranny who was helping the Boys and Girls Club raise money at Rock Chalk about a year ago. You all are having a hand in ruining our children. You are trying to normalize this. You are losing a lot of your citizens in the process, is what I'm hearing. I'm definitely looking to retire elsewhere. Bite me. If this place doesn't stop turning into a disgusting cesspit, like I said, though, just keep treating the majority like shit. Don't think for a second that just because they don't come and say so, that they're not pissed. Thank you.
Take your time.
if you need to.
My name is Fallon Lewis. When I was a trans child and teenager, I would have given anything to have had information and education about what it was that I was going through. I would have given anything to have had loving support during that time, but it was just the opposite. The lack of support contributes to the suicide rate in the trans community. I would have given anything to have been able to dress the way that resonated with my gender identity, which is female. I would have been so grateful if only I could have used the restrooms that resonated with my gender identity, but it was just the opposite. I was basically a teenage girl who was forced into the boys' locker room in junior high gym class. I was physically abused in that locker room. Some of that abuse was borderline sexual abuse. I deserved better than that. Current and future trans and non-binary generations deserve better than that. Going backwards is not the right direction. Please do the right thing and say no to SB 180. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kirby Evers. You know me, I've been here before. I've lived in Lawrence my whole life, going to LHS. And one of the most vivid memories I have is when the Westboro Baptist Church came, decided that our school was a little too gay or something like that. They held up signs saying, you know, God hates this, God hates that, death to soldiers and stuff like that. It's unfortunate to see that this culture is prevalent within the Republican Party these days. But I know here in Lawrence, that the culture is behind the LGBTQ community. We stand with them. They're our friends, our family. Some of the closest people I know in my life are part of that community. And so I think as a Lawrencian, I speak for a lot of people within this community in saying that we need to stand strong with that community. However we do that, I leave it to you. But I think there needs to be a strong and vicious response to this. You heard the bigot that just talked. You heard the kind of thing that happens inside this community. It's no secret. But it's important for you as leaders to stand up for the people of this community. Also, you're gonna have to do something about the workers in the sense that it does appear that the Teamsters are being unfairly accosted at work over many issues. I hope that the city of Lawrence can come out on the right side of that and stand up for the workers, just as I hope that you will stand up for the LGBTQ community. We are strong together. We are strong united. And I think all of you agree with that. I don't think any of you disagree with that. It's just a matter of turning that into action. It's a matter of actually turning those actions into something more than just a Facebook post, more than a promise. We need to see something. I know you guys are going to try your best for it. All I ask is that you're open with the community about what you're planning, what you're doing, and what options you have and don't have. A lot of us don't understand why anything the city does happens. It's just a lack of communication. Sometimes it's necessary that backdoor conversations happen. But I think in this case, with something that is so close to the culture of this town, I think that we need to be more open about it. And so I hope I hear more from all of you. I hope that you do right by the workers, right by the trans community, and right by all under the LGBTQ identification. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Johnson, and I'm here again with the No SB 180 in Lawrence campaign. Firstly, I would like to thank the various officials in Lawrence and Douglas County who have vocalized their support against criminalizing trans existence. The purpose of my comment today is to stress the importance of an ordinance that formally solidifies the support and to present you with a sanctuary city ordinance drafted by our campaign for your usage. Over the past few weeks, many people that our group has talked with, including Police Chief Rich Lockhart, have pointed out that SB 180 has no mechanism within the law that informs or mandates legal enforcement. However, this does not mean that there won't be legislation in the future that paves a path to enforcement. For instance, Florida passed HB 1521 this year, which charges trans people with trespassing for using sex-segregated facilities. Arkansas also passed SB 270, which initially tried to charge trans people with sexual indecency for being in a public restroom at the same time as a minor. Backlash to the draconian measures within SB 270 in Arkansas actually caused legislature to change the language of the law so that trans people would not be committing a sex crime for using the bathroom within a matter of weeks of it passing. While this is not a perfect victory, it shows that even in states that are antagonistic to trans rights, our community can successfully fight back. Passing an ordinance in Lawrence in defiance of SB 180 and all future anti-LGBTQ+ legislation is the first step in our fight here. An ordinance would protect trans people from dangerous legislation that has just passed and that which could go into effect in the future. It would also demonstrate to the Kansas legislature, other Kansas cities, and the entire country that trans existence is something that deserves protection and that our community will not surrender without a fight. The Kansas legislature is out of session until next year, and once again, SB 180 is not legally enforceable within our current circumstances. The time to protect trans people is now and not later. If the current trend in our country continues, the stakes for trans and gender nonconforming people and our allies will only worsen if we do not take action now. As such, No SB 180 in Lawrence has drafted for your passage a safe haven ordinance protecting all persons from the legal impacts of anti-LGBTQ+ legislation. We are proud to present it to you here at this meeting, and we call upon you now, as our city's elected leadership, to legally protect the rights of trans Lawrencians now and into the future by passing it. We understand that it is difficult to be part of governing bodies stuck in the midst of a culture war, but it's even more difficult to be a person who is viewed as innately criminal due to our gender identity, or our race, or our class, or our sexual orientation, or our nationality, or any other life circumstances. Criminalization is one of the bases of marginalization. History venerates those who stand up for marginalized people, even more so when that stand was made despite incredible adversity. We hope Lawrence will be remembered as a city that took a stand. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Nico Garner, and I'm speaking against SB 180. I am 19 and my pronouns are he and him. When I first thought about writing this, I wanted to portray the anger and hurt I felt after processing what Senate Bill 180 meant for me. But I remembered I want to be kind in the way people have not been kind to me. And I am painfully aware that any act of aggression or perception of threat from my end will result in another example to be used against my community. I will not let this happen, and I will not be made out to seem like a threat to your livelihood when I've done nothing but advocate for equity for myself and others my entire life. I was reading over Senate Bill 180 because it is important to me that I fully understand something before I judge it, and I believe the best word to use to describe my initial reaction was confusion. Especially when I read that the law will be distinguishing between the sexes in the name of biology, safety, and privacy. Hypocrisy seems to be the trend lately in the US. Since safety and privacy will be stripped from every trans and gender non-conforming person, not only in this building, but also from your neighbors, fellow churchgoers, children, friends, and family. I don't want to force you to empathize with the bigger picture in order to sympathize with me, a stranger, because you don't have to have a connection to a person to respect and listen to what they're telling you, but it has come to that. They call it the Women's Bill of Rights, but this is not about the safety of women. This bill diminishes people down to their bodies. I would have thought that women, as a marginalized group, are tired of being labeled or scrutinized by the patriarchy the US is built on. And the bill does that on top of dehumanizing minorities by completely eradicating societal constructs that unite us. Biology is important, but doesn't discount sociology. Things are not so black and white. Your privacy and safety isn't at risk being around people you cannot easily categorize, but this bill has shown me that my safety and privacy is at risk because I am responsible for the lack of understanding from the generations before me. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Damian Elijah Pratt. I'm a 21-year-old trans man born in Ottawa, Kansas, but I consider myself a Lawrencian after graduating from Free State High School in 2020. I lived in Ottawa until I was 16, and I was out as bisexual while I lived there. Even just being out as bisexual from 11 up, I was discriminated against and bullied by my peers with homophobic fathers and no individuality of their own. My classmates called me any number of slurs and unimaginative names. I was 11 when I told my teacher that Michael Pickering said I was going to burn in hell for being gay. She told me people are allowed to have their own opinions. Several similar instances later, I learned that no one was going to help me. I learned to find community in people like myself, and as I grew older, I finally understood that there was nothing wrong with me all along. After I came out as trans a few years ago, I was lucky enough to have friends and family that supported me. I, of course, have dealt with my fair share of transphobia via food service and odd bathroom experiences, but there's a beautiful community here. Those same friends and family are now planning moves to safer states due to the growing number of anti-trans bills, and it breaks my heart that I have to join them. I know what hate feels like, and it feels like SB 180. When I lived in Ottawa, all I could think about and work toward was moving to Lawrence when I could. Every single queer and trans kid surrounding this city is thinking the same thing. We visited Lawrence on the weekends and breathed a sigh of relief now that we could hold hands in public here. This is a safe haven for me and still to so many. Lawrence touts itself as a place of safety and justice for marginalized people. I say prove it. SB 180 won't just put trans adults in danger, not even just trans kids. It will put everyone in danger. Bigots aren't as good at identifying people's chromosomes as they think they are. And that will lead to cis people being targeted too. A man with a lighter frame and longer hair may be subjected to harassment. A woman with particularly angular bone structure, a stouter build, etc. All bodies are diverse and subject to any number of personal biases that we cannot control. We as a community cannot allow this completely unjustified and barely veiled attempt to criminalize and control us. I refuse to believe this is the Lawrence I wanted to live in so badly, the Lawrence I love so much. I'm standing here before you now, imploring you, save us, protect us. Codify Lawrence as a sanctuary city while you still can, so that no one is able to go back on their word. Thank you for your time.
You can raise the podium too if you'd like, just if it makes it easier.
It'll take an hour to get to my
Okay.
I'm Halsey Yankee. I'm here to talk to you guys about SB 180. SB 180 purports to solve the very problem that it creates by forcing men into women's restrooms and vice versa. It serves no purpose. Its only purpose is to dehumanize transgender and non-binary communities. We want to be a part of this community. I'm a metal worker. I make art. I make this world a more beautiful place. But lately, I feel like I'm polishing the brass on the Titanic for people that would lock me below deck. If we want to have an inclusive society, we need to pass protections now and take preventative action against future transphobic legislation. The Holocaust did not start with gas chambers and incinerators. It starts when good people do nothing. It starts with indifference. So make a stand as the abolitionists who founded this city would have done. Declare Lawrence a sanctuary city or risk trading your queer community for neo-fascists.
May I?
Yeah.
All right. I believe you've seen mere minutes ago the sort of classy people who stand against our community. And I would just like to mention that, as of yet, the council has done basically nothing. Fact is, every single statement you have made thus far is just parroted from another official that we reached before you, Chief of Police, for example. So I find it appropriate to ask you the exact same question that I asked the Chief of Police. Who are you loyal to? A decrepit old state government that actually wants to take away every bit of authority you possess and make you essentially just puppets so that they can abuse your citizens? Or are you loyal to the community? Are we actually people to you? Are we your community? Or are we just livestock that you harvest for tax money for a bunch of rich bastards that live back at the Capitol? You've heard what our community has to say, and you've heard about what the few errant loud, obnoxious voices have to say against us, those that want to hate and demean us constantly. You've seen what we're up against. You've seen the threat that is standing in front of us, and you have the right to decide whether we're people to you that you want to protect or whether we're just numbers on a screen, money. You've seen what the community has to say. The question that I ask you is, what message do you want to send back? Because I'm telling you what message you're sending back if you do nothing. You're sending the message back that you don't give a crap about us, that we are nothing but assets. Think about what message you're sending us while we send a message loud and clear to every single one of you.
For everybody else that comes up, if you could go ahead and give your name before you start, it'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Kiana Norton. I've prepared a few words in advance to share with you all. I'm a trans woman. I'm definitely not a public speaker. I don't really like being in public at all, truth be told. People generally scare me. I'm an incredibly anxious person. I never really know when somebody might take offense to my mere existence. I'm like this because it does happen. It's happened all throughout my life. Discrimination in one form or another. It may not be easy to see sometimes, but it happens, even here in Lawrence from time to time. The world is a hostile place for people like us, and often daily activities can be scary and dangerous. Many of my friends have lost their jobs at some point or another due to transitioning or simply being outed as trans. I've been harassed at the store, my job, and my personal life for being who I am. I've had people tell me that I'm disgusting, unnatural, that I shouldn't be out in public in general. Even worse at times. I've been estranged from my family, alone, aside from whatever friends I've been able to make along the way. And life is exceptionally hard when you don't have a solid support network. And I've been running for a long time from place to place, state after state, just trying to find a nice place to be able to live and be myself. And I'm tired of running. Lawrence is my home. I've found dear friends and a family here. A family that's threatened. Already people I know have moved out of Kansas altogether because they don't feel safe here. And we all know that those seeking to erase us from public view aren't going to stop. Kansas does not belong to one group of people who get to sit up there and look down on us. We belong here too. And that's why we're all here today to ask you to help make sure that we don't disappear. We don't know what comes next, but we've seen glimpses in other states. Restrictions on health care, anti-drag laws, and other anti-trans legislation. Whatever they try next, we need to let them know that Lawrence is and will remain safe for all queer folk. Thank you for your time.
Hello there. My name is Andy Connolly. I am a native Lawrencian, Sunflower, Southwest, Lawrence High School, the whole works, and now I'm a science educator. I regularly volunteer with queer youth in Lawrence, Kansas, and they are amazing. I love these kids. These kids they're just so full of passion. They're so artistic. They have so many skills that I never had as a teenager. And I want to see them grow. I want to see them prosper. I want to see them live in a safe environment. Many trans youth today have a higher percentage or more likely to be depressed, to have suicide ideation, or even to attempt suicide. I've even heard from the queer youth that I volunteer with that they themselves get bullied from their own peers in their schools, making them not feel safe within the very places that they're learning in. When I took them out to the Pride Parade that we had just a few weeks ago, they were so happy to be there. It felt like they were with their own community, with their own people. And they could be who they are without fear of judgment or reprisal or any kind of negative repercussions. And these kids, they're all from Kansas, all throughout the state. But yet they're here because this is one of the most accepting cities in Kansas. And I feel that we should not enforce SB 180 for this reason, to continue for this city to be that safe haven. We still definitely have a long way to go, but I want those kids to be able to be who they are and not have to worry about being judged, being fired, or anything like that just for who they are. So please do not enforce that for their sake. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kara. I'm going to be a junior at Free State High School next year, and I am a trans woman. Bills like SB 180 drastically affect me in my day-to-day life. And so a common argument you'll hear, even for the bill, is that there are certain trans people who will pass as the gender they identify as, and that's why they should be allowed in. But this argument is exclusionary to the people who don't. And, transness in general is not all about passing. This, on a much more serious note, is a violation of freedom of expression. The right to clothing and choosing that clothing falls under freedom of expression according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And freedom of expression is a human right. If someone is forced into using the bathroom of something they are not, say if a trans woman, like myself, were forced into a men's restroom, I could not wear the dress that I am wearing today for many reasons, and one of them being that trans people are much more likely to experience sexual assault in their lifetime. One study from the Williams Institute stated as high as 4 times more likely than our cisgender counterparts. It's not about bathrooms, and it never was. The people who would institute bills like this do not care about the rights of the women that they are that they are supposedly protecting. They instead care about controlling transgender bodies. There are numerous studies you can look them up online that find that trans women, surprise, surprise, are no threat in the bathroom. Personally, whenever I go to the bathroom and there isn't a gender-neutral bathroom, I usually will not go, as I do not feel safe in a men's restroom, and I still feel like I do not deserve a woman's restroom. And it's bills like this that will only increase that fear among me, myself, and all of my transgender friends. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tara, and I am a strong and proud trans woman, but I'm also a very scared trans woman. And that's why when I first began to transition in 2020, I felt very lucky to live in the city of Lawrence, where I've lived for nearly 10 years now, because I have long felt that it has been a very accepting and very friendly city when it comes to queer and trans people. However, it has been clear that a lot of Lawrence on the surface, where it seems to say we're accepting, we're friendly, we're kind towards people of all types, a lot of that has seemed to be lip service. There has been little I've seen in the way of action as far as policy, as far as law. And SB 180 presents Lawrence with an opportunity to either stand by and do nothing as SB 180 becomes a threat towards the lives of trans people, of women and men who are cis as well, and that would be not only in the form of direct threats to people's lives, through the violence that it promotes, but through the impact on mental health of all those living in Lawrence. Another option is to stand by what Lawrence promotes: equality among all people, of all genders, of all sexualities. And that is why I ask that Lawrence make itself a sanctuary city in response to SB 180, so that it can stand officially in defense of the people it claims to protect. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Courtney Farr. I moved back into Lawrence about a year and a half ago, and in that time I've rediscovered how amazing and beautiful and powerful this town is and can be. And I've become the most deeply embedded in a queer community that I've ever been in my life, because I can finally live as an openly queer person myself. And I can honestly say I'm rededicated to making this my home, and that means making sure that it's safe for all of my fellow queer people and trans siblings. The Kansas legislature last year launched a legal terroristic attack against trans people in this state. I wish that was hyperbole, but it's not. As reported by the Kansas Reflector in May, Republican extremists' goal is to turn Kansas into a conservative sanctuary and to purge the state of queer people. Adam Peters, GOP chairman in Ellis County, said to a group of people, including Kansas legislators, if you can make it hostile to that group of people, that small sliver of society, and have them move elsewhere, that does a huge amount to shut this down. It's both sides of it. You need to attract the good people here, and you also need to make it clear to the bad people, this isn't going to go well for you. The bad people here are all the folks here looking to talk to you. It is the queer and trans people of this town who help make it a beautiful, amazing place. They want to drive us out of this state. These bills are designed to create fear, to harm people, to drive them away. I know that there's no enforcement mechanism, but they are already having the intended effect. You hear it tonight. People are afraid. While we appreciate the messages from the city, from the DA, from the chief of police, right now the status quo isn't good enough. Even without enforcement mechanisms, even believing that the existing ordinances can handle SB 180, it avoids the real impact of the fear and terror that these bills are causing. We must oppose them, not just with our existing tools, but new ones as well. An old friend of mine told a story recently about his time in ACT UP, the activist organization that fought to get America to recognize the AIDS crisis, when so many people wanted to bury their heads while the queer community was burying its loved ones. He said, we didn't know what to do, but we knew we had to do something. We have to do something now. We're going to lose folks. We'll lose them to leaving the state for safer places, we'll lose them to despair, and we'll lose them to suicide. We don't know what form the next series of attacks will take, but we're sure they're going to come. The bills this year were too successful. It's entirely possible that ordinances that we pass now won't hold up, that the state will end up striking them down, and that's okay. We'll find new tools. We'll continue to fight it. But your community needs you to take action right now to show us that you're committed to our safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Rachel. I prefer they, them pronouns. I'm a social worker and for the last 4 years have worked as a suicide crisis counselor in Lawrence. I'm here today to call the City Commission to codify its promise not to enforce SB 180. The city must enact an ordinance establishing Lawrence as a sanctuary city for trans and gender nonconforming people in order to protect the lives and safeties of our trans neighbors, relatives, and friends. As a suicide intervention counselor, I can say unequivocally that this is a matter of life and death. I've heard directly from trans and gender nonconforming people who are in crisis because of the wave of anti-trans legislation in Kansas and across the country. They've been made to feel alienated and burdensome, sometimes to the point of suicide. I've also heard from their families and friends who feel afraid and helpless. It's my job as a counselor to keep people safe from their most painful and frightening impulses. And usually I can. I can be a genuine witness to someone's pain and fear, and in doing so, I can make them feel less alone. What I can't do is change the fact that SB 180, if enforced, will threaten the lives and safeties of my trans friends and community members, my loved ones. It's not in my power, but it is in yours. I ask that the Lawrence City Commission please use your power in service of the community you love by adopting the proposed ordinance and making Lawrence a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Taj. I don't do this. I have never spoken in front of anyone before. I felt like this was something important to at least try to say something. I have spent many, many years running around from different states, different cities, trying to find a place that felt like home, that felt like somewhere that I could exist and just not think about what my identity is or what other people think it is or whether they care. And it took until 3 years ago when I moved to Lawrence officially after hanging out here a lot while living in Kansas City, where I finally felt that. And to make, I guess, the ordinance of like a sanctuary city would be really the only tangible way to keep me and people who feel the same way that I do, who feel like this is a place where we are safe, where we are less likely to be harassed. We can walk down the street and just go to a restaurant and not have someone bothering us for no reason. That's the only way to really make a difference to something like that. Just statements and saying that it won't be enforced, and saying things is all well and good, but it has to be on paper, because otherwise people are going to take advantage of it not being on paper in order to harass people and make it a lot more difficult to live here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Calvin Belton, and I speak now as a member of your local blessed group, Foxy by Proxy. Foxy by Proxy supports trans rights and knows them to be human rights. We are making this statement in regards to SB 180 and how it will be enforced in Douglas County. First, we consider ourselves a safe space and will not be performing at any venues or with artists that are in support of this transphobic bill. Second, we demand that the City Commission address the following issues. Number one, the City of Lawrence does not enforce SB 180. Number two, the Lawrence Police Department does not enforce, arrest, or detain transgender or gender non-conforming people using the guide of SB 180. Number three, the City of Lawrence creates an ordinance establishing itself as a sanctuary city for transgender and gender non-conforming people. We intend to continue advocating to keep the trans people in our community safe. We hope all city commissioners are hearing us, and we encourage other people having hard conversations in this community to please speak up. Make Lawrence a sanctuary city. I'm speaking as spokesperson, but also as a transgender man. Transgender kids deserve better than this. I mean, transgender people, but we all deserve better than this. As a kid, being raised in religious households, when the Gay Marriage Act came out, and you saw, like, made me realize, like, oh, maybe I might be allowed to exist. That these not enforcing this law, creating an ordinance about it, it would be really important for trans people in this community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carly Pryor. I was here at the last meeting. I made one request, and that was transparency from every member on whether or not this was going to get done, why not, what support you would need to get it done, and I'm back again to do it again. I wish I didn't have to be, but we're all here. Since our last meeting, what has been done, we got the statement from Valdez, and we got the statement from the chief of police. Our last bullet point is y'all, and that is why we're back again. The last time I was here, I saw your faces, I saw your nods, I saw you meet my eyes. I feel like you heard me. You said you heard me. You set tradition aside for a moment to let us know that you heard me, that you heard all of us. I appreciate that. It wasn't enough. We have one demand, and it is to pass this ordinance. So I will keep my message again short and sweet. Please use transparency. Please use humanity. Please use courage. Please speak the truth. And please let it be known for all of Lawrence, all of Douglas County, and all of Kansas that trans people deserve a safe place to live here. Thank you.
I'm Michael Baston, and I've lived in Lawrence my whole life. I'd just like to state that I wouldn't want an ordinance for this. I believe that an ordinance or a state law is not going to change the way somebody feels inside them. That has to come with acceptance of who they are and of a higher power. So a city, I mean, I've sat here and listened to people say that they're depressed, that it's suicide, and no ordinance is going to change that. So don't let that persuade. As an institution, we have to do what's right for the people. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. If an individual wants to think that way, fine, let them think that. They're still safe here. We don't need an ordinance for that. Absolutely not. I disrespect it. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners, city staff. My name is Jenny Robinson, and I'm a social worker and LGBTQIA affirmative therapist. I'm here to speak with you about SB 180 and its impact on our community. In the weeks since our last public comment at the City Commission meeting, many have been heartened by the statements of support from the DA and the Chief of Police. I would urge you, commissioners, to refuse to stop there. To stop at statements of support would be to leave up to chance the safety of our community members, many of whom are already experiencing increased harassment and violence due to the rise in anti-trans rhetoric and legislation. Statements of support are meaningless without an ordinance to codify them. Without an ordinance in place, we allow individuals to decide how to interpret the enforcement of SB 180. An ordinance would allow entities to be clear on the expectations for functioning within our city. Another shortcoming of these well-meaning statements is that they seem to imply that this will be the last piece of anti-trans legislation enacted in our state, that we can just say, we're not going to worry about this one and move on. This is only the beginning. The City of Lawrence must take a strong, aggressive stance against anti-trans rhetoric. Otherwise, you will be complicit in the continued violence against some of our most historically oppressed community members. The statement from the city saying we accept and respect each other regardless of who we are, what we look like, how we live, or how we choose to express ourselves is an empty, insulting gesture. What we need is direct action from the city to safeguard our trans and gender nonconforming community members. This ordinance is the logical next step to engage with towards that end. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Rowan Schring. I'm a Lawrence resident, and I'm here to talk to you on my extremely stressful day. And I would very much prefer to be resting here, but nothing concrete has been done since the last time I came to talk to you in terms of what you directly have the power to do, which is to protect me and people like me and my friends and marginalized people in the city. And I don't know why so little progress has been made. This can't be something where you're kind of in favor of it and you're thinking of maybe putting it on the list of stuff to do in a few months. This is going to go in effect in like less than 2 weeks. I know that we mean more to you than that. I hope that we mean more to you than that. Because if I can't safely live in Lawrence, I can't safely live anywhere in Kansas. And I know a lot of people feel the same way. So I implore you to review the draft ordinance that was handed to you and get it done. If you can't get it done, like someone a couple of people ago said, please be transparent as to why. Don't let it just be something where there's no action on it, and then in private conversation, ages later, we find out it's because you were scared the state was going to do something, or because it interferes with some other thing. Like, we can work with you to find something that does something. Okay? It's important. And again, if the state does strike it down, then it strikes it down, but at least we did something. At least like we have something to build on. Because not even trying is just giving up on us. Okay? So, please pass an ordinance that protects trans and gender nonconforming people in Kansas from the anti-trans bills that were passed this year, and make it broad enough to protect us from things that could happen in the next legislative session. Thank you.
Not particularly good at this, so I'm going to do what I can. My name is Asla. I'm a Lawrence resident for about a half a decade now. I'm here to speak to you in opposition of SB 180 and also ask for additional support against SB 180 here in town. I'm a trans person, but I don't particularly feel like being a trans person gives me any like special credence to speak out against SB 180. It's frankly disheartening that our community, being one of the most disempowered and most oppressed, has to fight the hardest to oppose this. The current asking rate here is for a promise of no enforcement of SB 180 in Lawrence. And I feel like that's the bare minimum. The colossal moral failing of the existence of SB 180 alone is enough for any reasonable people that belong to an institution of power to oppose it. Utterly, radically, forever. Being trans is not connected to that. This is just the right thing to do. And the wait and see policy, unspoken wait and see policy that's been ongoing so far, is disgusting and frankly, incredibly disheartening. Having to get up every morning and experience what it's like to be this, to belong to this group, is already so frustrating with all of the other challenges that we face. But then to have our representation of power, the people that are here to protect us and to keep us safe and to keep us thriving, to just wait and see and listen, perhaps on deaf ears. I don't think any of you are bad people. I don't think any of you are ignorant people. I am growing impatient for any kind of compassion in writing. Compassion verbally is fine. I love that. We all love that. But it needs to be in writing, because any lack of ordinance is just a death sentence on us. Please, please pass some kind of ordinance, some kind of in writing power to protect us. I shouldn't have to beg, but I am. Please do so. Thank you.
Hello, can you all hear me? All right. My name is Alex Kimball Williams. I use she, her, they, them pronouns, and I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. You may recognize me from Sanctuary Alliance when we worked together to make Lawrence a sanctuary city for undocumented families, mixed status families. And that same action can absolutely be done here. It's very similar. Some of the language would probably be very similar. And so I'm asking you to work with No SB 180 community group as well as others in the area the same way that you worked with Sanctuary Alliance if possible. If you would like to revisit some of the ordinance and the administrative policy that we put together, I do have that available and I can email that to you. I know that it's been a little while, so if you need that little reminder, I can shoot it in your inbox. But speaking to the issues, I'm not trans or non-binary or gender non-conforming, and I don't have family members that are immediate family members. I have some distant family members that are. My husband is also cisgender, and you shouldn't have to be related to someone or have your best friend be trans to care about this. It's about agency and sovereignty, and questioning gender sovereignty has something in common with colonization as well. And I don't see that many Black community members here in this space. I'm just going to call that out. Black cis people and Black cis women in particular, we do need to stand together. Saying that people don't have the right to be the gender that they truly are has something in common with what happens to Black women, the masculinization of Black women, and deciding who's feminine enough. And so these issues are intersectional, and Black and trans people of color suffer some of the highest rates of violence. So we need to stand up, and there needs to be more Black people in the space. I have no idea if how my daughter will identify, but that's something that I'm thinking about. It's something that we should all be thinking about. I think a lot of the people who are on the wrong side of this issue have no idea that they have family members who are affected. And the fact that you don't know that you have family members that are affected is part of why you are unsafe. So if you think that there's no trans and gender and queer, gender nonconforming and queer people in your family, you're probably wrong. So please stand with No SB 180. Please do action as fast as you can. Had to get a visual on. Okay, she's still good. All right. Please do something as quick as you can. This is life-threatening. I think in Lawrence we get a little comfortable. But working for the state this past year has brought me into rural communities and places, even within Douglas County, that feel very different. And we have to remember that people, there may be a vibe or a spirit here that is accepting. Time. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cora Thompson. I'm a Kansas resident. I'm a transgender woman. I've been seeking finally medical help within the past 2 years, and seeing this kind of stuff being sat on just hurts me. It makes me feel like the community that does show care isn't being backed up, and it seems like you guys aren't supporting them and helping me or anybody else that might be non-binary or transgender as well. I just want to say I support my LGBT sisters, brothers, non-binaries, and would love to just say that.
Hi, can you hear me? Should I talk this close to the microphone?
If it's too short.
Yeah, I'm pretty tall. Hi, so my name is Leia. I've lived in Lawrence for a couple months now, and I plan to make this my forever home. I just want to say that as a cis woman, I am not afraid of trans people using the bathroom that aligns with their gender, but I am afraid of random people deciding to take the law into their own hands and check people's private parts in a bathroom, because we know that this has happened before. And I think that if we don't pass an ordinance against this, this will result in more violence against trans people, as well as anybody who the bathroom bullies suspect of being trans. Any cis woman who has ever been too tall or considered too masculine, every cis man who has been called too feminine could be opened up to being hurt. If we don't pass a law against this, we will allow the people who bullied us in school to make policy decisions for all of us. Anyone who looks different could be opened up to violence. Please review the draft ordinance and pass it with the help of your community. And we need more than thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Hello. Hi guys, I wasn't really for sure the topic when I came in here this afternoon. I'm just coming in to speak on a couple of things. I hear y'all speak about sanctuary. That's what everybody needs.
Excuse me, could you give just a name?
My name is Cornelia Nicole Perkins.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And I just want to let y'all know I'm not for sure too much about the topic when I first came in. I've been hearing a little bit about it. We're all looking for sanctuary. I believe it should be mandatory in every place that we go that we can have it for each and every one of us. Y'all are going to claim it. There's a couple of things that y'all are going to have to do. I know that. How do y'all feel about sanctuary? You think it has to be 110% safe for everybody here that's living here? I have the same concerns as well in the homeless community out here. We need safe places for everybody here. Housing, dietitianal, and medical insurance is what needs to be given to every civilian. I think fairly it needs to be given for all. It's simply inhumane not to be giving those standards. And definitely as far as a private place for them to feel comfortable to use the restroom at, that can go more than one ways. I feel like in the centers as far as incarceration, maybe that needs to be a private issue. And it doesn't need to be open for everybody. And that needs to be discussed as well. Because privacy when you're using the restroom, that's a safety issue regardless if you're not in there with anybody other than yourself. So I would just like to speak on that. And if you're gonna move the transgender community out of the restroom, I'm a little nervous who's gonna help me put on my eyelashes and my lipstick. I don't fear that community at all. But I just wanna tell y'all, I love Lawrence because y'all are open to these things. If y'all weren't, best believe I wouldn't be here because I'm looking for sanctuary as well. But I'm just here to stand by just to be a local friend and say, my restroom is always open to you guys, okay? I love y'all. Just keep fighting on this war alone.
Hi, my name is Mary Costello. I've lived in Lawrence for 20 years. I moved here because of the progressive and vibrant community. And I'll be brief because I'm not going to be able to add anything more powerful than the folks you've heard from tonight. But my hope here as a cis-het woman is to offset those before me today who spoke against the sanctuary ordinance and were allowed to use transphobic slurs more than once in this room. Trans and non-binary Kansans are under attack. They're scared, and you've heard it in their voices here tonight. You have the power to provide some protection. Social media posts are not enough. Our trans and non-binary neighbors deserve more. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Chesha Frager. I'm a lifelong Lawrencian. My parents moved here because it was the safe choice, because it was open and welcoming to everyone and anyone, and that's in the bedrock of why we're here right now. You know, why we didn't go up in ash. We're facing a rhetorical arms race that we have seen before. And it's fitting that this month of Pride we are talking about this subject. If you don't know, I would highly recommend you look into the Stonewall riots and what was happening in New York City during those times. And I don't want there to be violence in our city. I don't want to have it visited upon myself, although I'm one of many not the focus of this topic. The fear that one day I may have children and a fear of them calling me mother or father, and that being criminalized. And to have very real, very life-changing consequences to people who have no choice in it, just for being who we are. I urge everyone in this body, everyone present in this room, to not just take action within the auspice of your office, but as a citizen of Kansas, as a citizen of Lawrence, as a parent, as grandparents, as sisters, mothers, fathers. Please, we need action. We have 2 weeks. Realistically, we're already too late. The only one that can do anything about it is you. I don't intend to leave Lawrence, even though many of my friends and fellows have. I don't want to watch this city die on this hill. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sky. I didn't actually know if I was going to come up and talk or not because I was afraid that I was just going to either cry or curse the whole time, and I'm going to try to not do either of those things. I grew up in a small town just outside of Lawrence, one of those towns that there's more cows than people in it, and I knew that I always knew growing up that Lawrence was the safe place to be eccentric, as my dad called it. And as a young person, I dreamed of living here and dreamed of spending my time here, and the weekends that I got to come here and, just walk down Mass and just see like so many different kinds of people are like some of the most like dear memories to me. And moved here, and as has been said by many people, I just fell into the most beautiful community that I've ever been a part of. I mean, the people that have talked today, and my friends who are sitting outside holding flags, and my fiance who just spoke, and just, I'm not leaving, and my friends aren't leaving, and I know that some people are leaving, but Lawrence isn't gonna become any less trans, regardless. And so we're going to continue to be the people that you serve. And Republicans are using trans people as the boogeyman right now. They're like turning a lot of rhetoric and just trying to like pin like fear onto trans people. And like this is, as said many times, like an opportunity to not like go along with what society is trying to like pin as the boogeyman right now, and to like create a safe space for people to just go pee and just like take less than the time that I've been talking just to like pee somewhere. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. My name is Rain Flores Pena. I am a transgender indigenous man from the Nahua tribe in central Mexico. I have a very strong connection to Lawrence. My parents immigrated to the U.S. When I was 4 months old in an hours-long Greyhound bus across the border to ensure a better future for me and so they can get their PhDs. I've been living in Kansas for more than a decade, and it breaks my heart into pieces that I saw this legislative season pass such bigotry in the state house, pretending as if trans and gender diverse people haven't been living on this land called America for decades and centuries, since time immemorial. Trans people aren't new. We've been here forever. It's just colonization and other systems of oppression have made being trans taboo or something that is against the norm when we've just been here since forever. I think that I deserve safety. I deserve dignity as much as anybody else. And these, I think, are not hard things to ask for. As much as I appreciate the statements of support from the police chief, the district attorney, and the city commission, these are, in reality, just words. The unfortunate reality is that all it could take is just a change in leadership, and these words can all just be taken back. And I don't want that, just a change in leadership, to take all this back and pretend nothing happened. We need words written into law so they cannot be taken back upon, because system of oppression have been used against trans and gender nonconforming and minority folks since forever. And Lawrence has an opportunity to take a stand against this bigotry. And I know many fear that by making Lawrence a sanctuary city for trans and GNC folks, it will make it a target. And while that is an unfortunate reality as well, trans people are already targets here. As someone who started transitioning in high school and had trans friends growing up, we were already being bullied and harassed by our peers and even our families growing up. And that was before we started becoming a hot topic in the political right. So I urge you, please pass the ordinance to make Lawrence a sanctuary city. Take a stand against bigotry. Lawrence was a safe space for me when I moved here, and I want it to be a safe space for everybody else, like it was when I moved here. And now we're seeing people uprooting their lives against their will instead of wanting a better future for themselves and their children. So please take a stand against bigotry. Thank you.
Hi. Paul DeGeorge and Meredith Moore. We're the owners of Wonder Fair, and we're just here to encourage y'all to do the right thing. Lawrence in particular has this great storied history of being a beacon of freedom for people, and in the past that's caused some controversy. People who know Civil War history know what that's about. But I think we have a real opportunity here to protect the people in our community who are coming before you tonight and saying, like, this is what we want from you. And I know a lot of you personally, and I know that you ran for this office because you wanted to make a difference in your community, and you have a great opportunity today to do just that. And regardless of what legal says, you guys are the ones in charge. Tell legal to get this done, right? We need this ordinance, and we need it to protect our community here. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Good evening. I appreciate all of you taking time this evening to hear from our community. My name is Cassius Anderson. I have been a lifelong Kansas resident and a resident of Lawrence for the past 2.5 years. I'm also a practicing criminal attorney, licensed in the state of Kansas. I work hard every day to ensure the rights of Kansans are protected. But today I come before you not on behalf of my clients, but on myself. Because while I am many things to the state of Kansas, an attorney, a voter, a taxpayer, and a citizen, I am one thing above all that, and that is I'm trans. I have numerous concerns about the language of SB 180 and its enforceability. Senate bills have provided Kansans with great resources previously, such as Senate Bill 123, and it has done things to benefit each and every one of us. This is not one of those times. It's easy to pay lip service and say that something will not be enforced. However, I fear that it is just talk. As many of us all know, pretty language is not protection. Codification of non-enforcement is protection. I am intimately aware of the effects of this legislation on the community. When a state passes a law that tolerates discrimination and hate, it perpetuates to many that discrimination and hate are okay and acceptable behavior. I will be honest, when I woke up today, I had no intention of speaking. I have just spent hours in court today arguing for citizens of Kansas. I do this today because it's a cruel irony that as an employee of the state itself wishes to take away my own rights to comfort and expression in this community. Trans and gender nonconforming people have and always will exist. Our history is rich and vibrant, and right now we have a chance to make our own history. I know that's trite sounding, but to deny people rights have repeatedly put us on the wrong side of history. To me, one thought has remained poignant. It was never just about bathrooms, just like it was never just about water fountains. This is a codification of harassment and discrimination. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me all right? Good evening. My name is Claire Cook, and I've never spoken at a commission meeting before, so hi, everybody. But this issue is vitally important to myself and my community. First, I want to express my deep appreciation for the statement released by the city and the chief of police, stating that SB 180 will not be enforced in this city. And it's this sort of commitment to LGBTQ+ welcome and non-discrimination that drew me to Lawrence after high school in the first place. Truly, Lawrence was respectfully my, if I had to pick a place in Kansas, location. But it was for this reason that I did move here, and now I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Kansas, and I'm around. But the fact of the matter is that Kansas at large remains a very hostile place for queer and trans adults and youth alike. And I honestly can't quite imagine being a queer, trans, or gender nonconforming youth at this period of time in Kansas right now, because even as a queer adult with a degree and a job and supportive spaces, this legislative session has taken a massive emotional toll on me and my loved ones. Bills like SB 180, SB 228, and SB 2238 are all explicitly anti-trans bills that are now passed into state law, even though they are these sexist, cruel, and just nonsensical messes that I know this commission does not support. And I want to thank you again for your statement against SB 180, but I would also like to strongly urge this body to put what has been expressed in these statements on the books in a more official capacity. The state of Kansas has put these abhorrent bills on their books, and though SB 180 lacks enforcement mechanisms and doesn't directly categorize anything as like a felony or a misdemeanor or whatever, but it lays a dangerous groundwork for a future, equally hostile legislative session to do just that. And I'm thankful to live in a place that has a strong non-discrimination ordinance that includes sexual orientation and gender identity. But you'll notice that KCMO also had this and still recognized the deep need to create its resolution to stand in brave defiance of the dangerous law that the state of Missouri passed against trans healthcare. And I hope that the city of Lawrence can join our KC neighbors in putting our commitments to equality on the books, even if it stands in defiance of a state that hopes to strip the dignity of its marginalized communities just for political gain. Thank you so much for your time. That's all.
Hello. I am very nervous, but my name is Addison Bartelli, and I am a lifelong Kansan, and I love the state, and admittedly, while I'm not from Lawrence, I'm not a native Lawrencian, I feel a very special affinity with the city of Lawrence. every time I'm here, Lawrence feels like a uniquely non-American city in a very weird way. It feels as though there's European aspects to Lawrence that you just cannot find anywhere else. The air feels different, the brick roads, everything is different about Lawrence, and that is such a unique place. And I think with Lawrence's history as an abolition town and Kansas' history in the same, I think Lawrence is one of the few Kansas cities left. I believe, given that, this council has two options, and no more, no less. One, the city can choose to bow down to the people in Topeka and do nothing and give in to the gerrymander resulting fascists who enact these pieces of legislation that hurt people who don't even write legislation, who understand nothing about our lives. And these are the same people who write bills in Uganda to punish our existence by death and have advocated for doing the same thing in the United States. If you have not heard of Alliance Defending Freedom, big quotes, I would recommend you look them up, do some research. And the other option for you guys is to stay true to what Lawrence is, the uniquely American city that feels though it should not exist, yet defiantly exists anyways. You can put your foot in the ground and not budge an inch until we are 1,000 feet under. I hope you do the second one. I so incredibly want to stay in Kansas because it is my home. I deserve to be here. I have a right to be here. And I'm not going to let anyone take it from me because, damn it, it's the right thing to do. If I am not here, who will be? Who will be in my place after me? And I am responsible for the things we do. I would like to conclude that the Teamsters were here today, and I'd like to emphasize that the ordinance that has been proposed is a working class policy. It is a policy for the people, is a policy supported by the people, and the exact people who you are meant to serve. Thank you very much. I yield to you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Schultz, and I stand here today to address an alarming development that threatens the rights and well-being of people in my community. Lawrence has long been hailed as a progressive community where diversity is celebrated. It is a city that prides itself on fostering an environment where everyone can live, work, and thrive without fear of discrimination or prejudice. Senate Bill 180 poses a severe danger to these principles that we all hold dear. It undermines the progress that we have made in creating an inclusive society, and it strikes at the very core of our democratic values. Bills like these seek to marginalize, stigmatize, and erase the experiences of my trans and gender non-conforming friends by pushing them into the shadows and denying them the basic human rights that everyone should have. We must recognize that when any marginalized group is targeted, it sets a dangerous precedent. It opens the door for further discrimination, jeopardizing the principles of equality, diversity, and freedom that serve as this city's foundation. I urge the City Council to take a firm stance against Senate Bill 180 and any similar legislation that seeks to restrict the rights of transgender and gender nonconforming individuals. Together, we can protect human rights, preserve our democratic values, and ensure that Lawrence remains a beacon of tolerance, respect, and inclusivity. In the face of this regressive legislation, let's remember the words of Eleanor Roosevelt. Where, after all, do universal human rights begin? In small places close to home. It is in these small places, like Lawrence, Kansas, that we have the power to stand against discrimination and defend the rights of all individuals, regardless of their gender identity. Thank you.
Hello there. My name is Monty Coash Johnson. And Commissioners, I come to you again tonight to ask you to pass a city ordinance to stop SB 180 and transphobic legislation in its tracks immediately. Tonight, you witnessed what happens when you give opponents of the trans community, transphobes, a sense of entitlement. That is what SB 180 is. That is what SB 180 is going to be doing. Commissioners, once again, you want to be on our side, then why am I here? I want to tell you a story. 1 in 2 trans people have been sexually assaulted. This was researched by the Trevor Project. I was one of them. My perpetrator knew that I was assigned female at birth. I'm a transgender person who was sexually assaulted by someone who felt that they had a right to do so because I was transgender. When I went out to search for help, I was treated with and degraded with sexism and homophobia by both campus police and many other people who were working on my case. I was moved to a women's care section of my university where I was once again harassed by cis women who felt that I was not allowed in their space. I don't belong anywhere. I went to a meeting designed for people of all kinds, as described, who experienced sexual assault, but showing up as a genderqueer man ended up putting me out of being welcomed. SB 180 will continue to push these separations and will deny trans people from houselessness shelters, SA resource centers, and so much more. I call on the City of Lawrence to meet our final demand, a city ordinance. SB 180 is groundwork for something that is going to push situations like mine to happen again and again and again and again, and I'm terrified because that was the scariest moment of my life. I wouldn't wish that to happen to anyone, but SB 180 is giving people a right, like they feel like they can talk down to me because of what my sex is and what my gender is. You must make an ordinance immediately to stop SB 180 in Lawrence, Kansas. I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cliff Hoytlang. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a resident of North Lawrence. I moved to Lawrence for the vibrant queer community, and this bill threatens the existence of said community. While I know that the Commission and Chief of Police stated that they will not enforce this law, that does not make us safer from those who will feel emboldened by SB 180. The pride flags and yard signs are not enough. In fact, they are performative when paired with inaction. Even though this is a welcoming city, it still swims in, prepare for some jargon, a cis heteronormative white supremacist state. As a substitute teacher, I know already that there are parents uncomfortable with their children having a non-binary teacher. This is not at all for their child's safety. This is to assuage adults' fear and ignorance and their desire to control. And SB 180 comes from that same place, a lack of understanding, a refusal to even try, and extreme fear and compulsion to dominate. We just celebrated, correct me if I'm wrong, the largest pride in Lawrence. And doing nothing on SB 180 would be more than a quote-unquote slap in the face. It's an okay for future legislation to put us in jail, specifically put our transgender and gender nonconforming people in solitary confinement, which we know the consequences of that. It is an okay to restrict us of our vital medications and hormones, and it is an okay to tell queer children that they don't matter, and in fact that they are a disorder, as what the law literally states for intersex folks and anyone who wasn't, the language on that. Perhaps someone who spoke a while ago, who was in favor of there not being an ordinance, perhaps that previous speaker has never had a literal law that invalidates them, dehumanizes them, and endangers them. This is a collective issue. You are a part of us, and we are a part of you. Please make Lawrence a sanctuary city by stating a city ordinance. I have a few seconds left. I wrote a little PS note. If money is what you're worried about, then maybe I can try this route of Lawrence will lose probably a lot of business because we have amazing drag shows, burlesque, kink nights, drag brunches, like we do it all. It's a great time. And as someone from Foxy by Proxy says, if there are venues and people who are in support of this, we're not going to bring our art to you anymore. So there's also the financial aspect, but that's not the most important part. Humanity is the most important part. Take that into consideration. Okay, thanks.
Hello, my name is Miguel Roel, and I'm here with the No SB 180 in Lawrence campaign. First of all, I want to say I'm so proud of our community, our trans community in particular, for standing up and making it clear that we will not tolerate transphobic legislation here. We have heard from several city leaders that they do not intend to enforce SB 180. These words are appreciated, but unfortunately, they're not enough. Our trans and queer community deserve more than promises from individuals in leadership. They deserve more than quotes in the newspaper, and they deserve more than statements on government social media accounts. They deserve to have their rights legally codified through an ordinance that officially makes Lawrence a sanctuary city for trans and queer people now and into the future. Members of our campaign have drafted an ordinance for the City Commission's usage. This ordinance guarantees the rights of trans Lawrencians. It bars city institutions from using funds to enforce transphobic legislation. It protects trans people in Lawrence from current and future transphobic legislation. Passing this ordinance will provide a measure of safety for a deeply endangered community. It shows our trans community that their rights are worth fighting for and protecting. Some members of city leadership have expressed worry that acting now to protect our trans community would lead to consequences from the state. I'm sorry, but that response is inadequate. Trans people do not have the luxury of waiting until they fight back. They're under threat now, today, and we need to act now. The fact is that doing nothing endangers our community. Doing nothing now gives the state license to continue their assault on the rights of our trans community. We cannot afford to be passive. We need you to have courage as political leaders in our community to make a powerful stand now, not later. Someone once said that if there is no justice for the people, there can be no peace for the state. Please pass this ordinance and give our trans community the peace they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Megan Williams. I use she, her pronouns. I've called Lawrence my home for 12 years now. I'm a cisgender queer woman, a feminist, and a member of the No SB 180 in Lawrence campaign. First, we thank the City, Lawrence Police Department, and DA for your public assurances that SB 180 will not be enforced in our community. However, if the City of Lawrence is honest in its stated commitment to work towards equity, inclusion, and safety for transgender and gender nonconforming people, as many of my peers have said, the words of individuals in positions of power are not enough. As your constituents, we demand the City Commission codify its promises by enacting an ordinance establishing Lawrence as a sanctuary city for transgender and gender nonconforming people. We've done a lot of the work for you. We handed you an ordinance. Crafting a safe haven, protecting all persons from the legal impacts of anti-LGBTQ+ legislation. So now we call on you, our city's elected leadership, to legally protect the rights of trans Lawrencians by passing an ordinance. We will not rest until trans rights are safe and secure in our city. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Liz Besner, and I am here representing myself as a member of the No SB 180 group in Lawrence, as well as an organizer of the Solidarity Library, which wholeheartedly supports and echoes the demand for an ordinance to be passed declaring Lawrence as a sanctuary city from anti-trans legislation like SB 180. You have heard this, and you will hear this many times tonight, I hope. But I would like to ask that each and every one of the people that come here tonight out of their busy schedules to support our lives are not background noise to your already long Tuesday afternoon. Because we do not deserve to be ignored here, and we do not deserve to be ignored on a state or national level. The question of this bill is an easy one, which is no. And the answer to the statements that the city and the Lawrence Police Department has put on social media is just frankly not good enough. And the reason we don't trust and cannot trust your word is because your constituents, the population of Lawrence that does not happen to live on the west side, the ever-growing population of the unhoused in Lawrence, those who do or do not even make the minimum wage or cannot reach the bar of whiteness of which life has told them they will always fall short, etc., of which today those constituents are trans, non-binary, or gender non-conforming, are telling you, regardless of laws that do not tell police, explicitly tell them do not arrest a person for who they are, or laws that tell police to explicitly arrest those who commit hate crimes, the people aforementioned are not safe and protected. They are not safe from the police officers that hate them, and they are not safe from hate crimes from vigilantes. They never have been, and everyone knows that. It's 2023, and we have seen this countless times, and we are going to see it over and over and over again unless something actually happens. Let's stop pretending that statements on social media and are good enough to keep vigilantes and so-called bad apples in check. I was watching a stand-up comedian on Instagram Reels last night poke fun at the assertion that the North is less racist than the South. She said, if you can point me to a place in America that isn't racist, I will move there. And the way she said it, of course, is very funny because it was a stand-up comedian. But the point stands that at its core, it's not a joke for the people that live those lives. Trans women of color break records every year for the most homicides and missing person statistics. We're asking for a city, one city, that hopefully this person can go to exist and be productive. Lawrence has to be that place. And if you have to ask your legal team or run this through several layers of bureaucracy, you have already lost our trust again. And you will suffer, and we will suffer the consequences of your action. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dean Robinson. I'm here representing myself. I've been a resident of Lawrence for 4 years now, and I'm here today to support the people who've spoken before me in favor of an ordinance which protects trans people in Lawrence by making our town a sanctuary city from Senate Bill 180 in the Kansas legislature. As much as I would like to trust your word, what we need is ink on paper before we can trust that Lawrence is safe. By protecting trans people, we protect the workers of our town from being attacked by vigilantes. I urge the city commissioners and other Lawrencians to not be fooled by Senate Bill 180. This bill is meant to be an attack on the working class. By manufacturing a sense of fear towards trans people, the working people turn their frustrations towards their own instead of the ruling class. Trans people are the working class, and any attempt to attack trans people is an attack towards all workers. We should all be on the side of trans people during this time where legislatures across the country are attacking trans people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Atlas Fox. I'm non-binary and I use he, they pronouns. I have lived in Kansas for 8 years. I've lived in Lawrence for about 5 of those. I have trans partners, friends, acquaintances. They just want to use the bathroom. I personally, I have to use the bathroom a lot for a lot of health reasons, and it sometimes scares me going into the bathroom already because I know that I don't look very typical to some people. I I've had people ask me, are you a boy or a girl? I've had people giving me weird looks when I'm going into the bathroom, and that already scares me. I've been assaulted, never in a bathroom, but I've been assaulted by people, and I've been assaulted verbally, physically, by people just because I'm trans. And, you know, that could happen to people, especially with this bill that's happening. And I don't want that to happen to my partners. I don't want that to happen to my friends. I don't want that to happen to anybody. And it scares me. It terrifies me. And I need you to make this ordinance to make everyone safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lily Mack. I've lived in Lawrence and Kansas in general since August. I've never spoken in a city commission meeting before. That should paint how important this is to me. I need you guys to do something, to put something down in writing, to make sure that this isn't going to affect people's lives negatively, so that we can make sure that Lawrence is a safe place for everybody. All of my partners are trans. I come from Connecticut, where, as I'm sure you know, it's a much more blue state in general, but I feel more safe in Lawrence than I have in places in Connecticut. And that's one of the main reasons I'm staying here. I don't want to leave. I enjoy the community here. I get involved with the art community projects and stuff like that. And it's amazing to me that this community is just so tight-knit and supportive of each other. I've been assaulted multiple times just because of my presentation or, what have you, just any arbitrary thing about me somebody's decided. And so by not putting something down in writing, you're inviting that to happen here. When laws like this got passed in North Carolina, you would see videos circulating on Reddit and other social media of people getting assaulted by police officers just for trying to use the bathroom. I saw a video of a male police officer assaulting a cisgender woman because she was not wearing what the establishment wanted her to wear. That can't happen here. It shouldn't happen here. It shouldn't happen anywhere. But if you can do something about it, why wouldn't you? Thank you.
Hello. I'd like to thank you all for your time tonight, and I would just like to say I'm a member of this community. My name is Juan de la Cruz Gonzalez. I'm a carpenter in town, and I am a father, I'm a mother, and I'm a friend, and so many things to this community. I've worked for the city of Lawrence for 2 years with the MSO department, and these bills that are coming out really scare me, more or less for my children. I have 4 children. I want them to grow up in a safe environment, especially in a town that I feel safe in, where I feel the community of everybody here. And I can't see this town falling and just bowing down to this legislation that everybody in this room knows is unjust and is unfair to everybody. I moved here because I knew this was a progressive city. Being a person of color, I felt more at home here than I felt in many other places that I'd lived. And to be here and queer and come out, I've been embraced by the community and feel safe here. These things that are happening now are just targeted at anything they can, whether it's the minorities or the Muslims or however you want to attack it. Now it's the trans people, and we've seen it all before, and all of you can make a stand and stand up for what you should and for the people of this community that want to be here, that want to spend their time here in such a progressive town. And I would just like to say, you know, the city's motto, from ashes to immortality, like, if that doesn't ring true right now on what we're rising up from, all this fire and all this chaos of all this hate that's being spread, like, we can rise from that. And I mean, that's the city's motto, and I hope that you all can uphold that. Thank you all for your time.
My name is Matthew Del Vecchio. I lived.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. The door
Sorry,
was open.
it's okay. My name is Matthew. Matthew Del Vecchio. I lived in Lawrence for 24 years now. Raising a family here. I have two very young children. My wife and I have owned and operated several businesses in town, and we stayed here because we absolutely love this community. We can't imagine ourselves living anywhere else. You obviously are people of action, and so I think that the request you're hearing from everybody today is pretty simple. It's take action. You know, so we ask that the city establishes Lawrence as a sanctuary city for transgender and nonconforming people. You know, my sincere concern is that it remains safe. You know, as a father, you know, I look at my children, and that's really all you want as a parent. And I know, you know, those are the ones that we need to protect the most. You know, so we came here today mostly to stand in solidarity for the trans youth in this community, you know, who are very visible to us. They might not be visible to you, but they are here, and they need you. Thank you.
I'm not a super sentimental person, so I have been very appreciative of all the people here sharing their very personal stories and fears and literally shedding tears here. That's not what I'm doing. My name is Macy Webb. I was born in Kansas, and I've lived in Lawrence for over 10 years. I've worked downtown a lot over that time, and I've seen you there, and I've made friends and family and community out of our very disjointed community. I'm also non-binary or genderqueer, which is how I've identified since high school. That's 20 plus years of being basically in the wrong place all the time, and there's not a whole lot I could do to alter my appearance for me to actually not get asked if I'm a girl or a boy by a child. That's been happening my whole life, and it'll probably never stop, which is fine because they're right either way that they don't know. In my time here in town, I've been given drastic examples of how dangerous our liberal Lawrence can be to people who don't conform in one way or another to cis-het white liberal society, and the people enforcing these dubious standards are sometimes the same people with rainbow ally flags in their upscale yards, so it's hard to trust statements from the city and policing systems that their words aren't just words. People police my own very queer, sometimes too obviously non-cis existence, and I've watched people put a forceful hand in my partner's literal chest in a bathroom to stop her from using the bathroom that her cis femme body is supposed to use under this law because she was tall and had swimmer shoulders. When it's just you and an angry person alone in a bathroom, there aren't any witnesses or cameras. It's all hearsay if they assault you or worse. But that's the point. I'm sitting here with you all thinking and sincerely hoping that we all know that this bathroom bill has never been about bathrooms. It's about violence. It's about encouraging increased and consistent violence and harassment in public of trans and gender nonconforming, etc. people in our everyday life in order to make us afraid to leave our homes, afraid to participate in public life, in society, to get us to move out of Kansas. And actually, Courtney quoted exactly the Kansas Reflector report that is exactly the goal that some of our legislators have in mind. So yes, maybe these laws are symbolic or unenforceable. Maybe they won't affect the daily comings and goings of the city, although I have my doubts about that statement, according to your legal team. If you won't be policing us as a city and as a policing agency. But in that same sense, missing an opportunity to symbolically empower local trans and gender nonconforming people by defying this badly written, explicitly violent law is a mistake. Shut down bigots, if only rhetorically or temporarily, but firmly, by God.
Hi, my name is Jackson McKenna. I am not a public speaker. Under SB 180, I have no gender. It says a female is an individual whose biological reproductive system is developed to produce ova, and a male is an individual whose biological reproductive system is developed to fertilize the ova of a female. I was born with neither at all. I have been hormone dependent my entire life. Until I was somewhere in my 30s, we didn't even know what my DNA was because chromosomes, the medical hadn't been invented yet. Okay? It goes on to say that I could be protected if I become a card-carrying member that says I have a disability to prove I have a disorder and protected under the Disabilities Act. I am in no way disabled. I have never had a disability. What I am is a veteran of the United States Army. I served my country as a flight medic on Aerovac helicopters. I was awarded a Commendation Medal for service above and beyond, saving people's lives. The United States military did not concern themselves with what body parts I do and do not have. It is no one's business but my own. I was stationed in Germany, and I stood there in person as the wall came down. I have a piece of that wall. I was proud of my government and my country then. I should not need to worry about where I have to go to the bathroom. We used to kid around that the Geneva Convention card was not going to protect us in war. As medics, we ran around with that card. It said, use me, don't kill me. A little card that I'm going to carry around that says I have a proven medical disorder is not going to protect me. Someone wants to beat the crap out of me, they will. Thank you.
I was here last time, as many of our speakers have said. I'm Christina McKenna, and I am a cis woman, but I have never conformed to my gender, if you want to ask my family. It doesn't matter what you're born with. And in fact, the way it states it, it says women produce ova. I'm sorry, science says we don't produce them, we release them. So none of us are women. So I'm not quite sure where they're splitting hairs, but if we're gonna split hairs, let's do it correctly. We don't need to have certain features to make us something that somebody else wants us to fit into a stupid box. I never fit. I doubt many of you did. We've all had instances of feeling we didn't belong. We shouldn't perpetuate that. I thought we were beyond this. Since before we were a country, we have been fighting on one side or the other for basic human rights. And a lot of times we've been wrong. Let's not be wrong this time. We talk to our children honestly at home. Very honestly. We let them know what's going on. And I don't want to have to explain to them how good people allowed America to slide into Nazism when we actually had an example to not follow. We can't do this to people and go to sleep at night and say, I'm a good person, if we haven't done what we can to protect someone just because they're human. I don't care what parts someone has under their pants. I'm not going to look. And if someone tries to look at mine, you better believe I'm not letting them. And I'm not the only one. You're going to have a lot of people, cis or otherwise, who are arrested, beaten, abused because of this stupid bill that cares where someone goes to the bathroom. As a woman, this is not protecting my rights, and I refuse to allow someone else to give me a voice when I haven't had a voice in it. This is not my bill. I do not stand for it, and I will defend anybody who is against it, whether it be physically, verbally, or in any other way I can. And I would like to know that you will too. Just being people. We're all human. We all bleed red. It doesn't really matter. Why can't they use the bathroom? Any bathroom. I go in the men's bathroom sometimes when the women's is full. I'm sure many of you have too. Why not? It's a bathroom. Thank you.
Howdy. I am Kimberly Stiles. I'm a transgender woman. I moved to Lawrence about 2 years ago. It really seemed like a preferable alternative to Tonganoxie in the ways of safety and community and acceptance. I don't know that I have anything to say that hasn't been said already, but there's something to be said for repetition. A tacit agreement to not enforce these laws does nothing for the bigots who have been emboldened by the passing of SB 180. Since the bill has passed, the rate of people intentionally misgendering myself alone has quadrupled. And it doesn't stop at misgenderings or simple verbal harassment. It only goes up from there as they test the waters and get away with each and every step. It only escalates. How can we guarantee that individuals in the police department aren't going to enforce it anyway because of their own personal beliefs? And that again is another slippery slope. How are these, if these laws do end up getting enforced, if new laws come in and end up getting enforced, to put a transgender woman in a men's prison is to sentence them to sexual assault. Kansas boasts and capitalizes on being a free state, but this has become a misnomer in recent history. We see these tactics to attack the freedoms and safety of people who are non-conforming in any way, and time again, the work gets put in to fight them. It wasn't long ago, relative to the age of our country, that it was illegal to be a cis gay man. A lot of those same measures of fear-mongering are being applied to transgender people today. And we are asking you to see the patterns and to be on the right side of history. A failure put it on paper as official policy can be seen as nothing but never intending to hold up to your agreement. Thank you.
Hi, not a great public speaker. My friend actually asked me to come because it's a very important issue. I'm just gonna, I know a lot of stuff has already been said, and as a cis woman, this doesn't really affect me, and as a person who will not be living here for...
Excuse me just for a sec. Could you just give a name?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I actually just came from FIT class. Forgot to introduce myself there as well. My name's Catherine. Sorry. All right. I do that a lot. So I'm actually a student at KU. I'm a graduate student, coming close to to graduation. So more nerves there. And as much as I love living in Lawrence, I'm not sure if my journey will keep me here or where that will take me. But it is a place I'd like to come back to, if not just to visit, because it is a lovely town. I've lived a lot of places. We weren't military or anything like that. I just had really weird parents. But we lived in Hawaii, which is considered the melting pot of cultures. It's called that. They live by that motto. And Lawrence is one of the places that reminds me of that. Y'all don't have the same weather by any stretch of the imagination. It's decent sometimes, but I have never felt excluded, or I've never seen anyone excluded here in Lawrence. I've found that this is a very close-knit community. It feels like it did in the small towns that I lived in. Lawrence is just a ridiculously giant small town, and it's very close. And I've read a lot about the history. History is what got me into research, and I actually learned, I read at some point long ago that Lawrence denied an easy charter so that it could get its charter on its own terms and be part of the free state and govern itself in that free state mindset, which I thought was really awesome. And I have a feeling that that should be continued as well, to be sanctuary, to be a free state, to be free in any sense of the term where it starts to matter, for different events, because I'm not sure if people who founded Lawrence would have thought this would have been a thing that would be happening, but it is. So I'd like to see Lawrence remain a sanctuary and a free state, and I already see that happening at the university, which is amazing. So I'd like to also finish by thanking you for allowing us to all speak, and I just thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Hunter. I use she, her pronouns. I've lived in Lawrence for almost 15 years now. I was one of those who moved here to go to school and just fell in love with it, and I've never left since. For the last 8 years or so, I've worked in sexual assault prevention in our community, and I really view this as a sexual assault prevention issue. I'm here alongside many other folks to advocate that Lawrence become a sanctuary city for transgender people, and to ask that you all act urgently to protect our community against SB 180. I'm a queer cisgender woman, and in Lawrence, in my time here, I've been able to build a really beautiful community of people who I love very much. And many of those people, my loved ones, my colleagues, my coworkers, my neighbors, are trans and gender nonconforming. And over the last years, but especially the last few months, there have been more and more conversations about safety in Lawrence and questioning whether this is a safe place to be. And for some people, those have been conversations about what it would look like to leave, even for folks who love Lawrence and do not want to leave. Other folks know that leaving is not an option for them. So those conversations have been around trying to safety plan around fear of increased violence as a result of anti-trans legislation. I also teach college students, and I work with college students who tell me that part of why they chose to come to Lawrence was because they saw that it was an opportunity to live in a place where they could be themselves, live more authentically, and live more safely. Lawrence is a community that brands itself that way. We want to be welcoming to all. And this is a really beautiful opportunity, I think, to stand in those values and to make sure that this is a welcoming place for trans and gender nonconforming people in every way that we can. This is a really tangible way that we can help keep people safer in our community. And as I mentioned, this is a form of sexual violence prevention. We know that queer and trans people are at higher risk of sexual violence and sexual assault. And a lot of the legislation, including SB 180, could put folks at greater risk. And so if we could create a community where folks are safer from that legislation, thank you.
Hi, my name's Ann Tangeman, and I've lived in Lawrence for over 30 years. I'm here as a cishet woman asking you to pass the ordinance. I'm here because this directly affects people I care about and love, and our vibrant community as well. Lawrence needs to stand up and pass the ordinance, making it a sanctuary city for transgender people, and be prepared to stand up for that. Words are very nice, but without something more substantial, anything can happen, and I don't want to see folks crumble because of some challenge to it. If we don't, what are we saying to our community, to all our community members, to the young people in our community as well? If it's challenged, we are here to support you if that happens. People's lives, Lawrencians' lives, are literally on the line. We're just asking you to do the right thing and pass the ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I support making Lawrence a sanctuary city. Also, I think it's time for us to look at some of our policies, which I think is sexist. I brought up our topless ordinance, like in city code, it says that women aren't allowed to go topless. But okay, at the last week, the police were saying they don't enforce it. So if we don't enforce it, why don't we just remove it? And I thought about that, and I thought of a reason why we don't remove it, because what's considered an adult-oriented business? I looked that up in city code, and if a woman is working topless, that makes it an adult-oriented business, which then has to follow the rules of well, you can't be so close to a school or a church or whatever. But my question is, could a trans man be a stripper? I mean, it's a question, people are going to laugh at, but when it comes to sex work, shouldn't transsexuals have the same rights as cisgendered? I mean, I think cis and trans people should have the same rights in all aspects of work, and stripping is work. So are we going to keep that women can't be topless inside of a workspace without it being considered an adult-oriented business? And it's something I don't think you all want to think about, but you all do need to consider it now that we're making this big issue about penises and vaginas, basically. So, and also another thing I was thinking about, how will this SB 180, how is it going to affect our women and minority-owned business program? Aren't we given loans or money for people to start that are women or a minority to start a business? And I was just wondering if how this is now, does that mean a trans woman is not eligible for this program? But if we go with, well, you're the sex you identify as, does that mean trans men will not qualify for the program? I think that what we need to do, and when this first passed, I said, why don't we add LGBTQ and disability to this? Because other cities, their programs include that also. So when it comes to the women and minority-owned business program we have, I think it's time we add LGBTQ at least, because that solves everything. The questions of what sex is it? Just make it LGBTQ, or even just the trans, and that should maybe help solve that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Jost, and I'm a cisgender woman. I supported Sanctuary City for undocumented immigrants, and I support Sanctuary for trans and gender nonconforming people too. What we knew in creating Sanctuary for undocumented immigrants was that an ordinance would be meaningless without clear directives to the police and consequences. Please make Sanctuary real for trans and gender nonconforming people too by creating a written policy with teeth. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Kevin Elliott. I didn't choose Lawrence, Lawrence chose me. I was born and raised here. And as Betty Davis said, buckle up, it's going to be a bumpy evening. I have a lot to talk about. First of all, SB 180. You've heard everything that has to be said tonight. You know how the people stand. It's time to see whether you're going to be cowards or heroes. I'm eager to see what's going to happen. If we're going to be a sanctuary city, it should be a sanctuary city for all, including the unhoused. Yet, you provided favoritism to Johnnies by sacrificing Third-Eyed Sadies. You spent countless thousands of dollars moving the entrance to the front to the camp at the expense of small business to the favor of another business. I don't know why you did that. I don't know why, but that reeks of cronyism and waste. In providing additional beds to those experiencing homelessness at Lawrence Community Shelter, which I applaud, you have taken away their access to day services, the very service that transitions these human beings to housing. You've taken away access to food. You've taken away access to somewhere for them to be during the day, funneling these human beings into our library, which does an amazing job, but is neither equipped nor able to perform the task. I call that poor planning. You set an expectation of shelter, food, and water at the support camp, and then you regularly change the rules and services without notice, creating inconsistency and distrust in a community where those things matter most. I call that mismanagement. You've managed to keep advocates and activists and journalists out of the support camp, but not drug dealers. I call that a failure. You guys recently asked me to step up and to put my money where my mouth was when it comes to the homelessness, and I did. I've stepped up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this weekend will be 6 times. It seems like every time I take a step up, you take 2 steps back, and I don't understand it. I submitted a list of expectations to the city to make sure that while providing services to the unhoused, you bothered to get it right. At the first sign of trouble, the mayor buckled. I wonder if you're going to do that for SB 180 as well. If you think the problem of homelessness is difficult and expensive now, imagine the amount it's going to cost you if you criminalize poverty by making camping illegal. It'll cost you 3 times as much paying prisons to keep people in prison than it does to provide connecting services. You have the resources and you have the access to great organizations such as Justice Matters, Lawrence Community Shelter, and amazing people like Julia Orlando. Why aren't you using them? Finally, since I have 30 seconds left, I'll go ahead and do one final topic. I know this is a lot, but the people do want to be heard. If you try to consolidate the power of the city boards into the hands of a few less diverse, more powerful citizens, expect a revolution. We're tired of our voices not being heard in city government, and we want that to change. Thank you.
Hey, my name's Seek It and Destroy. I am not a Lawrence native. I moved here from St. Louis about a decade ago because of the wonderful place I saw Lawrence as being. One of the wonderful things about that is Lawrence is really inclusive to all people of its community, not just a select few. I noticed lately posts going around about the police force here saying they would not enforce SB 180, and I, like many other people, believe that is not enough. Without taking a direct stance, you are taking no stance. If we don't take a stance against SB 180, what we are allowing is an environment to be created where people on the far right feel empowered to attack people of a vulnerable community. And we need to protect those people. I just want to say we need to love our neighbors, friends, community, all of them, not just the ones that recent laws think that we should. I do wonder, since SB 180 does have rules against rape crisis centers and women's domestic violence centers, how many people working in those places will, because of this law, fear letting trans women into those spaces? We might say it's not going to be enforced, but without taking a direct stance, it still does influence people's actions, whether we want to admit that or not. So I think as a community, we need to stand up together and let everyone know in our community that we stand with all of them. And unless we can put that into law, I think we're really letting the community down as a whole. I know when I moved here, it was one of the things, like I said, that drew me here is I saw how accepting Lawrence was of a community, how close ties it was with supporting LGBTQ rights, other rights. And obviously there's a lot of great things about Lawrence that drew me here. I'm a local business owner here. Since I've moved here, started a business, the local circus school that I think has drawn quite a few people into town for our events and stuff. And I'm gonna say, I think if we as a community want to keep drawing young professionals into Lawrence and get people excited about being here and living here, we need to create it as a space that people want to live. And I'm gonna be honest, people wanna live in a space that fights for people's rights. The thing that distinguishes Lawrence from the rest of Kansas is that thing. And we need to show up and show that we can fight for all people's rights.
So my name is Lillian Wilson Lewis, and I have lived in Lawrence my whole life. I believe that we need to pass this ordinance because as I grew up, I always felt safe to be here. I've always felt safe to live in Lawrence and to continue to live in Lawrence. And I hope that we keep it that way because I know so many people who will be directly affected by this, and I hope that they will be able to still live here and feel safe. I know some people who have already moved from other towns in Kansas to be in Lawrence because they did not feel safe where they originally lived and they did not feel safe where they grew up. And I was always proud that when they told me that they felt safe to be in Lawrence and that even that they were able to like continue to live here, and I really hope that they are able to continue to live here because I don't want to have all my friends move out of state and move out of Lawrence because this is not a sanctuary city. I think making Lawrence a sanctuary city will even draw people in from other parts in Kansas because I do know some people who live in like Topeka and they don't feel safe there right now and they're trying to move to Lawrence or they're trying to even just move out of state. And so I hope that they can move to Lawrence safely and feel like they can live here and have a peaceful life and not have to worry about their livelihood every single day. That's all.
Good evening. Not usually one for public speaking, so it takes a lot to get me out here. This is an important issue. I feel, and I believe a lot of people in this community are feeling today.
Sir, could you give your name?
Vincent Costanzo.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That a lot of people in this community are feeling attacked and they are feeling violated because there are forces in this state and abroad that are trying to portray these members of our community, the transgender folks that live among us, as monsters, predators, who are out to get their children, they're out to prey on women, but they're not. These are people with dignity and lives that just want to be able to live as free as the rest of us. And I don't need to tell you that Lawrence has a reputation and a long history, a long, proud history of being a bastion of tolerance, of people who do the right thing for the right reasons. We didn't stop a long time ago, just before the Civil War, when people came and they burned this town to the ground. We didn't stop then. We shouldn't stop now. Not now, when we have so little to lose for doing the right thing, and so much to lose if we back down. I just want to leave you with that thought, that there's a very clear right thing to do here today. The people of Lawrence, by and large, vast majority even, aren't monsters. They're just regular people. And the transgender people who live here are no different from you or me. They just want to live their lives and be productive and free, which is what is the promise of this country and this city. Thank you.
I asked these folks back here to let me come up here so I could clarify your rules for you. I would like you to quit interrupting people that are coming up here speaking out of their heart, and it's the first time they've come up and spoken in front of somebody, and you keep interrupting them to demand their name. Let me read your rules. Reading from Section 4, Item B, addressing the government body. Persons making public comment are encouraged, not required, says encouraged, to sign in on the form provided for such purpose and state for the government body their names and addresses. That's encouraged. I don't appreciate the look I got from the city attorney when I asked you to quit interrupting. You've interrupted how many people here tonight to demand?
Michael, if you don't have anything
now
substantive
you're
to
interrupting
say,
me. This is my 3 minutes.
I might ask you to leave.
Point of order. Point of order. This is my time.
I'll give you one more chance.
One more chance for what?
What do you have to say? Go ahead.
I'm speaking, and you interrupted. Why?
Do you really want to continue? If you do, I think you can do it in a better way. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Ask me to leave for what? Just because you want to? What have I said?
Do you want to continue?
What have I said that you're going to ask me to leave, sir? You started this. Let's do it.
All right. Can you ask Mr. Irvi to leave?
Why am I being asked to leave? Point of order. We have a government meeting here. Point of order.
No, that's wrong. It's his time.
Point of order.
It's business.
Stop the time.
City.
You want to really do this with me?
No, I really want you to say something substantive. Then
Something substantial, like the government doesn't follow their own rules?
All right, you've got 2 minutes.
So my public comment is not substantial enough for you, Bart?
Do you want me to start the time for his 2 minutes then? Yes.
I'm going to 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
You're going to grant me 2 minutes.
I'm not going to grant it to you. I think you said it's right. Go ahead.
So you're not going to interrupt me anymore?
Well, that's yet to be determined. Go ahead.
Yet to be determined. What's going to determine whether you interrupt me or not? How about if I say Melissa Seiden's name? Is that really something? Because I didn't find that in the rules either, that we couldn't say a public official's name. It says in the rules that we cannot violate their privacy, and I'm afraid that the MSO director is a public known name. And you shut down that union rep up here twice. Improperly. Improperly. You need to follow your rules. Just like I've said about the homeless camp. You guys make all these rules. I put up the live. You guys got all your brakes and your fence around out there, and you try to do safety and security. All you've done is kept the people that were helping them out of there. And this chief sits over here and smiles his little shit-eating grin, and he tries to instigate this way. I said this to Major Fowler, that I appreciated the way he conducted himself on scene when I got arrested, because he calmed things and he lowered the temperature in the room. But this man over here has to give shit-eating grins and try to make it some kind of childhood game. This is why you need an ordinance, because this man goes with his own feelings. And what's going to happen is that if you don't put an ordinance out there, he's going to be forced by state law to do his job or get fired or have his certification revoked, because the state will go there, and Tony knows it. You guys need to provide the cover for these people out here to protect them from him. And he's still sitting there smiling. You can have your 30 seconds back.
Hello, my name is Willow Kessler, and I'd like to lower the temperature a little bit. I'd like to thank I would like to stutter over my own words. I would like to thank the City Commission for their ears, their patience, and their public service. You guys do a service to the City of Lawrence, and I'm grateful for that. To get on my main point, I have been living in Lawrence on and off for about 10 years and a constant resident for 5. I have felt extremely safe in this city, my time here, and I would like that to continue. While Senate Bill 180 doesn't contain any direct enforcement in its text, it does set the stage for future bills that will. Those future bills will make that safety I have felt and treasure here evaporate. Senate Bill 180 is the round loaded into the chamber of a gun. While itself does not pose any threat sitting there, future ordinance will pull the trigger on it. I'm asking the City Council to please consider the ordinance we're proposing, because it'll kind of act like body armor for us residents of Lawrence. Help keep us safe in a town we've been living in for a long time, and we've loved and contributed to. I am shaking, so I'm going to conclude here. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'm Taylor Olson. I've been here about 2 years. And I really appreciate the energy. As Vincent Costanzo was saying a couple people ago, trans people are just people looking for the right to exist. The recent laws against them are bad actors creating a scapegoat and a buzzword that doesn't actually apply to our community in an effort to keep their constituents distracted from legitimate issues. They're trying to shuffle all of the fear and the anger and frustration of their constituents onto a vulnerable minority, and that's not fair. And I think the energy you felt tonight and the solidarity is a result of who's actually invested in this issue. All the people who are showing up that really care about this are in favor of the safe haven ordinance, because we're the ones it matters to. We're not just the ones who are crying out, directing anger at some scapegoat that doesn't deserve it. So, I mean, everyone's made good points tonight. I encourage you to listen to the people who are actually going to be affected by this. Thank you.
My name is Jason Yannicone. I actually just moved to the city today, and I work with IBEW, and so we're a labor union for electrical workers. I was out front today with the Teamsters, seeing how the city is attacking union workers. And while we were out there, we saw people out there protesting this ordinance. And it is so frustrating to see that a city that we moved to, and we moved here from Arkansas. My girlfriend has, one of her children is non-binary. That we moved from a state that is so backwards, and that we're moving 400 miles to basically wind up right back in the same place. And that this city, who I thought was a very progressive city, and a city that cared about people, is attacking me on every front about people I care about. And it hurts me, and it's devastating to see that a city that should be leading Kansas into the new century is rolling it back 100 years. And I can't express enough how disappointing it is to see elected officials who are targeting members of their population like this. I'm very lucky. I was born as a white man, still identify as a white man. I'm I'm heterosexual. And so I've never been attacked. I've always had all my rights, never worried about standing up to somebody, never worried about yelling a cab at police, never worried about anybody attacking me for who I am, for simply existing. And seeing other people up here trying to defend for their rights just to simply exist and just to be treated equally, the same way I've been treated my entire life. And it's heartbreaking, and it's really hard to just stand up here and even address you. I'm shaking. It is so sad that, like, Lawrence has the opportunity to lead the state, and we're choosing to follow in its footsteps and be just like everybody else. And you all are in charge of that. You were elected to do that, and you're choosing not to. And I wish that you would listen to everybody here and take that to heart and not act out of your own self-interests or act out of whoever's whispering in your ear, but listen to the people that are talking to you and the people that elected you and do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Snow, as you know. First of all, I stand with my trans brothers and sisters, and I stand with my union brothers and sisters. But I'm here to speak about the deplorable mismanagement of the North Lawrence shelter site. My concerns are as follows. Number one, after waiting weeks for a misting tent to be put up, what was eventually constructed was a tent with a soak hose attached to a fence. No one can figure out how to turn on the valve, so the misting function is not operative. Moreover, the tent is too far from the sanctioned side to be readily accessed by disabled residents. Number two, after construction began on the new access road to the site, a disabled resident was told by the site supervisor that she would have to stay in her tent for 3 hours. The ADA compliance officer was called and came out and took pictures. This afternoon, I was informed that she had stayed in her tent for 15 hours with no food or water without anyone checking on her, and is unable to access the porta potties, which were moved to the south side of the camp with limited access for the disabled. I called the ADA officer this afternoon and sent an email. Point three, is it really a good idea for the site supervisor to post information about the camp on Facebook, which I found this afternoon? Number 4, most importantly, it appears that the new road has been paid for with city funds, and this does not help the unhoused, but adds to their plight, as my mention of the ADA issue has illustrated. At least 2 other businesses object to the road, whereas Johnny's Tavern seems to be the only business that is profiting. Number 5, when I contacted a member of the City Commission, who was out of town last week, he told me that this was the first time he had heard about the road. Point 6, an article in the Lawrence Journal-World quotes the mayor as being willing to seek direction from legal staff about criminalizing encampments. This is in response to realtors who were concerned when 2 people declined to move to Lawrence because of the unhoused. As an aside, why does the Lawrence Journal-World have access to the mayor, whereas the Lawrence Times does not? I suggest that if collusion between any member of the commission, including the mayor, and city businesses is going on, this stop immediately. That is not a proper use of city money. In conclusion, I strongly suggest and would ask the mayor to step down as mayor of this city and to step off the commission. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Dr. Rachel Schwaller. I'm a professor at KU, and I'm an oral historian. Very quickly, I would like to thank my LGBTQ+ brothers and sisters for allowing me to use this space to talk about interconnected issues of rights and sanctuary. We are each other's harvest, and I really appreciate them doing that. I was deeply gratified to receive a grant to begin gathering oral histories for encamped populations in Lawrence. Last week, I went to the encampment in North Lawrence, which is now part of my job to do. A massive front loader was there. It dug a trench over 3 feet deep, and it was far enough across that I was pretty sure I could jump it, but if I couldn't, I'd be hurt, so I decided not to, and I'm pretty sure we have all been in a similar situation before. It separated the sanctioned and unsanctioned campsites. It separated friends from one another. They could not see each other. And it also prevented people from leaving, which would not be appropriate if, for example, the city needed to come to my home in my yard and bulldoze a part of it, which the city has actually had to do for me. And it papered my house twice to let me know exactly when and how this would happen. And at no point did they ever block me into my home or into my yard. That is because I am a citizen of Lawrence and my rights are respected by this commission. By not respecting the rights of people at the encampment, and I don't really know why, except I'm a historian, of course I do, is it their poverty? Is it the power structures that be? Of course it is. It is basically others' interpretation of these people that reduces their status and their rights. It's not that they deserve privacy or deserve notification. It is that they already have privacy. They already require notification because they are people and they are here and they are our citizens. They are our brothers and sisters. And non-binary, by the way. Anyway, but they have been ignored because there is less consequence to you to ignore their rights. Further, I'm not sure that the commission is entirely aware of the amount of trauma that is associated for people at the camp with big machinery. One member of the camp that I have talked to has been bulldozed 9 times. 9 times. The city has showed up and destroyed everything that they owned, everything that they built, simply because the city did not approve of what they built, where they built, or how they built. They settled, and the city bulldozed it 9 times. If my residence burnt down, would you set a fire next to me? I think not, because you would understand the trauma associated with that. During construction in that yard without notification, it was deeply unethical. 2 people were violent. 1 was taken to prison. Do you think that's a coincidence? I saw this morning what happens when noise and trauma is continued when another person OD'd this morning. They're safe and they're fine, but I know what happens now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cedriana Hooks. I am here on behalf of my LGBT brothers and sisters, and I'm gender conforming associates. I just want to say that this SB 180 is a slippery slope. As a black woman and as a non-straight black woman, we know that discriminatory legislation is just a slippery slope into discrimination against all people. Especially those in oppressed groups, and I believe that we should make this a sanctuary city for all. As somebody who's from Kansas City, I moved to Lawrence because of the community feel, and I believe that we should keep on having that community feel, and enforcing this SB 180 will indeed alienate other folks in our community that are otherwise underserved. That is my time. I see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is R.B. Perlmutter, and I'm also published as R.B. Lamberg. I'm queer, non-binary, and I use they, them pronouns. I'm a professor at KU. I speak before you today as a private citizen exercising my right to free speech, which is distinct from my role as KU employee, and these views do not represent my employer. So far today, I've heard many heartfelt arguments, many voices asking you to declare Lawrence as a sanctuary city. I'm going to tell you a story, my story. I'm 46. I was born in Ukraine, and I lived in Ukraine and also in subarctic Russia for parts of my childhood and adolescence. I think I was 5 when I came to a realization that gender-wise I'm not like my peers. I tried to explain myself to others, and I had no words for myself. I experienced intense bullying, physical and verbal, around my gender and later around my sexuality. My family, when I was a teen, my family was among the many Jews who fled when the Soviet Union was collapsing. I spent most of my life closeted, and it was terrible. I do not wish this upon my worst enemy. I felt unspeakable, voiceless, erased. What I value so much about the United States is the value of freedom, freedom to speak and freedom to be. I moved to Lawrence 15 years ago. I came out while living here. It is the place where I've lived the longest in my life. I made a home here. I am also married to my spouse, who is also queer and non-binary, and who will hopefully speak later via Zoom today. We work and pay taxes here. We are raising our child here. We go to synagogue here. We plant flowers here. We write poetry here. Now SB 180 is going to attempt to make people like me unspeakable, push us out of public life. But trans and non-binary people will still exist. I existed in the Soviet Union. Today, in the Russian Federation under Putin's regime, trans people have been all but legislated out of public life. But trans people will still exist there, Last week in Ukraine, a translation of my poetry was published using my correct pronouns. Progress is political and also personal. People can make a difference. I very much hope that you will choose to protect your trans and non-binary constituents, all of your constituents. But if you don't, we will still be here. Some of us will leave, but some will remain. We will still be your neighbors and your co-workers, maybe even your children, maybe even your friends. I want more than bare survival for us. I want us not just to exist, but to live. Like any other person, we deserve to live our lives fully. I hope you do the right thing and declare Lawrence a sanctuary city for trans and non-binary and all gender non-conforming people. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Monroe Hanson. I use they, them pronouns. I'm speaking as a private citizen, and I have been living in Lawrence for 3 years. I've been in and out of Kansas for the last 12 years, and this is the longest I've chosen to live any one place. I found and built a home in Lawrence, a community, hobbies and friends and volunteer organizations. I finally started to settle into a life here. In August, I voted no. In March, I went to the Capitol to tell legislators to vote against transphobic bills and bills that infringe on bodily autonomy. In April, I heard that the Kansas legislature overrode the governor's veto on several bills that restrict the rights and freedoms of transgender people, that legally define trans and intersex people out of existence and out of public spaces. In April, I had to question if I would be forced to leave my home. If I could stay somewhere where if I could stay somewhere where the politicians so clearly do not want me to exist. But I believe in the people of Kansas. In May, we protested outside the Capitol. In June, I joined No SB 180 Lawrence because I love Lawrence and I don't want to leave my home. I don't want to be forced out. I love our downtown with the rainbow stickers and windows. I love when South Park is filled with art and celebration. I love Busker Fest and the parades and the cafes and the local businesses, the art center, the Sunrise Project, the library. I love my job and my hobbies and my friends. I don't want to leave lovely, quirky Lawrence. So many people are fleeing the state right now. Students are transferring out. People are getting jobs out of state and moving across the country to somewhere they can safely live, can safely raise their kids. I have friends and coworkers and family who have left or are leaving soon because we cannot live under these conditions. We cannot live here in Kansas now. I ask the commission, let us live in Lawrence. Please, please pass a sanctuary city ordinance protecting trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming folks in Lawrence. I want to live without fear of prosecution for existing in public. I want trans kids to play sports and have those amazing teamwork experiences. City officials and Lawrence Police Department have said that SB 180 won't be enforced. An easy claim for a law that does not currently have an enforcement mechanism. I want your promises in writing. I want city policy. I want a sanctuary city ordinance. With what the Kansas legislature has done this last session and what they will do in the future, I want to live in a city where I am protected from legal discrimination by simply living and existing. I want to live here in Lawrence. Can you help me? Can you help all of us? Please pass a sanctuary city ordinance. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dustin Stumbling Bear. Unlike many of those who have spoken before me, I'm well versed in public speaking, been doing it since I was a child. So I'm going to start with a bit of a story. I'm a member of the Kiowa tribe of Oklahoma. Where we used to actually reside was in northern Montana and southern Canada. As displacement of tribes along the eastern coast took place, other tribes further west were further displaced into our area that we normally roamed around in, and then we were displaced further southward. This campaign would continue not only against our tribe, but many other tribes. Great example, when we traveled down into the Grand Canyon, the U.S. government soldiers tried to destroy all those trails to force the Havasupai down in the canyon. They'll die off down there. Except, those people have been climbing out of that canyon for hundreds and hundreds of years, so that was not a problem. Just like for our people, we were forced from where we used to hunt, where we used to travel, into a new area. And we learned, we adapted, we became a different sort of culture in this new area. We resisted the United States government and were one of the last tribes that were able to fight to a standstill. They didn't beat us in battle. The U.S. Cavalry actually went and killed all of our horses down at Paladoro Canyon. You can go down there, there's a site all about it, historical site. Been there myself. It's very humbling. I bring up these situations because all of our brothers and sisters and our gender non-conforming brothers and siblings have spoken that they feel in danger, like they feel they have to run. I relate to that because of our own history. And I'm also a veteran of the United States Army. I fought for this country. I fought for these citizens. And the thought that I can't wear my body armor and my Kevlar to keep them safe rubs me the wrong way every single night. I don't go to sleep easily not thinking about this issue. I think about it not just as a candidate, but also as a human being, as a Christian, as a person who loves these who are also children of God. And I think they deserve to be shown by all of you with an ordinance. And I understand preemption in this state. I've been following the state legislature for many years, and there are continued attacks against this city in particular and what we do. Just because they're going to attack us doesn't mean we don't do the right thing. quite the opposite. We do it because they're going to attack us again and again. They've already showed where they're going to stand. Let's firmly state where we're going to stand. I know you all are good people. I've sat with all of you on more than one occasion, had a conversation. So I encourage you to do the hard thing, but it's also the right thing. Thank you.
Do we have any more here? Sherry?
Yes.
Are you guys good with, do you guys need a bio break?
Let's get these old lines down and then we take a break.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and go on through. Any online? I see a couple. So.
Jamie Miller.
Thank you, Commission, for hearing me. I am Jamie Miller, a woman and resident of Lawrence. When Republicans began receiving powdered letters, these statements demonstrate a very clear understanding of how terrifying, un-American, and wrong it is to attack a group of people. We ask that you establish a safe haven so this city will not be a participant in attacks on our community. Molly Baumgartner says our finest resources are being squandered because someone is very deliberately trying to make a point. We say, let us not squander city resources because a group of legislators are very deliberately trying to make a point. She says, Republicans are being targeted. There appears to be some message. We say, trans people are being targeted. There appears to be some message. She says, everybody has to be concerned. We say, everybody should be concerned, for freedom is the foundation of democracy. Tory Blue says, this is not okay. We say, attacks on our community. These are not okay. She says, I was shook up whenever I saw somebody I didn't know. We say, our community lives in fear, never knowing who our attacker will be. She says, legislation we overrode the governor's veto on was an attack on transgender individuals. We say, when you target groups with hate, you make yourself a target of hate. Are you willing to support freedom for all? She says, it's really unfortunate our political climate has come to where we are today, and I really hope it will stop. We say the attacks on our community are intentional, and we really hope it will stop. Dave Bueller says, there is an evil, and I don't know why or where it comes from, but we don't need that in our political system. We say the evil is coming from the Republicans through their oppression of our community. We don't need that in our political system. He says, but for people to resort to a vile act like this is just downright wrong. We say, for the legislature to resort to vile attacks on our community is just downright wrong. A joint statement from the Republican leadership says, it has nonetheless been a stressful few days for our family. We say, this event will end for your families while the attacks on the transgender community will endure through our legislation. We ask again that you approve our proposed ordinance to establish a safe haven so this city will not be a participant in attacks on our community. I'll conclude by saying the last time I addressed this commission, I was misgendered by members of this commission. I have asked for an apology and my request has been ignored. I await your apology.
The next speaker does not have their name, it just says redacted. It's your turn to speak.
Hi, I'm a resident of Lawrence. I'm just speaking on behalf of SB 180. I'm at work right now. I really should be, doing dishes, but unfortunately I have to be here and really explain to you guys that a Facebook post is not the same thing as an ordinance. I would think that you guys are smart enough to know that you did get yourself elected into a position of power, but it doesn't seem that that's the case. So I'm just really hoping that you guys will put your words where your mouth is and, write something into law. The work's already been done for you. You don't have to do anything. Just put your name on the paper, whatever the heck you guys do. Also, really sneaky trying to hide behind the no enforcement clause thing. The layperson doesn't know what the heck an enforcement clause is. They just know that the state legislated them to perform hate. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, just one quick last thing. in this culture of hate and fear, when people are coming up and speaking in public, that's already hard enough. I'm just agreeing with that last guy. Don't ask people their names and shit when they're, you know, coming out here and putting themselves in front of everyone like that. You're kind of making them a target, possibly. Okay, thank you.
Caitlin McDermott.
Hello, I'm Caitlin McDermott, and I've lived in Lawrence for 18 years. I work in the body modification industry. I'm the Association of Professional Piercers Administrator and have been for 20 years. I manage their annual educational conference of 1,400 people from all over the world. And as a part of that, I manage and mentor approximately 60 volunteers every year. A huge portion of this volunteer family are trans and non-binary individuals. The rest of us all love many trans and non-binary people, both within and outside of our industry. My chosen family, my ducklings, as they call themselves, come to visit me often here in Lawrence. They are often nervous about coming to Kansas and then pleasantly surprised when they come to Lawrence. I am also a stepmother to an adult child who is non-binary. Someone who works in a public service role here in our community. I am a cisgender woman, but I have myself as a young person been kicked out of bathrooms in Texas and in the Midwest because someone was convinced that I was an effeminate male. I had adults physically lay hands on me as a child trying to use the restroom. With SB 180, this will only get worse for many, many more adults and children. Frankly, I can't believe I am here once again speaking at a city commission meeting, asking for the commission to come down on the side of non-prejudice and non-violence. I am here asking that our community remain a safe space for our trans and non-binary citizens. I want it to be a welcoming place for my chosen family members, for my actual family members, and for all of us. Please make Lawrence a sanctuary city and protect our trans and gender nonconforming citizens and visitors to our city. I know you can do it. I know you can do it quickly. It's gotta be done. I also wanna say, for all the people who got up and spoke and said that they were assaulted because how they presented or who they were, it wasn't that. You were assaulted because the people who assaulted you were prejudiced and violent. It had nothing to do with who you are. Thank you.
David Brown.
Thank you. I will be brief. My name is David Brown. I'm an attorney who's practiced in Lawrence since 1992. I'm a resident of the city, a former member of the city's Human Relations Commission, and a supporter for the folks who've spoken here tonight about anti-queer laws and those who've been before me. I want to note, however, I am conflicted about being here because I was there in person, but I won't cross picket lines, and I want to express my support for the Teamsters that are outside picketing. But more importantly, I really want to express my deeply held belief that SB 180 and the other bills passed by the legislature this year are unconstitutional laws and a horrible and vicious attack on trans people and the LGBT community. So I want to endorse the idea of the city becoming a sanctuary city now, and I want to fully support and thank the folks who've spoken before me. They've said far more than I can do in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I've lost my Zoom. Samaya Rashid.
Hello, I'm Samia Rashid. I'll be repeating things that a lot of people have already said, but I think history has shown us what side things will end up. The use of trans and other queer people as a straw man and a scapegoat in politics currently is nothing but an excuse And history will show that trans rights and other queer rights are human rights that need to be supported. And as people have said, Lawrence has a beautiful history of being a place where those rights can be respected and fought for, even against these great political tides. And right now we need that stance to be taken proudly and substantially by declaring Lawrence as a sanctuary city, not just against SB 180, but against the many anti-trans laws that have been passed and will continue to be passed. We need these laws to be fought against with writing, with other laws, and we need that help to come from you and others in government. Thank you.
Roger Matthews.
Hello. I'm going to be pretty brief, I hope. My name is Roger Matthews II. I'm a cis hetero black man. I just would like to implore this commission to pass a version of the draft no SB 180 ordinance to protect our trans and LGBTQ plus community. I'm going to share my story, but I just want to take a moment to acknowledge how many people from that community have spoken up today. I am not trans or LGBTQ plus, but this bill is dangerous. People who pretend otherwise can no longer feign ignorance. Is bigotry, it's plain and simple. And everybody that's spoken today, I'm just seeing a lot more of the true Lawrence community, not any single ordinance or law or governing body. But I want to say that this place isn't perfect. And again, no place is, but I've chosen to stay here. And I was an Army brat. Both my parents are Black Army veterans. I've lived 5 places before I was 8 years old. And we landed here in Kansas, so this is my chosen home. I'm raising my 2 kids here. I went to Quail Run, Southwest, Free State. And as much as I love the city, I experienced racism, discrimination, and abuse at Moore and all of these places. None of them really stemmed from the children. It was systemic. The system did not empower people to see me as a whole person. I was regularly put in a box that I did not fit. Being Black meant being mentally slow or athletic or a distraction. Choose whatever lens you want to choose. But when I didn't fit those expectations, I suffered over and over again. And when you're told that everything you believe about yourself is wrong, that's when you suffer. The people who love you suffer. I was fortunate enough to be a part of a community where I felt supported and can grow, even when I couldn't imagine waking up the next day. But the process of becoming should be lifelong. And we've heard today about how dangerous it is for trans kids, LGBTQ kids to grow up. The process of coming out now with this bill and this climate is even more dangerous. And I say all this not to say that Lawrence isn't special. Like, I get it. But I want to remind people that this kind of thing has happened here before. It can continue happening if we don't let it, if we don't do something to stop it. Read the plaque next to the public pool the next time you go. It took 14 years of coordinated efforts to integrate that pool. Remember that Langston Hughes hated the racism here. He went to Harlem for a reason. We can't take these moments of consequence for granted. This legislation shuts down choice. People can't solve problems when they feel that the problem is themselves. We have a lot of problems. So please, by letting SB 180 pass unopposed, you're saying to another group, a group in peril, that everything about you is wrong. And we can't do that. Thank you.
Erin Melton.
Hello, my name is Erin Melton. I am a Lawrence resident. First, I just want to express my solidarity with the Teamsters and other union members. I also wanted to talk about comments that the mayor had made to that realtors meeting. And there is just so much evidence and research showing that housing first is the effective way to address homelessness. Criminalization only makes the problem worse and is, of course, cruel and harmful and further destabilizing. And then I also wanted to talk about SB 180. It was carted around the State House as a, quote, women's Bill of Rights. And I first want to remind everyone that trans women are women. Second, I am a cisgender woman in Kansas with all of the privileges that come with that, and I didn't ask for this bill. None of the women I know asked for this bill. A handful of people testified in support of this and a handful of other really hateful bills. But luckily, many more people who were Kansans, including doctors who perform gender-affirming care, teachers, parents, oppose this bill because they know it's not what Kansas needs or wants. It does not create or protect any rights for women. It does not make Kansas a better place for children or for families. It hurts everyone. And we know that the legislature loves to preempt Kansas municipalities. So I think that we should maybe turn the tables on them and have Lawrence be an example to the rest of the state by refusing to enforce it and by passing the ordinance that was introduced to you all tonight. Thank you.
Jasmine Bates.
Hi. Me 2 seconds because I wrote down notes. So first, solidarity with the Teamsters Local 696 that I've heard is outside. And now I'm going to comment on SB 180. I hope that the city will pass the ordinance that has been drafted for you. I would just say that the same way as the laws like SB 180 that the state continues to pass can empower hate, bigotry, and violence, our laws at the city level can encourage and create inclusion and safety. It's clear the city was aware of this issue and wanted to show support. So I will echo what someone else said, where it's pretty obvious that a Facebook post and an ordinance and actual action are very different things. And I think it's also clear from multiple things going on in this community that Lawrence residents are increasingly really tired of hearing that we live in an inclusive, progressive place and much more interested in seeing that our rights are codified and enforced by the city. So I hope that you will pass this no SB 180 ordinance. And I know that will require probably staff time in city legal. And I'll just say that you could have saved a lot of staff time by just being proactive instead of having to have people come out and give hours of public comment to pressure you to do what I think that you all know is right and probably support. That's all I'll say.
Bogi Perlmutter.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Bogi Perlmutter. I have lived in Lawrence since 2013 with some brief interruptions. I teach at KU and I'm also a graduate of KU, but I'm not speaking here as a representative of KU. I'm a Jewish immigrant from Hungary, and I'm also an intersex trans person. I'm non-binary and I have they, them, or them pronouns, and I wanted to say a few words about that and SB 180. I'm an intersex person. I have both some female and some male biological characteristics, and as far as I understand the law, right now I'm not allowed to legally use any gendered restroom in Kansas. This is not a theoretical question for me. I've experienced conflict trying to use gendered restrooms here in Lawrence multiple times, both in town and on campus. Some establishments en masse have gender-neutral restrooms now because I was harassed by their other customers while just trying to pee. So in this fashion, I have already contributed to the history of Lawrence. I'm from Hungary. I've become a US citizen only relatively recently. Hungary is one of the most anti-trans countries in Europe, second only probably to Russia. Let me tell you a quick story just so that you can see how that impacts everyday life and hopefully help you with your decision making, because I don't want to see Lawrence become more like either of those places. So I changed my name here in the US, both my first name and my last name, when I got married. Something that was made possible only by the passage of marriage equality, by the way. And my spouse has already spoken earlier, so now it's my turn. So my country of origin doesn't recognize my name change and my marriage because of their anti-trans and anti-queer laws. So I couldn't get a new Hungarian passport with my name, and not being a US citizen at that point, I couldn't get a US passport either. And becoming a citizen, as you probably know, is not an easy or an affordable process. I also had a lot of conflict about not having a passport with my name because as a non-US citizen, that was my primary means of identification. I had to change my job because I experienced sustained workplace harassment from the person who handled my paperwork. And I didn't have a great immigration experience either, but that's a story for a different time. So maybe this hopefully illustrates just how these everyday administrative decisions can make the lives of both trans and intersex people very difficult, but they can also help make our lives less difficult. And I implore the city to stand on the side of making it less difficult, as far as you can, with the tools at your disposal. Please pass the Sanctuary City Ordinance. Thank you very much.
Jenna Belmer.
Hi, my name's Jenna Bellemere. I'm 20 years old. I'm a student at KU, and I grew up in Lawrence. For all my life, my hometown has, in many ways, been incredibly welcoming to me as a trans woman. Here, I have been able to find a community where I could be myself. I've been able to make friends and find people who have had the same experiences as me and connect with them. And I've been able to come into my own as a person here, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. Now that I go to KU, I've been able to see my friends from out of state and from elsewhere in Kansas come to Lawrence and have those same experiences. And from my conversations with them, certainly it seems like many of them have come to regard Lawrence and their time at KU as an escape maybe, or a place where they can be themselves in a way that they can't at home. The Kansas legislature, in passing SB 180, is doing their best to make me and people like me unwelcome in our state, and as a result, in this town. SB 180 is an attack on my ability to engage in the most basic way with public society, to go to the bathroom while I'm at a restaurant with my family, between classes on campus. In many more material or perhaps lethal ways, it's an attack on people like me's access to domestic violence shelters and to protections from harassment and assault in prison. I work in USD 497, where I interact regularly with trans and gender diverse students. And I see these people, these kids, trying to live their lives and have normal experiences while their state government is attacking their very existence. I would say, ask yourself, if it were your child whose access to public space were attacked, what would you do? Would you not take whatever steps you needed to be sure that they were safe? These kids deserve better than this. My trans friends of color who already have to fear increased rates of violence every time they interact with the police, they deserve better than this. Honestly, I deserve better than this. We all deserve to see that our hometown, the place where we have made a home, supports us and is willing to take a stand for our rights, even if that stand is purely symbolic, and I'm not convinced that it would be. We still deserve to see that, and that's why I'd ask you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Elliot Smith.
Hi, my name is Elliot. I'm a transgender man and resident of Lawrence for the past 8 years. First, I'd like to thank everyone who spoke before me in favor of making Lawrence a sanctuary city. There's not much I can add to what you've already said. I stand in solidarity with all working people, people of color, people who are unhoused, incarcerated, and otherwise marginalized. I will stay in Lawrence and fight with my siblings. I will not leave. It's incredibly disheartening. I've been crying for 3 hours, watching my people beg for our lives and beg you to do the one thing you can do to help us. Please, I'm asking you in solidarity with all of my siblings, make Lawrence a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Megan Dodson.
Hi. Hello, my name is Megan, and I believe that as a woman that is in a chair and a daughter of a member of the trans community, and I support not only the trans community, but every part of the LGBTQ plus community. Thank you.
That's all the public comment, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Well, thank you all, everybody in person and online, for your comments today, your public comments today. I know how hard it was for many of you to go ahead and do that. I wanted to go ahead and say as well that our staff is working on this, and similar to earlier comments from, I believe, Alex Kimball Williams and David Brown, I would reach out if there is any particular person from those persons or from No SB 180 that could contact us. We would like to collaborate and work on this. And I would ask that you go ahead and contact either Dr. Faris Muhammad or our city attorney's office. I envision it being similar to.
Why is it handed you the draft ordinance?
We sent it to you. We sent you the ordinance. Just pass it.
We need to, I believe the ordinance was received yesterday, and I believe it would behoove us to go ahead and talk to each other about progressing and moving it further. So that's what this comment and invitation is as well, because we want to get it right and we want to involve people in the process. So like I said before, I would encourage those folks to go ahead and reach out to us so we can go ahead and make sure that we have this right. Okay. All right. I think we need a bio break. And I would ask that, or say that we recess for about, or not recess, but take a break for about 10 minutes and then come back. Does that sound good?
Make it 12 and you have a deal.
12 minutes it is. Okay.
Hold on.
All right. Okay, bringing us back, and we will go to the consent agenda. Item E. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item that has been pulled from the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Any member of the commission wanting to pull an item from the consent agenda?
I want to pull E7C.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, can we pull E8, E as in Edward?
Okay. Any
I did, but
any additional ones? Okay, not seeing any. Would any member of the public like to pull a consent agenda item?
Yeah, E1A about the city commission meetings.
E2A, Affordable Housing Board.
All right. And would any person or people online like to pull any agenda items?
No.
Nope, not seeing any. Okay, I might entertain a motion then.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of E1A, E2A, E7C, and E8E.
second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Passed 4-0. Aye. Let's see.
E1A.
What's that?
E1A.
Yep. E1A. Let's start her off there.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and one of my problems with the minutes is I didn't see anything about when the mayor kicked out the public commenter for trying to make public comment on a proclamation. Also, I would just like to ask, was that even allowed? Like, the public commenter was not breaking any rules, yet the mayor is the one that broke the rules. So if the mayor breaks the rules, should that be included in the minutes? And also, there was nothing about when Commissioner Sellers called a point of order. And I was looking it up online. I was like, I'm going to look into this point of order stuff. And I found that I found a few different places that all said that in minutes, a point of order being called should be reflected in the minutes, and it should be stated whether the mayor withheld it or denied the point of order. And that is I didn't see anything about that in the minutes. Also, well, I don't even know what I'm allowed to talk about at this point because we're so anal about staying on subject. So looking through my notes right now. Yeah, I guess just my main thing is if we're going to be all anal about doing things by the rules and following the correct procedure, then how come it's not in the minutes that a point of order was called? And also, it just seems to me that some of y'all are trying to use rules to shut people up. And not including that in the minutes, that's kind of makes me think that. Because, I mean, if you're all by the rules, then why is it when they're not breaking, but it kind of benefits you, like not having that a point of order was called, that you shut someone up or that you weren't able to shut someone up? I mean, that's when I talk about accountability, that's having that sort of stuff in the minute meetings, I think it would help. So, but yeah, I definitely I want an answer about if a point of order should be included in the agenda or in the meeting minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like he was the one that brought it forth. Any sort of questions or anything about it from the commission? Okay, seeing as none.
I got a quick question.
Okay.
Do we have an ordinance stating anything related to parliamentary procedure?
So we do not. We have a resolution that outlines our procedures, and it does not say that we will follow Robert's Rules of Order or parliamentary procedures. So we do not outline point of order. I will say in the minutes that obviously they're here for your approval, so if there's ever anything that you want amended, I can do that and bring them back for approval.
Okay. All right. I would go ahead and open it up to public comment on this then.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. I appreciate that question very much, seriously, because that is the crux of the problem that we have right now. We have no established parliamentary procedure of how you're supposed to do this, and that's why it just gets done however. And this really relates back to every other problem in this town. And I just said it to Mr. Verbanik about the discretion that we as a town use. This is discretion. I would suggest that we start following Robert's Rules. I have Robert's Rules 12th edition pulled up here. And under Section 48.5, point number 10, all points of order and appeals, whether sustained or not, together with the reasons given by the chair for his ruling, his or her ruling. This is part of parliamentary procedure. And Ms. Sellers, I would really appreciate it if you would push this board to adopt an actual parliamentary procedure for recording these minutes. Because we as the public, we need to understand what we can expect from you. This is a big problem that you guys see me coming in here and I'm all hopped up half the time. And it's because I never know what to expect from you guys. I never know what to expect. I come in here and I talk one time and I get thrown out and I say the same thing the next time and I don't. I don't know what happened tonight, but I hope it is reflected in the minutes that I called a point of order because the vice mayor was out of order in trying to throw somebody out. These are minutes. They're important. And they show what happened in the meeting. And they also guide the governing body in staying in their processes and staying doing the right things. Thank you, Ms. Sellers.
Normally I'd let this one go, but even when I ran in 2017, I ran and read the city code and understood we didn't have anything regarding parliamentary procedure, and I always thought that was really odd. And it was something I wanted to work on if I ever get elected to the city commission, but it hasn't, and we're still sitting here years later saying we should use certain kind of parliamentary procedure. And I agree with it to the point that people can be educated about it. How many people that I know understand Robert's Rules of Orders? And the answer is not very many of them, except those that are part of the Democratic Party that I interact with. Most of them don't even know what the hell that is if I bring it up. What are you talking about? Well, there's these rules and all that. Well, how do you learn those rules? You got to kind of read books. You can go to these courses and get certified and all that. Well, how do you do that? How do you know all this stuff? Well, I just happen to talk to people in the political realm and do all that. So it's great if you want to adopt it, recognize you're going to have citizens in this community who still won't know what the hell those things are. And so if we're going to codify it, yep, put every last damn word of it in there. Yep, it's going to make it big, it's going to make it unwieldy, but at the same time, if you're going to have your citizens apply by a certain set of rules that most of them don't even know exist or what the wording is, it's kind of, we're talking about inclusivity and access. This would be one of those issues, so. That's just all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any further public comment in here. Sherry, is there any further public comment online?
No, there is not.
Okay. Bringing it back to the commission. Any discussion?
So I'll be brief. One being we've talked about this several times. I'm used to parliamentary procedure. It is something that is trial by fire. Whether or not we choose to codify it or not, I've brought it up several times. Several have shared pushing it back. I don't bring it up to push it tonight. I bring it up to say that while we do not have it codified in code, we do choose to take parts of Robert's Rules Parliamentary Procedure and apply it as best practices. We do that with our minutes, and we do that by acknowledging points of order, by doing a motion and a second, a vote to reconsider. These are all parliamentary procedures that are listed in Robert's Rules of Order, currently 12th edition, newly revised. So there's opportunities for us to be better about how we conduct business. Should points of orders be brought up in minutes? I would reckon that they should be, but I'm just one person. So, I mean, a point was made, and I think it's a point well made. I think it's a friendly point, and I don't have any qualms against that. But what I'm saying is that if while we don't codify Robert's rules, we do follow parliamentary procedure. And I want to employ my fellow commissioners to be aware of that and understand if we are going to invoke parts of that, to be aware of what they are. And that if we were to codify it, you don't put Robert's rules into your code. You can just you can adopt it by reference, which many municipalities have done. So, not to belabor a point, there's always opportunities to learn and understand aspects of parliamentary procedure. That's what makes for efficient, effective meetings and conversation and debate. And so we've had several examples of that in the last few weeks here. And so just bring it up to understand that there are aspects of us following parliamentary procedure that we don't necessarily have to codify it. But if we are not going to codify it, and we do invoke aspects of it, we need to be very clear on what those rules of engagement are. And Sherry, I know we ask you this every week. Do we need to vote on these?
Yes.
We do? Okay.
Unless you want me to-
Okay.
From the 16th were never made available to review, just FYI.
From the 16th?
Yes. We came up to an itemless login, we were never able to review them.
The 16th or the 6th? The only thing,
Was it the 6th? I'm sorry, the 6th. The 6th. The second set that was added.
would you like to just approve the one set and I can bring the other set back next week?
Sure. Yeah, let's
If
just,
there was a glitch getting those.
Okay.
We had issues a couple weeks ago as well, so.
okay.
I can view them and I can see them now, but obviously.
Yes.
So then you would want to just approve the May 16th?
May 16th?
minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. Move to approve the May 16th City Commission meeting minutes.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. None opposed. 4-0. All right. E2A.
I'm going to take very little time here, so thank you for what you just did there, not approving those minutes. All I want to say here is we are months beyond the point where people came in here and asked that we have a homeless representative with the Affordable Housing Committee. And we need that to happen. Whether they're a full member of the board or whether we have a couple of them in there as consultant or some kind of position, they need to be in that room and they need to be a part of that discussion because their concerns and their issues getting housing have a lot to do with affordable housing issues here in town. Thank you.
Okay. On that
Public
one,
comment?
yeah, I think we're just receiving that, right? Yeah, okay. Any additional questions or comment from the commission? Okay.
No, sir.
Seeing none? Okay.
Public.
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. Opening it up to public comment.
Yeah, I support the previous speaker's comments. Thank you.
Sherry, I'm looking around. Doesn't look like anybody else. Anyone online?
No.
Okay. Bringing it back. Any sort of Discussion? All right, seeing.
I'll bring something up in commission items.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
That relates to this.
Sounds good. Okay. Moving on. Let's see, E7C.
I pulled that item. That's the plastic bag ordinance. Certainly not going to belabor the point. I appreciate the changes made that we talked about last week. I think they added some good exceptions, made some clarifications, but I'm still concerned about the impact on the small businesses, our restaurants, our small retailers, and so I'm going to vote against it. So I pulled it to vote against it.
Okay. All right. Any sort of additional questions we're running at? Okay.
Wait, Kathy's here. Can I ask?
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't know if there's anyone online from the Sustainability Advisory Board. And Kathy, by no means do I think you'll be able to answer this question, but I don't know if maybe because of being the liaison that you've had conversations about it. One of the pieces that I brought to this, and I spoke on this last time, was that I wanted us to be able to not see this as being punitive, but as a place of choice, and that we are choosing to move to a more sustainable option over something that is considered to be environmentally problematic. What I feel like is missing that was brought up before we landed on an ordinance, there was heavy discussion about educating and things of that nature. And with the point that Commissioner Finkeldijk brought up in regards to small business and how that could impact small business, has the advisory board put some type of game plan, timeline together on how engaging with small businesses or with community about timeline of change, opportunities for like shared services in the event that it may be more expensive for someone, like what? I can't ask that question because that's implying that you know what the board is thinking. I think for me, I'm still lost on, other than enforcing and telling a business that they need to do this, what are we doing? What is the board doing? What is the city's, what are we doing as city staff to provide an avenue of access that is not going to be punitive to those businesses?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Kathy Richardson, the City Sustainability Director, and not speaking on behalf of the Sustainability Advisory Board, although I do believe there are some members maybe on Zoom, so I'll leave a little bit of space for them as well if one of them is on here. Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to mention that in regards to the single-use disposable plastic bag ordinance, there has been a lot of conversation among the advisory board as well as staff on the kind of timeline with education and getting this rolling out. I think that we don't have concrete plans because we haven't been sure to this point if this is moving forward or not. But the Sustainability Advisory Board does have a subcommittee that did have some conversations with some of the grocery stores. I know the Merck, Dillon's, Checkers, et cetera, and this has been a long-going conversation now going on 4 or 5 years with a lot of some of these establishments, and you know how it's going to roll out and the education piece moving forward. If this is something that the commission wants to move forward with, that is going to be not only with the input of the Sustainability Advisory Board, but the staff is definitely going to work on that and how we make those connections and that communication with them. So I will leave a little space in case somebody is online. I'm not sure since I couldn't see. It does not look like somebody from the Sustainability Advisory Board is online.
Okay. I do appreciate that. So it does lend itself to some additional context, but thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? Okay. Opening up for public comment.
This is Chris Flowers. I was just wondering if you'd all consider a delay until the mayor's here. Just when it comes to the environmental issues, she's the one I would trust the most amongst you all, just because of her background. Like, I think her background, I thought, was working with the environment. So just something to consider, because if you guys get a tie, like what would happen in that case? I'd rather have the mayor here, like an environmentalist here, to break the tie, I guess. I don't know, but you don't have to, so thank you.
Good evening, Thad Holcomb. I really didn't expect to comment. It's been almost 5 years. We've circled the barn, we've gone in and out, we've checked with experts, we've had to change in commissions. I think Nancy Momo came last time, and if anything, she held up that credit card and said that's how much plastic we consume per week. This isn't the answer, but it's a step. And it means that we can begin an education program. I know many sectors of our society. Certainly, I represent Lawrence Ecology Teams United Sustainability. We're already ready to educate. And we just ask you, move. Now it's almost 5 years. Thank you for consideration.
Okay. Sherry, any comments online?
Aaron Melton.
Hello again. I am not speaking in opposition to this, but I would really, really, really encourage the city to add an exemption from any fees on consumers who have to purchase bags for any shoppers who are using TANF, WIC, or SNAP benefits. These benefit programs have really strict guidelines regarding what can be purchased, and plastic bags are not on any of those lists. One of the reasons that all of these programs have switched to EBT cards for the most part was to reduce the stigma, and having to use, a separate payment method to pay for a plastic bag if you forget something else would be counterproductive. Not to mention, sometimes people will go to the grocery store and they don't have another payment method available to them. Additionally, people who have incomes that meet the eligibility requirements for these programs are more likely to face transportation barriers. I think a lot of us probably keep our grocery tote bags in the car, but there are people who rely on public transportation or who have to run to the grocery store quickly between jobs to grab something for their kids. I'm pleased that Lawrence is wanting to take steps to protect the environment, but I hope that you all can find a way to do so without adding more stress and hardship to people who are already going through hard times. Thank you.
That's the only comment.
Okay. Bringing it back to the commission for discussion.
I'm so sorry. Could I add one thing that I forgot to say?
Sure.
I apologize. I was just going to note that Washington State has this exemption in their plastic bag ban, and the city of Santa Fe also has this exemption. So there is precedent for this. Thank you.
Okay. Bringing it back to the commission for discussion.
Yeah, she piqued my curiosity now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking up the ordinance real quick. No, what I will say, I understand we've had that this community, we've been tirelessly working on this for 5 years, and know that we are capable of rolling out some type of educational engagement, helpful access points to create accessibility without creating hindrances and barriers for folks. So I have no doubt that we can do that. I think the one aspect of this ordinance, which is the elephant in the room that we kind of talked about last week, no, sometime in between there, I don't know, my days are running into each other, was that we tell Topeka not to give us unfunded mandates, and this is essentially an unfunded mandate. We're putting the cart before the horse. They say we want to pass an ordinance that is, enforcement is predicated on us approving an FTE to enforce it. And so by passing it, we're saying we're essentially committing to approving an FTE for this that's going to be mutually beneficial in enforcing this, as well as be mutually beneficial to building capacity for our code enforcement team. But I just want to understand making sure we're all connecting the dots here. This is, as it stands, this is an unfunded ordinance. This is an unfunded mandate that we're saying we're going to pass this. And if we don't ensure that we put a body to this, then this is all for naught. So that's putting a lot of, it put pressure on us. But essentially, we're saying two things at once with this. And so I just want to make sure that my fellow commissioners are aware of that when it comes time to vote.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. Seeing as none, I would entertain a motion.
Oh, you all are fun. I move that we adopt on first reading ordinance number 9996, enacting Chapter 9, Article 11 of the Code of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, 2018 edition, and amendments thereto pertaining to single-use disposable plastic bags.
Second.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, I have the first and the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Please say nay.
Nay.
All right. What do we do?
The ordinance fails.
It fails.
Okay.
In order to pass an ordinance, you need a majority of all members of the commission, so you would need 3 votes.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Moving on to, I believe, E8E.
Yes, I had pulled this initially because there were some questions that I had asked staff. I had since got the answers, but it posed additional questions that I've had in regards to the plan, and just one piece in particular. Let me pull this up real quick, sorry. I had asked about the $200,000 carryover from grant reallocation, which I'm satisfied with that answer. The piece that I had was the various department projects under CDBG non-public service, which is page 17, the last page of the memo. And I'd asked what projects are covered under the CDBG non-public service funds, specifically the various department projects at over $700K. Potential city projects, if funded, will fall under which funding source? And so I get that question. So I received that answer. My question is, under that, there is the caveat that says amendments may be proposed to the above potential projects, or new programs may be proposed as program year progresses. And so knowing that these projects that are listed under the potential city projects are those very various department projects, are these listed in order of exhaustive funds? Or I'm just trying to understand that these are the projects, but they may be funded subject to eligibility and so on and so forth. So I guess I'm trying to understand, how does staff process through which projects to do and exhaust how much for each one based on the funds allocated? That was the question I didn't get answered.
Hi, this is Brad Carr. I'm the Community Development Analyst in the Housing Initiatives Division. And so on that list of potential city projects, no, those are not in any specific order. as far as which would get funded first. And basically that caveat that we included, that amendments may be proposed to these potential projects or new programs can be proposed, is oftentimes we have not yet met with members of MSO or the Parks and Rec Department as to what projects they would like to see if can be funded with CDBG funds during this next upcoming year and during the 5-year consolidated period. And so that's why it just kind of just says Parks and Rec projects. They propose potential projects to us. We determine if it's ineligible and if it can pass an environmental review, and then we discuss the funding that would be available at that time for that project. And a lot of those, that program income that we kind of talked about that's unspent from previous years and that reallocation all kind of works in at that time that we're meeting with them as to how much funding would be available for a specific project.
Thank you for that. So if there was a city department who could benefit from utilization of CDBG funds that is not written into the plan, and there's discussion to potentially add them or add a project that they are working on to this potential list, that could be done if as a commission, we approve this evening, they can come back and say, at least for consideration, bring that up, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Yes, depending on the scope of the project, basically. In the 5-year plan, we have to list out all possible projects that we would consider over that 5-year period. And so if a city department comes, in the next 5 years and comes up with an idea that we did not cover in that plan, we would have to do a substantial amendment to that 5-year consolidated plan. That would have to go out for public comment and come back to the commission for approval. So you would be seeing it at that point. Smaller programs that don't reach that threshold of a substantial amendment, or things that we did list in that plan, can be done administratively without that substantial amendment steps of submitting to HUD and coming back for approval.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay. Any further questions? All right. Opening up to public comment on this item. Not seeing any. Sherry, do we have any online?
No, there is not.
Okay. Bringing it back. Any further discussion?
I do plan to approve the 5-year plan on this. I do believe that there might be I do believe there is a missed opportunity to reimagine utilization of CDBG funds that as a commission we've not taken a look at, and as a city we've not really taken a look at how it relates to our prosperity and economic security outcome, and how we can use that to address aspects of economic development as it relates to entrepreneurship and small business. We talked about that this past weekend, or this past week while I was in Jackson, for the National Black Caucus of Local Elected Officials, where there are municipalities who are leveraging their entitlement as well as state CDBG dollars to elevate continuous work as it relates to economic development, small business growth. And so I never want to add additional work to city staff, and I could be all the things. And this is something that, I will say, as I looked at the plan during the public comment period, I was hesitant a bit to bring it up because I didn't think I could get the support from the commission to do it. But I know that there are tools available to us if we wanted to bring it up and make an amendment. So might have been a lost opportunity on myself, but it is something for us to consider as we think about being innovative and how do we utilize and leverage dollars to address aspects of our strategic plan. So without that, I would be happy to make a motion, Vice Mayor, if there's no other discussion.
Any further discussion? Okay.
Hearing none, I move to adopt the 2023-2027 Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Program Consolidated Plan, including the 2023 Annual Action Plan and Investment Summary, and the city's Citizen Participation Plan, and Resolution 7480 authorizing the mayor and mayor's designee to sign corresponding grant documents.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes 4-0. Okay. All right, I believe they're all the items removed for separate vote. Moving us on to regular agenda item G, Capital Improvement Plan. Discuss the 2024-2028 Capital Improvement Plan.
Good evening, Jeremy Wilmoth, Director of Finance for the City of Lawrence. Before I begin the presentation, I just want to go over a few things, and I don't have the ability to share my screen as of right now, so
I'm doing that right now.
if you'll bear with me just a second.
Go ahead.
Thank you. There we go. Before we get into the presentation, I just wanted to go over the materials that we provided. I think there's a lot of useful information here, and in the interest of time, I don't want to go through them in length, but we have attached a link to the prioritization guidelines that are available on our website for anybody who has any questions about our CIP policy or the prioritization guidelines that the City Commission approved earlier this year. One really cool feature that we have is the City Construction Project Initiatives Map. If you have not had a chance to go out and use this tool, I was just going to show it to you real quick. It's all interactive. If you're curious about an area, you can highlight the area. If you're curious about a specific project, you can click on the project. On the right-hand side of the screen, you get the information from those project sheets that we use in the CIP. However, they're updated in real time. So you have the full budget, you have the start date, where it currently is in the project, the phase that it's in, and some more information about the scope of the project. So really, really, really cool work that our MSO and communication teams have done. I want to make sure I highlight that for the group, because I think this could be very beneficial, not only in viewing where CIP projects are happening around town, but also for those that are curious about things that are occurring in their neighborhood to know what the timeline is and where they can find that information. So there's a link to that here. It's also linked on our website for anybody who would like to see that. Last thing I want to say before I get into the presentation is I know that the information in the PowerPoint is very hard to read, but we wanted to provide that context to the presentation. We also wanted to provide the actual information so that anybody can view it at their leisure, and so that all the attachments are right here. So the project summary sheets that go by project of what was requested are all located on our website and are attached to this agenda item. And then an Excel spreadsheet that goes through the CIP in summary form and by fund. So you can blow that up and see it more easily on your screen than what you'll be able to see in our presentation are all available to you. And so with that, we will begin the presentation. So in the interest of time, we're going to go through the first few slides fairly quickly. A lot of it's background information, just refreshing in everyone's mind what the CIP is, what the process is. We'll go through our revenue and expense assumptions that led to the plan that we're going to present tonight. Then we'll go through the plan. And then most importantly, we'll get your input on policy questions to help inform a final plan, the final recommended plan, I should say, that will come back to you during the city manager's recommended budget process. So background, the key here to a capital improvement plan is really, it's the heart of the planning document where we try as best as we can to coalesce financial information with planning information with long-range forecasting. And we really want to get all of the players around the table and look at, what's important to our community from a growth perspective, what's important to our community from a maintaining what we own perspective, what moves needles on the key performance indicators that the community told us were important, and how do we get all of that, to coalesce into one comprehensive plan. And so that is essentially what a CIP is in general. What a CIP is to the city specifically is a long-term planning tool. We use a 5-year time horizon right now. That enables us to be nimble enough to make adjustments on the fly, as you'll see in the plan that we're about to present to you, but also have enough of a forward-looking approach that we're not blindsided or being reactionary to anything that could be coming in the next few years. So, some capital plans are 3 years, some capital plans are 10 years. Is this the right plan size for Lawrence long-term? Possibly not, but we've utilized this 5-year format for several years now, and it seems to be working for us to help communicate what the priorities are of the community, and then also, make sure that we have a funding strategy for those for the next 5 years. As I mentioned before, we want to identify what our capital needs are, and that's the heart of this plan is what do we need to do, what do we need to maintain, what's on the horizon that we need to be aware of. And then finally, what we're still perfecting and fine-tuning is this prioritization process. And so we want to get your input, on the prioritization matrix that we use, the weighting of those devices, if you will, to make sure that we're getting the right mix for the community to address the needs and stay true to our strategic plan. So there is a link to the CIP in the presentation, but it's also linked to the document as I showed you for anybody that would like to review our policy. And so just briefly, a capital project for purposes of our planning tool has to cost more than $100,000. It needs to either create a new asset or maintain the existing asset's useful life. I know those are jargony terms, but we want to make sure that we're doing something that matters substantively. Excuse me. There's a lot of maintenance projects that are very, very expensive, but they don't actually improve the asset. They just continue to maintain the asset, and so those. Unless they're bond funded, aren't included in this project. They're just a part of the operating budget. And so we really want all of our projects to do one of these three things: enhance the quality of the service that's being provided, reduce the cost to the lowest cost of ownership in alignment with our values and the strategic plan, and then at a minimum, upgrade at least a critical component of an asset. So that's sort of the bright line we're making in this plan. So there's, I just want to point out there are other items that are maintenance that will be covered in the operating budget that aren't in the capital plan. So if people are concerned about, say, pool maintenance, for example, that's all covered in the operating budget of the Parks Department. Not necessarily would it rise to a capital project unless it met all of this criteria. And as I mentioned, the latest prioritization policy was approved by the City Commission on January 4th. So that's the one that informed the CIP that you'll be reviewing tonight. Key highlights of our prioritization project is that the projects that have been identified under the capital plan are then prioritized using that scoring matrix that is on the next slide. What we like about our plan is it's then peer reviewed by subject matter experts to make sure that we don't have the halo and the horn effect, and we don't have other biases, subconsciously being worked into the plan. So we like the peer review aspect. And then finally, we send all of that data to the CIP committee, and then they ultimately start to look and make sure that we're right sizing that balance between new and existing, keeping in mind the strategic plan and what's going to move us forward into the things the community told us was of value to them. Excuse me. So this is the prioritization matrix that the all of the projects that you'll see tonight were weighted, or were scored, excuse me, and then weighted based on these weights. And I don't know if you want to do this now or if you want to wait until we get to the policy discussion, but you know, obviously changing weights on any one of these factors could also change what projects, you know, moved into funded versus unfunded. So one of the things that we're looking for is for the commission to weigh in on the policy of the weights and whether you think these are adequate or whether you'd like to see a different weighting methodology. Would you like to discuss weighting now, or would you like to continue the presentation?
Continue.
Yeah, let's continue.
Very good. So time is sort of a vacuum when you're in the middle of budget, so I don't quite remember, but I do know that the MSO presented a very good presentation to you all on asset management, and we thought it was important to bring back a few of those slides because asset management is one of the critical components of a successful CIP. As you can see, the street life cycle cost, comparing a street program that follows best practices in asset management versus a street program that's not following that, has a drastic difference in cost, potentially a 15% shift in dollar cost for a lane mile program that's not instituting best practices toward asset management. So with that in mind, you know, our group was hyper-focused on getting the asset management policy in place. There's a team working right now to get other aspects of the asset management best practices in place so that we can make sure that, as I mentioned earlier, everything we're doing is heading us in the direction of the lowest cost of ownership, not only of our physical infrastructure like roads, but the underground infrastructure like water pipes, sewer pipes, stormwater pipes, et cetera. As we continue to hone that asset management life cycle, we'll start to zero in on where that sweet spot is, if you will, of when things need to be replaced so that they don't become a drain on the maintenance side of the operating budget. But we're not replacing them so early that we're not getting the most bang for our buck. As we say, the lowest cost of ownership. And this is the framework that group is working at. Starts with the strategic plan, as everything does with our city. Then for assets, it's all informed by the asset management policy, and then they're going to go through the objectives and a readiness assessment. That will inform the strategic asset management plan. The strategic asset management plan is also informed by what is the current state of our asset, and then how do we pay for all of this. Then that will lead to actual plans that will be implemented into the CIP, and then finally the implementation cycle. So it's a very comprehensive feedback loop, if you see, where we're constantly adding new information in, and that information then informs how we handle street maintenance and traffic maintenance and water and sewer maintenance, et cetera, into the future. This again is just a still screen of what we looked at earlier. Really encourage everybody to go out and check out this really cool tool if they have not yet done so. And so now speaking specifically about the capital plan that we're presenting to you, you know, all plans are based on assumptions. And so we just wanted to go over what our revenue assumptions were, and we'll go over what our expense assumptions were. For the revenue side, we really have what I consider 4 categories of revenue in our capital plan. Our taxes are what the general fund will pay for, what the capital sales tax will pay for, what the, any other tax that we have would pay for. Shared revenues would be things like what we share with the county, any revenue that we share, with the state of Kansas. The gasoline tax is technically called a shared revenue because the state taxes it and then gives us a portion. User fees or water fees, solid waste fees, stormwater fees, parking fees, anything that's fee generated. And then bonds, of course, our general obligation bonds are paid by a mill levy, and revenue bonds are paid by a enterprise revenue source. So for us, for the purpose of this 5-year plan, we have sales tax projected at a 5% growth year over year. Given what we've seen the last 2 years, we feel like that's a fairly conservative but manageable growth strategy so that we're not getting too far out ahead of our ability to pay for projects into the future. Same with the mill levy. The projects that you'll see today all fit within our current existing mill levy, with the assumption that the assessed valuation will continue to grow at a 2% rate year over year. And as you know, in the last several years, it's been much higher than that. But we feel comfortable that by leaving it at a conservative growth rate, we won't run into an issue where we may have to raise taxes in the future to pay for an obligation from the past. And then utility funded projects are in that same vein, that the projects that you'll see funded are all in the rate model that's been approved by the city, and the projects that are unfunded have not yet been folded into the rate model, and folding them in would potentially, or it would require an increase in our rate, which is why we'll talk about possible project swaps as part of the presentation as well. So again, I apologize. This is really small. The Excel version is attached to our presentation, and you can view that at your leisure. As I mentioned, the taxes are really the general fund and the infrastructure sales tax. We're projecting about $37 million in tax support for the CIP over the life of this plan. Shared revenues are grants, revenues from Douglas County, and other state revenues. That's projected at almost $42 million over the life of the plan. The user fees are airport fees, solid waste fees, stormwater fees, water, parking fees. That's $43.7 million over the life of the plan. And then finally, the bonds. We have the general obligation bonds are mill levy. The other three are all covered by revenues from those utilities, and that's at $340 million over the life of the plan. So when you add all the funding sources together and a little bit of fund balance that we're estimating we'll need, we have a CIP. We have the ability to fund a CIP of $469,291,814. It is that specific because of federal grants. On the expense assumption, this one is obviously more sensitive this year due to all of the cost inflation increases that we've seen, not only on the project side, but also on the operating side. But for purposes of the capital plan, inflationary cost increases to all projects have been added. You all had approved a environmental sustainability policy, and so the projects that were impacted by that have also had increases added to them. And then price escalations have been added to any project where, when we started to put pen to paper and we had to push it out, we didn't want to use the 2024 cost in 2027 per se. So price escalation has also been factored in where appropriate. Pardon me. And so this slide here just shows the category of projects. Affordable housing has projects funded in 24 and 25. There were no requests in this year's CIP for the 3 out years. The airport has funded $2 million. You'll see there's other projects that are currently unfunded. Facilities, this is primarily the MSO campus, as well as wastewater treatment plant, but there's other facilities as well. So over the life of this plan, it's almost $93 million. Parks and amenities, We have some parks enhancements, some loop projects as well. The total for all park projects that you'll see is just over 16.2 million. Roads and bridges, this is the category that you'll note funded is 87 million and unfunded is a pretty large number as well. That's the street maintenance that does not yet have an identified funding source, but we know, it's just deferred maintenance when we don't do it. And when we defer it too long, then it eventually becomes a capital project when we have to completely rebuild the road. So identification of deferred street maintenance, I think, is a continued priority for the city team. Stormwater control, what's in the rate model is about $31 million over the life of the plan. Traffic control has a couple of projects as well. The vehicle and equipment, these are really the big ticket items for the fire department and solid waste, but we have some other vehicle dollars that are budgeted here for anything that meets the CIP threshold. And then finally, water and wastewater, the projects that are funded in the current rate model is a little over or almost $103 million. So all told, the funded CIP is $462.9 million. So to touch base quickly on the non-funded projects, we have, as I mentioned, some airport grants that we're currently in the process of applying for. That's about $2.5 million. And then we have, I believe that's Lawrence Loop addition in the park and amenity category that we're trying to get state grant funding for. And then on the unfunded side, it's just over $302 million. As you can see, some of that is facilities. Other phases of the MSO campus are involved in that. Road and bridges is over $116 million of unfunded road and bridge projects. And parks has about $29.5 million of unfunded projects as well. So as you'll see as we start to go through the plan, there are some projects that we'll show in a slide here, I believe, that were funded last year, but based on all those changes in funding, are no longer funded. And we had a few new projects that were identified that are funded because they're a higher priority than some of the projects that were funded last year. So we do have quite a bit of volatility in this plan, and I think the CIP committee is really starting to focus in on how we can get some of that volatility out year over year, and really look at a CIP that's not that different one year to the next, and is really just discussing that fifth year as new projects to be considered. But due to all of the cost inflation, that really wasn't an opportunity in this plan. So now we'll talk about the capital plan. First, we'll go over some projects that were funded last year and are no longer funded. Then we'll go over some projects that weren't funded last year because they weren't a part of the plan, but were added as new needs were identified by the team. And then we'll focus on some projects that are specifically earmarked for the growth part of our plan that are funded and unfunded. And then we'll go through the plan by funding source. So just to be clear, part of the complexity of the CIP is that you can view it in its totality and not be drawn in by funding source, and that's one way to view the plan. But really, because we're a government, we have to make sure that we're aligning revenues and expenditures by funding source. And so there are some projects that may not be funded from a funding source this year, but it's shifted to a different funding source. We didn't do a slide on that. You'll just see that as we go through fund by fund. This slide here is really just projects that were funded in some funding source last year and are not funded in any funding source this year. And you'll see there's about $15 million. Some of that has to do with the airport. Some of that has to do really, that top one, the sanitary sewer improvements. We applied for a grant and frankly, we did not get it. So that's a project that is now looking for a new funding source. The downtown event space near the library was a funded project last year for 2027. However, at an 18, it didn't meet the criteria for the funding for projects that were funded this year. So it fell from funded to unfunded simply by being too low of a priority. And the same can be said with the park amenities and these road projects. You'll see on this next slide a few of those new projects that trumped. So under facilities, phase 3 of the Operation Campus was not included in the plan last year. The plan last year really didn't have it phased out like we now do. So it's a bit of a misnomer, but it was not in the plan last year. And so we wanted to highlight that. At a score of 29, it's one of our higher projects. So it was funded in the plan that you'll see. The expansion of fire medical was something that wasn't included in last year's CIP. I believe during the CIP last year, we had really discussed a possible ballot initiative. And after the city and the county met, it was, determined that we weren't really looking at a ballot initiative anymore. And so these are projects that we're now going to try to fold into the CIP as best we can. But as you'll see, there are some funded and there's some that are on the unfunded list simply based on the value of the projects. I think those are all the comments I have on new projects, unless you have any specific project you'd like to talk about.
No.
I would say, I think we're on the mode of holding policy questions to the end there. So if you want to go ahead and continue.
Sure. And so we wanted to highlight the projects that are geared toward growing the city. There's been a lot of conversations, obviously, internally and externally about making sure that Lawrence is ready for what's on the horizon, predominantly the Panasonic plant and all of the ancillary growth that's going to come from that, as well as just making sure that we're continuing to meet the needs of our growing community. And so these top 3 projects are in the capital improvement plan before you. They're all utility related, but they're all funded and in the rate model. The bottom 4 projects are projects that are identified, but no funding source has been identified. And so after we go through all the funds, we've prepared a few slides to say, if you'd like to see these unfunded projects swap places with funded projects, that's part of the policy question that we're wanting to get your opinion on. But just to make it clear that we do have 3 projects totaling $32.5 million in the CIP for utility-related growth, and we have 4 projects totaling $41.7 million that are not currently in the CIP because no funding source was identified. And now we will go through the funding sources. So I won't take a lot of time on this unless you have specific questions, and we can certainly ask the project managers to elaborate on that. But as I mentioned before, in government, every fund has to have revenues and expenses that are particular to that funding source. And so questions may arise about why a project wasn't considered for funding source A, B, or C. And predominantly it's because of these restrictions. So obviously the only thing in the airport can be airport related expenditures, and the ones that are funded have grants tied to them. So these are really the match for those grants. And the one that's unfunded does not currently have a grant tied to it. This slide is far more difficult to read, and I apologize for that. But again, I invite you all in the public to look at our Excel spreadsheets that have this information a little easier to read. There's three main funding sources for general obligation debt. It's our general mill levy, which is tied to a property tax, and then the stormwater fund is tied to the stormwater rate, and solid waste has entered the plan with the solid waste rates paying for their portion of the debt. And so what you see here, the general mill impact to this plan is just over $104 million. We believe that that $104 million can be funded by the current mill without an increase. So we have a slide toward the end of the presentation to show you we are getting pretty close to being in a negative cash position if all of our projections hold true. So we don't believe we can add any more to that 104, but if there are projects that are currently in the 104 and you'd like to see a swap occur, that is something that can be discussed. Simply adding more projects to it, I don't believe we could do without a commitment to raise the mill levy to cover the debt. So we've broken out the funded projects by what the stormwater fees are paying for. As you'll note, I don't think we covered it on the slide because it took too much room, but the X means that it was a part of last year's plan, and if there's no X, then it's new for this year. So all of the stormwater projects are going as planned. The solid waste, again, that phase 3 of the MSO campus was not a part of the plan, so that's new. But that $39 million will be covered by debt that's supported by the solid waste rate structure. And then the general mill are those bottom projects, and you'll see there's a couple new ones. And then there's those new ones that are scored 27, knocked out some of those funded projects that you saw in that slide that from funded to unfunded. And make sure I had a note here. Yeah, the police department is requesting that their fleet have some infrastructure put into the parking lot that will provide solar power for the parking facility, and also provide electrification as they continue to switch their fleet over from gasoline power to electric. And so that's a project that scored very highly because it hit a lot of our strategic plan initiatives in both our commitment to environmental sustainability and also sound fiscal stewardship. And as a result, that project was funded, and then a project that had been funded previously was removed from the plan. So that was one of the examples I wanted to show. I'll just keep going unless anyone has any questions. So the unfunded list is quite long. We currently have 3 identified unfunded stormwater projects. To get these projects moved from funded to unfunded would require a rate increase or reprioritization of the already funded projects, as I mentioned earlier. And then we split up the rest of the debt fund by what we were calling new. And you'll see there's quite a list there of projects that are new. And then the next slide is the projects of what are existing or maintaining our current assets. So the new identified unfunded projects are almost $75 million. And then the existing assets identified is a little just under $107 million. Again, the biggest part of that is the phase 2 of the MSO operations campus. That is the central maintenance garage, which is why it's so expensive. But it's also a very big need, and so we're going to have to, figure out how we can get this done in the next few years. But it is currently in this plan unfunded.
Jeremy.
Yes.
It's Commissioner Sellers. Looking at page 29, the top under unfunded, the Jayhawk Watershed, Upper Reach and Lower Reach. I'm trying to remember when we initially had the conversation, the presentation from Matt, I want to say last year. I know we kind of parsed this out into, I want to say it was maybe like 3 buckets. That like there are the 3 different phases, or if I'm, help me with that. Was this, I know that there was discussion to possibly have our consultants look at federal grant dollars for this. So it's unfunded, but would this potentially be on that list of areas? I know that department staff always has the opportunity to say, we want the Ferguson group to look for federal dollars for this. Is this one of those projects for that, or are we just, help me, I'm throwing a lot at you. I'm just trying to remember where did these 2 pieces fit in the matrix of what we decided would be priority, and then what does this mean for this particular CIP with these projects?
Yeah. So first, as you mentioned, there's 3 sort of phases. They're called upper, lower, and middle. Middle is funded. It's in the plan at $10.8 million over the next 3 years. The upper and the lower are not funded. They were new projects, and we do not have the revenues to support those today. In terms of whether or not grants are being sought for this, I'll have to turn that over to the project manager and the MSO.
Okay, and I know the. Sorry.
Would you like me to comment on that, or wait till later? Or?
Yeah, go ahead and comment on it.
So the lower reach, we analyzed that as part of the 60% design contract with JEO, and it was determined that it was not a good candidate to pursue outside funding, grant funding, and we're focusing our efforts for brick funding on the 11th and Haskell, trying to get some grants there for that would work as part of the MSO campus project. But we determined that the lower reach of Jayhawk Watershed would not be competitive. We can go into some more detail on that, or is that cover that?
No, that's good. So I know the upper reach, I'm going to say that echo of myself is really driving me nuts. Jeez. The upper reach has to do with around the stadium. And I know that there's some future projects with the university in building that out. So how does, and I could be speaking things into the future, and you may not be prepared to answer this tonight. How would the work dealing with the upper reach impact or be in relation to any type of construction that's being done around the stadium?
Nick Hoyt, Engineering Program Manager. So KU hasn't made an official request for any infrastructure improvements. But if 11th Street, or not, if Mississippi Street were to be reconstructed from 9th Street to 11th Street, we would want to move the storm tunnel that's currently under people's houses and kind of right behind Papa John's Pizza as part of that project. So that upper reach, that Jayhawk Watershed upper reach was put in kind of as a placeholder without KU's request of where would that score. And it didn't score well enough to be funded.
Okay.
Answer your question?
You did. So then, last question, Nick. It didn't score, but with the potential of that work, is that going to change the scope of the Upper Reach project?
I guess the middle reach and the lower reach, we had very detailed cost estimates for. The upper reach, not as much detailed estimates, but it assumes a storm tunnel project to 10th Street and a reconstruction of Mississippi Street 9 and 1000 block.
Okay.
So, and with some potential pedestrian improvements on Mississippi Street.
Okay. Thank you, Nick and company.
It's bedtime. We gotta get that going. Thank you.
That's all the questions I have, Jeremy. Thank you for this slide.
No problem. So we'll continue down the revenue bonds. Of course, these are all projects that are funded by the water and wastewater utility rate. And much like with the GEO bond, we've done the math to make sure that the current rate model can support this level of debt service throughout the life of the debt, which we'll show you in a later slide. But much like the general obligation debt, any projects added to this would necessitate an increase in rates. But a swap is something that could be accommodated. So these are the funded projects. There's 165.7 million funded in the current CIP in the rate model. And there we go. The unfunded, separating existing and new assets. The existing assets is just under $8 million, and new assets, including those projects that would be considered expansion projects, is $10.9 million. And the general fund. The general fund has two revenue sources. The general fund revenue, the mill levy, if you will, is committed roughly $1 million a year for projects. And then the county covers EMS ambulance replacement. And so we count that revenue here to track ambulances being replaced in the CIP as well. So the big project for the general fund this year is an affordable housing development project that will be presented to you all at a later date, but we want to make sure we have the funding set aside for that. And then over the last 4 years of the plan, we have a few other projects. There's the Water Tower Park reconstruction project, 23rd and Clinton. It's a traffic signal improvement. Some funding for street maintenance in the out years. Another setting aside money for the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, as was discussed in last year's CIP, for any potential project that they feel deserves some funding, but it isn't necessarily appropriate or adequate to be charged to the sales tax, which is under their charge. So we have set aside some general fund dollars for those projects. And then the electrification of city vehicle infrastructure has been moved out to 2026 to help fund the affordable housing projects. So unfunded, again, some of these would be funded by the county if they were approved by both the city and the county. Would be ambulances for the new fire stations, fire medical stations, excuse me. Street maintenance is the looming one. This number is large, it's audacious, but it really just needs to be considered deferred maintenance. So this $41 million won't go down, it will simply go up. And as I mentioned earlier, to the extent that the road fails completely, we'll then go from maintaining that road to completely replacing the road at a much higher cost. So that's a real concern for our community. On the strategic plan, it was a very noted concern. I think we see that in the results of the citizen surveys. And so it's something that we just need to keep in mind, that we've got dollars for street maintenance, but not really a lot of those are targeted in the general fund. Next is the transient guest tax. There's two projects that are planned. Essentially, the idea is to save up that money within the guest tax and then spend those when we're ready for them for the downtown parking lot and street planter improvement projects. The infrastructure sales tax is another one where we have a lot of competing interest within the sales tax, but the majority of this money goes to street infrastructure. We've also included the loop in the sales tax, and then a portion of that goes to maintaining fire trucks and other equipment for the fire department. So on the funded side, we had ADA sidewalk reconstruction funded last year. A new project has been developed through the asset management tool that I mentioned earlier that's bifurcating concrete sidewalks from brick sidewalks. And so funded this time in the CIP, I believe for the first time ever, would be the brick sidewalk replacement to get that program started and have an annual commitment to maintaining brick sidewalks within our ADA plan. As always, we have we call it sidewalk, bike, and other pedestrian improvements. This is really all of, bike trails, bike crossings, sidewalks, walking trails, all of that as a annualized program is funded in this plan as well. We have a fire truck funded in this plan, 2 fire trucks, excuse me, and replacement of some of their self-contained breathing apparatus equipment as well. Some of the things that were new was the Deerfield Safe Routes to School. So it is not currently funded. This brought up a really interesting point for the CIP committee, because at a 26, you could see that there's several projects that are actually lower scored that are funded, and it's really because of the commitments that have already been made. Like the fire truck that we're buying in 24, we actually ordered, I believe, either at the end of 22 or the beginning of 23. And same with the fire truck that we're going to buy in 25. That commitment's already been made. So even though those are lower priorities under the matrix, because they've already been committed to, the CIP committee felt like we can't now turn around and say, oh, sorry, we don't want to buy that fire truck when we've already made that commitment. So that's a high priority, and we're going to look for ways to address that. But some of these projects have already had commitments made to them. This is a new fund. The Federal Funds Exchange is, quite frankly, we call it the KDOT Bank, sort of, around town. But they're federal dollars, and the federal government has agreements with all of the states, reciprocal agreements that say, we're willing to give you a portion of our transportation budget that you then will pass on to cities within your state, that essentially remove all of the federal requirements, such as prevailing wage and other federal requirements that can cause projects to become cost prohibitive. And so we essentially are exchanging that federal dollar for a state dollar, and the requirements and restrictions are much less restrictive. So we participate in that program. We get around 1.1, 1.2 million a year, and so the CIP is projecting that stay constant, and you'll see that in 24 we've earmarked those dollars for the Lawrence Loop project, and then beyond that it's currently earmarked for street maintenance to help address some of the deferred maintenance that we discussed a few slides ago. Next is the federal grant. This is one that's very sorry?
No, that was off. Keep going.
Oh, I thought somebody said something. I apologize. This is very transit heavy, as we've been, our transit team's been very successful in getting our projects funded at the federal level. So you'll see we've got electric buses funded in this plan. The downtown station that's currently under development is funded in this plan, and then we have a few airport grants as well. And then that little bitty amount was a federal grant that started in 23 and is just going to have a little residual in 24. So Most of that will be done, I believe, this year. And then 2 projects I think that I already mentioned that we're currently looking for funding for is rehabilitation of the taxiways of A, B, and C and some lighting projects, and then the $8 million to enhance the Lawrence Loop on the Kaw River. State grant is pretty much the same. We've got state dollars earmarked for those sidewalk, bike, pedestrian projects. We've got state dollars earmarked for transit vehicles and an annual replacement program. Excuse me. We've got some state dollars for the airport and then the Lawrence Loop. Queens to Castle is funded from a state grant in 2027. Just a few slides here, I believe. So the transportation sales tax is not funding any of these projects, but that expansion sales tax that sunsetted in March of 2018 that was replaced by the housing sales tax that we currently have. Those funds have essentially been sitting in our bank account waiting for the multimodal facility and other transit-related improvement enhancements that were allowed under the sales tax ballot language. And so some of the funding, some of the match for the federal grants are being recorded in this fund. And solid waste, we've got the operations campus currently funded, the solid waste portion of the operations campus, and then the most of their vehicle replacement is currently within the rate model. As we get into the out years, we may need to look at a rate increase for that. Candidly, we'll most likely need to look at rate increases for other operations as well, so we'll address all those at the same time. But that's the split between what's funded and unfunded right now is what fits in the rate model today versus a need that we'll have in 2028. Special gasoline is the revenue I said we share with the state of Kansas. So we have a fairly good understanding of what that allocation is going to be and then project that out over the 5 years. The majority of that is going for street maintenance and also vehicles for the MSO or the street maintenance team, if you will. We've got, about half of it funded and the other half unfunded currently, as well as a downtown Lawrence traffic improvement project that was identified this year but did not have the revenue for. So those are we've got about $3 million that will continue to compete with other projects but are currently unfunded in this plan.
Jeremy, can I ask about the downtown traffic signal improvement project?
Sure.
We also have the downtown, I guess I can't remember what it's called, but it's a lot of other things, sidewalks, stormwater, et cetera, Would this be necessary if that goes forward? Or would it, if we replace, I believe streetlights was included in that project?
I'll have to defer that to the project manager. I think this project had more to do with the traffic signalization of all of downtown, not just like a specific one. But
yeah.
So here that could answer that.
Nick Hoyt, Engineering Program Manager. Sorry, I stepped away for a second, but I guess could you repeat the question?
Yeah, the downtown, the more complete project that includes lights and planters and sidewalks also includes, as I said, lights. And this project that we're talking about that's unfunded a few years out is about signalization. Now, I see that it includes Kentucky, New Hampshire,
right,
and other streets, but it does also in the description here include Massachusetts. So would that conceivably be cheaper or absorb some of that funding from this particular item?
Nick Hoyt, Engineering Program Manager. I believe the The difference there is the downtown amenities project, when it refers to lights, is referring to street lights, like, just lighting, where this is referring to traffic signal.
Okay, thank you.
Traffic lights.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Jeremy.
No problem. Just want to make sure you can see who you're talking to. So, I think that's all I have on the special gasoline tax. So, just a few more here. Stormwater. These are all the funded projects for stormwater. Out of the stormwater fee, the unfunded projects for stormwater are currently shown as bonded projects because of the complexity and the time commitment to the project. It's better suited for a bonded project than a cash funded project, but all of the cash funded identified projects are currently within the rate model. And water and sewer, sort of the same thing. Most of these projects, all these projects were identified last year. So there were some cost changes based on those cost enhancements that we discussed earlier. But this $24.8 million roughly is in the current rate model. The new projects are all identified in that out year, and because we haven't discussed the rate model, we're showing them as unfunded currently. We'll have further discussions about rates for water and sewer, at which point we can talk about whether to add these to that rate model or not. I think this is the last one. Parking fund, another new one. The parking fund has seen a tremendous rebound with your support. We're collecting adequate revenues to support not only the infrastructure of our parking system, but now we also want to make sure we're adequately maintaining what we have. And so this is another one where we're storing up revenue for the next few years to address some capital needs for the parking fund through that rate system. And so just a look at the CIP capital projects per capita just for the debt. The blue line is the geo debt. Depending on the color of your screen, it's either orange or red. Line is the revenue related debt. This slide doesn't change all that much from what we showed you last year. There is a little bit of an increase, but it's still within the boundary lines of both the general obligation mill levy debt and also the funded water, wastewater, stormwater, and solid waste rate models. This next slide is very hairy, but we're trying to articulate several things here. The yellow line at the bottom is our current policy of days operating cash on hand. I believe it's 60 in this fund. The blue line is revenue. And so part of what makes this a little confusing is we have temporary notes and we use bonds to pay off the temporary notes. And so that's being shown in 2021, 22. But really looking forward, we're just looking at the property tax itself. As I mentioned earlier, we're assuming a modest growth rate to ensure that we don't get out ahead of ourselves and get into a place where we have to raise the rate to cover the debt. The orange line or red line, depending on the color of your monitor, are the expenses. And so that gap between the blue and the orange is the cash that's required to make those payments. And that's the gray line is the cash on hand. And you'll see it's going down. In 2029, under our current projections, we would actually go below the days cash on hand policy limit, but we wouldn't actually have negative cash. This plan gets, I think, to about 12 days cash on hand in 2032, but it does all still cash flow. And since we most likely will have better revenue growth than 2%, we're confident that this plan funds itself without a mill levy increase. And so, as I've alluded to a few times, wanted to make sure that we provided you some handles of, possible swaps if you so choose. If there's projects, not necessarily just growth projects, but we're focused on those right now. If there's projects as we get into the policy angle in any of the funding sources that you think either should or shouldn't be funded, the swap is the point we're at right now. We're not adding to the CIP, but we can move things around within the CIP as you all see fit without creating any kind of a negative revenue outlook. If you were to add projects to the CIP, we would have to have that commitment to raise the revenue in the year we need it to keep the CIP funded, if that makes sense. So in terms of the general obligation debt, this is obviously not all of the projects, but as I mentioned, I think with the infrastructure sales tax, there's some projects that have already started, and so pulling that commitment now, the project it would be very difficult, I guess, to stop a project midstream that we've already started. So those projects have been removed from this list. So the projects available for swapping would be projects that either haven't started yet, won't start until a year or two from now. And so those, you could literally just swap that project with one of the 3 growth projects that are currently listed. As we know, growth is a very big concern for our community, or any of the other unfunded projects that are on those spreadsheets that we sent to you. On the revenue side, it's a little easier. This is the age-old question of deferred maintenance versus new. So we currently have $3 million programmed into our budget to maintain aging infrastructure of transmission lines. I think we all agree that's important, but that $3 million could be deferred within the current rate model if extending utilities west of K10 were considered to be a higher priority to the City Commission at this time.
I have a couple questions about that slide I could ask later or now.
How close are you to?
I think we're right there.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
One, just kind of a technical question. I was curious why the city utility extensions gets a score of 10 while other of the projects are higher scored. It seemed to me that that getting utilities under K10 would have a higher score than expanding the road, because you wouldn't need the road if you didn't have utilities, but I guess I didn't. Just curious on that scoring.
Is there anyone from the MSO who can speak to the score? I think I see Melinda.
Hello, good evening.
Stop sharing here.
This is Melinda Harger with Municipal Services and Operations. I think one of the reasons the utility extension scored lower there is because there's another project that is putting in the casing pipe underneath K10, and street projects also include bicycle and pedestrian facilities, so they score in some of the other commitment areas.
Interesting. And what's the project? There's a project that's putting casing under, that's the utility relocation project?
Correct.
So is that a duplicative project, or I guess I'm not sure what you're saying there. Would you?
One project is currently looking at where those crossings need to be, and then to place the casing pipe for those future connections ahead of the Westlake KDOT project. So the difference is whether we put in the actual sewer pipe and water pipe. And I see Andy has joined us, so he's the project manager on that and can answer some specific questions as well.
Thanks, Melinda. Yeah, this is Andy Enns, Engineering Program Manager with MSO. The utility relocation project is more of a mandate based on the widening of K10. So we know that there are certain existing crossings that are going to have to relocate due to the K10 widening project. As part of that project, we would also, not only would we put in casing pipes for the existing utilities, but potentially casing pipes for future utility crossings. So that's pretty much related to the K10 widening project. This other unfunded growth project is to actually then extend the water line or sewer itself to that west side of K10 to facilitate growth there. So both are $3 million construction projects. They're very related, but one is due to the widening of K10. The other is more focused on the growth to get the utilities to the west side of K10.
Got it. Thank you. And I guess my other question, I know some roads like Queens are benefit district related. I mean, if Bob Billings, for example, we create a benefit district to pay for the part of the extension, or all of the extension, does that still show up in our CIP? Because it's a benefit district, or is it offset? Anyway, you know my question.
Yeah, so I'll start to answer that, and then I'll quickly dive out because I'll get out of my depth pretty quick. But from a benefit district perspective, we have not traditionally placed those into the CIP because that's almost assuredly outside of our control as to whether or not that district will meet the statutory requirements and actually become a district. So traditionally, we have not seen the district itself in the plan. What we do normally see is once it's become a district and once we have a project identified, it is bond funded. So it'd be a part of the it would be a part of the bond fund as an actual project once all of the other machinations have worked out. And then the funding source of that would be the benefit district, much like we saw Queens Road in our CIP.
And when I look at that Bob Billings one, I think there's like 880,000 in year 2024, and then the larger amount, I assume the 880 is the planning and design. Could you, just thinking through options, if you put the 880 in the CIP, we did the design, and then later is decided there was going to be a benefit district, can you repay that 880 from the benefit district, or would you not be able to do that since the money had already been expended?
I believe that you would not be able to do it because you had not notified the public of your intent to use a benefit district before. So any of those speculative costs that went before the petition was enacted would just be on the city.
Then last question on the the 6th Street expansion from John Wesley Drive to 800. I had in my mind that when as part of the extension of the SLT, we actually were expanding 6th Street full lanes. We had already agreed to extend to 800 Road, but this makes me think we didn't do that. Does anyone have a recollection of that? Are we only doing that now to John Wesley?
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. So with the KDOT project that's improving the 6th and K10 interchange, they are widening 6th Street approximately a quarter mile to the west to get to what would be the first north-south collector street, but not going all the way out to 800 Road.
Okay. I was thinking, so is John Wesley the first collector street, or is 800?
John Wesley
Okay.
is, at least on the south side, that's what it's been referred to. So, yeah.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on that slide before I get back to Jeremy? Okay. All right, Jeremy, back to you.
Thank you very much. So what we have left are the policy questions that were pretty similar to, I think, what we asked last year, but we just want to gauge your perspective and get your temperature, if you will, on what you've seen, any alternatives you'd like us to explore to take back to the CIP committee before we bring the final recommendation to you all. So the first question, are there any unfunded projects that you believe we should look at funding? And then conversely, what funded project would you like to swap that with? Back to the prioritization, do you believe that any of the projects that we currently have funded could either be delayed or reprioritized? Another question, we showed you a fully funded CIP with the debt levy where it is. Would you possibly be in support of slowing down the CIP so that part of that debt levy could be moved over to the general fund to help support ongoing operations? The flip side of that, of course, would be, would you support a property tax increase to expedite any of the projects you saw that were unfunded in the debt levy? And then finally, what we talked about pretty early on in the presentation was looking at the prioritization matrix. Are you comfortable with the weights? Would you like to see a different weighting? I believe those are all of the policy questions.
Okay.
Did have a couple more questions.
Go ahead.
Before we jump into there.
Question time.
I guess first I wanted to ask about the fire stations. I couldn't tell from reading the project sheets. I think you have a recommendation for Fire Station 6 and not for Fire Station 7, but I couldn't tell, is there a location picked out for 6 as opposed to 7, or is this just 2 possible fire stations?
We have representatives
for that. Thanks, Llewellyn, LDCFM Fire Chief. And we do have a tentative location for Station 6, but that was designed when we were anticipating or asking for 2 new stations and 1 rebuild station. So what we would like to do, if we have 1 station that we're going to put in place, is run the numbers again to ensure we're putting it in the correct location with the sequence of build. So we need to get a GIS or some time with our GIS liaison and run those numbers again.
So I guess, are you saying you might reconsider based upon the theory that we're just going to have 1, as opposed to saying we're eventually going to have 7, and so we're going to put this in 1 location and then 7 would come later? I guess
If we were to have 1 initially, we want to ensure that we're getting the most bang for the buck, if you will, based on where that first expansion station would go, and also to ensure that where we were putting it coincided or was still in alignment with the initiative to rebuild Station 3 and move that a little bit. So if the numbers show that we're still in the same locations, then we'd want to know what the first one would be by what the most impactful location we could get. And if we are if we're going to need it on the west end, then that's should bear out with the numbers both on historic incidents and then also on projected growth in that area.
Okay. Thank you on that. I guess my last question is for Jeremy. The 2% a year growth on property valuation does not only seem conservative, it seems like incredibly low, especially if we're considering growth-related projects. I guess I'd be curious to see what, if anything, would be impacted if we change that number to, say, 5% or 6%. Because if we have 2% growth rates, we're going to have there's going to be lots of decisions to be made, including raising property taxes or severely cutting services. So I guess I'm not sure, what would an impact be of raising that amount? Because it just seems like we're selling ourselves short on projects we need using I don't want to say unrealistically low number, but
so I guess I'd answer that two ways. One, I want to be responsive to Moody's, who rates our debt and makes sure that we're not forecasting or projecting a plan that would cause them to lower our debt or make it a more risky investment, which would then increase our borrowing cost. So that's sort of liquidity fidelity principle one, is making sure that we maintain our strong bond rating. So we could look at juicing that just slightly, or we could look at. I certainly don't know that I want to look at the last 2 years and say that's going to be a trend over the next 5. But we could look at increasing that. I don't know that it would move the CIP needle that much, but I can take a look at that and share those results with you.
Well, I mean, you obviously know where I'm going with this. I mean, to the extent we get complaints that, property values are going up so much, why are you raising our rates? But then if our models are based upon it not going up, and then we raise the rates, and then there's a big increase, we've doubled down there on it. So I guess I'd like that to be looked at a little bit. Those are my questions.
Okay. Any further questions?
I had one about the cemetery maintenance job, so that's Parks and Rec, but I might also be an MSO question. I'm wondering if, because I've seen this project kind of kicked around several years in a row. I'm wondering if that was reconsidered in light of the fact that the new MSO campus would be something like 1.5 miles away. Would there be some way they could co-locate that could save us money, since it's not very far?
I'm Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, Parks and Rec. We have looked at that as part of that campus. The cemetery operation requires a direct contact with the cemetery properties. So we kind of determined it's best left on property as opposed to moving it off property. And the reason it moved from an unfunded project to funded is we added that asset management score, which helped move the score on that project up into the funded range, or before it was kind of hanging in the unfunded range. So if you recall, or if you've been out there, we have 3 or 4 buildings that are very old and outdated. And what we'd like to try to do is consolidate those all into one facility.
Thank you.
Well, Mark is on there, I guess. Just a quick question on the Lions Park shelter replacement. I drove by there the other day, or ran by there the other day, and it looks like as part of the splash park that maybe that shelter was moved a little bit. So is that not going to be replaced now? I thought that was part of that project. Or
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. The project that's happening currently is the splash pads going in, and then there's a new playground going in right next to it. So the next step was supposed to be the shelter next year. It did fall to an unfunded stage. So that'll be a little bit of a concern with kind of everything being new there and still having an old shelter.
But it wasn't touched by the splash park. I guess that's what I was asking. I thought it looked like maybe it had been, I don't know, I don't want to say damaged, but included. But are you saying it's been untouched as part of that project, so we can just leave it for a little while?
Right, it's untouched. It is a very old shelter. If you really take a look at it, the roof's not in great shape. So we're going to have to do something with it in the next couple of years, just it's going to be a little bit of an eyesore now that you get all the new stuff going around it. So
Yeah.
I think we'll have to look at addressing that somehow.
Since you're there, Mark, can I ask you another one? The Water Tower Park, the $200,000 for next year. And I think I saw on there that it included playground, but I didn't know if that meant just site preparation or if your public engagement turned up that they wanted playground equipment. It seems like Ryan Gray Park, arguably one of the better parks in town, is right there. So I wondered what that was specifically.
Yeah, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. We've had 3 public meetings just talking with the neighborhood about what they want to see after the water tower is constructed. We've got pretty good feedback. They want a playground, but not a large scale, one more neighborhood related, some walking paths, maybe a drinking fountain. Talked about a small shelter, but they're still kind of up in the air on that. So it's really allocating money for once the water tower is built, how do we put the park back together? And, we're letting the neighbors kind of guide us on what they'd like to see in that neighborhood since it's such a residential area.
Thank you.
Jeremy, I had a quick question about the City Hall reconfiguration. Just that lump sum of $5.9 million. I just wanted to confirm that was, when I saw the sheet, it was 1.7 and then 200,000, right, for that first year, then the rest the subsequent year?
That's correct. So those sheets were the first draft, if you will, of what was input into the software system. But after having, some conversations, we wanted to make sure that we had maximum flexibility for any changes to this building or any changes to the plan. So we wanted to make sure that it was fully funded so that, when we're ready to make changes, we have it all. City Hall has been designed and modeled over the last several years. So I don't want to speak for the project manager, but there was a consensus on the CIP committee to sort of get all that in a lump sum to have maximum flexibility for this project.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay.
Are we going to do public comment before we address
Yeah,
policy
I
questions?
was going to do public comment, then bring us back for policy stuff. Okay, with that, I'll open it up for public comment.
Good evening. Seamus Alberton, President of IAFF, Local 1596, Lawrence Professional Firefighter. So I want to thank staff for the presentation. Every year it's getting easier to understand where the money is, where it is in each fund and how it's being moved around. So transparency has increased, and I do want to note that. Hallelujah. There's a fire station in the plan, so desperately needed. I want to encourage you to take that recommendation and move forward with it. I also want to encourage you, as this process moves forward and future processes do as well, to remember that one station is not going to suffice for the needs that are current. To quote what we recently put in an op-ed that was published, an existence where your local fire truck or ambulance is unavailable to respond in a timely manner is already a reality for some neighborhoods in Lawrence, and is an imminent future for many of us. In more than a decade of increased workload and city and county expansion has put our first responders at their breaking point. So friends, the data that the need is 2 fire stations and not 1 is irrefutable, and the need for more full-time staff is evident in our overtime hours and our turnover rate. So when you cast your vote later this summer, as I'm sure you will, for an additional fire station, keep in mind that this conversation needs to continue. In the past, when other fire stations have been built back in 2006, they were put in service and the conversation ended. There was no future planning. It was put on the back burner. Don't continue that tradition. Make sure that it doesn't end when the doors open for service for the first time. So, thank you for bringing the expansion this far, and look forward to working with you as it moves on. Thank you.
All right. Any further public comment?
Good evening, I'm Ron Gacious. Reliance on infill and increased density have failed to meet our community's housing needs. Affordable housing units have fared pretty well for infill and increased density. But market-priced projects, anything larger than a single family home in an empty lot, market-priced projects have fared poorly because of public opposition. Opposition concerning loss of green space, opposition concerning increased water problems, and opposition concerning increased parking problems. The difficulty with infill and increased density are that every infill and increased density project takes away somebody's green space and increases parking and water problems, every single one. If we're going to turn market price projects down because of these problems, it increases the pressure to annex additional residential neighborhoods so that we can have some new residential housing growth. And you all recognize this. You've already made accommodations in this 5-year CIP to provide for opportunities for growth for the city. I encourage you to do more. As I studied the schedule of the prioritization of the projects, and I looked at the priority topics: strategic plan alignment, regulatory compliance, sound fiscal stewardship, efficient, effective programs, equity and inclusion, environmental sustainability, engaged and empowered teams, community engagement, and on. Many of these criteria are process-focused, and they're not result-focused. What do you get for the investment? We desperately need housing. You've got a good plan in place, and you've boosted your funds for affordable housing through the Housing Trust Fund and some ARPA funds and other things you're doing with CIP. But beyond that, we need market-priced housing at all levels. I encourage you to make further adjustments to the CIP. I don't have recommendations for projects to put on and off the list. I would encourage you to consider taking the MSO facilities project, delay it for 1 year, and use those funds for unfunded utility projects that support growth. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Lowe. I'm the CEO of the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce. It's nice to see all of you this evening. I do appreciate the attention to the growth items as Jeremy outlined, and I want to thank you for your continued work on the recent annexation projects. Your work and attention in this area does not go unnoticed, so many thanks for that. My comments tonight will pertain to the CIP project. You're well aware of our housing crisis. Ron mentioned a couple items, and you've been involved with many meetings over the last few years, and we thank you for that. I will note, though, that the lack of housing at all price ranges, along with increased rents, financially harm the most vulnerable. Housing affordability is noted in the strategic plan as a priority, which can be alleviated by additional housing units. These additional units will bring young families with school-aged children to help feed our public schools, either in the new subdivisions or the existing neighborhoods, as homeowners purchase a new home. Annexation is a big part of solving this crisis. Thank you for the thoughtful and detailed work on the 24 through 28 CIP project led by the City Manager's Office. I thought Jeremy did a great job, and the CIP committee obviously put a lot of thought into this conversation. Particularly as KDOT will begin construction on the K10 West expansion to be a priority, project next year, replacing or extending utilities across the highway needs to be a priority, and I appreciate your questions, Commissioner Finkeldye. The funds dedicated in 2023 for the Wakarusa extension, that the city will not be funding that project, may be able to use to be reappropriated to this project. I would ask that you consider that. Please continue to prioritize right-of-way dedication and build-out as needed. I understand this concept is routinely used in Olathe and Overland Park, and would be extremely beneficial to accommodate needed growth in Lawrence. Please explore options to swap out current unfunded projects to shorten the timeline for availability of utilities so home construction can begin in the west part of our community in the next 18 to 24 months. In addition to expanding the tax base with new housing units, we have been told commercial businesses are interested in locating along 6th Street and Wakarusa. These companies have been waiting for additional rooftops. That's an added benefit to adding the housing on the west part of town, as we've been discussing. As you know, these businesses are taxed at a higher rate, further helping alleviate tax pressure from single-family dwellings. By the way, the city construction project that Jeremy mentioned is awesome. I also recommend people to look at that. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. When it comes to, I guess, the CIP projects and then the fire stations, I just think you should all put it on the ballot. Like, both the fire stations, I'm all for giving the fire department more staffing, but if I was a commissioner, I wouldn't feel comfortable ruling either way without fully knowing how the people feel. Like, I mean, it's a big chunk of money, and I think it's because I've read an article, and it's like we have a fire department that had been in the top 5%, but is being a top 5% program. I mean, how important is that for any department in the city? Like, some people would probably rather not pay and just have a fire department that's in maybe the top 20%, you know? So I'm not advocating either way. I'm just saying I think the fire department issue, I think that's something for the voters to decide. I think you all should put it on the ballot. And then if it fails, you know, then you have to come up with a solution. And also, when we talk about emergency response times, what are other things? I mean, there's other stuff you could all be doing, like the OWL traffic projects. When you add stuff to the street that slows traffic down, sometimes that's also slowing emergency vehicles down. And when you all increase or decrease the speed limit on streets, one of those streets you decrease the speed limit on is Stewart Avenue, which is, I think it's Fire Station 5, I forget. So one of the suggestions I have is you look at whatever the streets your emergency buildings are on, like fire stations or hospitals, keep those 30 miles per hour, because I think I'm not sure, but is it like the law that the emergency vehicles can only go 10 miles over the limit? So by decreasing like a speed limit that a fire station's on, I mean, aren't you decreasing the maximum amount they can go on the street they're coming off of, you know, when they're coming out of their fire station? So I'm just saying, why not increase the speed limits back up to 30 on streets that have an emergency building on it? Thank you.
Simon Stevenson, IFF Local 1596 Secretary. Just a quick question, just trying to find out, looking in the CIP, I noticed it looked like, as far as for Fire Station 6 goes, there's no funding equated for a fire apparatus as well as an ambulance with that. And I was just wanting to see if I can get some clarification on that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's if there's no more, well, yeah, we can go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired.
I have a question. I have a question for the chief. Chief Rich.
There is public comment online.
Oh, we still have one? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'll yield my question.
So online public comment, and if you can, Commissioner Sellers, remember that question.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
Michael Ullman.
Can I share my screen, please?
Yeah, you should be able to already.
There, is that visible?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm Michael Ullman, Sustainability Action Network. We recommend 10% of overall transportation money be allocated for bicycle transportation, that you hire a bicycle transportation coordinator, and then fund our 5 projects. Lawrence has favored recreational bicycling, which is okay, but it's not bicycle transportation. Bicycle transportation is to get to destinations such as work or stores, the library, and it's climate-friendly mobility. 47 years ago, the pedal plan was shelved and squandered, 47 years ago. There's still no network for all ages and abilities bicyclists to get safely to their destinations. In spite of consultant reports, bicycle plans, and transportation plans, there's little to show on the ground. You can ride in the street, you can ride next to a white stripe, you can follow bike route signs and sharrows. There's a whole lot of dotted lines still on the maps, and there's no code requirement to install bikeways. Sustainability Action for 15 years has submitted dozens of project proposals. Not one has been implemented, and it's not because they're without merit. Again, this year, our 5 projects are unfunded. 20th century, and why is bicycle transportation under-prioritized? Well, 20th century, bicycle facilities were within the recreation department. The levee path, for example, or the first paved path was a rec path. Early this century, after the death of cyclist John Hermes at 9th and Mississippi, hundreds of people clamored for safe bikeways, and initially we got a few white striped bicycle lanes. Later, the city created the Pedestrian Bicycle Task Force, but they appointed a chair that was preferential to recreational bicycling. At their 12th and last meeting, they finally considered bikeways. That report is still heavily referenced today for project prioritizing, such as the non-motorized project prioritization matrix and the Lawrence Bike Plan's priority network map. Understandably, the strategic plan reflects the same recreational bicycling bias. Though data-driven, the strategic plan is front-loaded with values. For proof, just look at the Balancing Act. These 3 charts in the Balancing Act will demonstrate that The lion's share of bicycle money is still in the recreation department, $7,974,000. MSO has only $2,683,000 for bicycles, yet MSO has $92 million for motor vehicles. So we recommend that $9,208,000 be taken from the recreation
Time.
department budget and moved over to MSO. Thank you very much.
Danielle Davy?
Danielle, you're muted, although it doesn't show that you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. I said, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your work on the CIP and the budget process again this year. I know that's a tireless and a thankless job. I also want to just acknowledge and thank the staff for their work on this, and in particular, recognizing the importance of growth and housing development to our community and providing for some swap opportunities within the CIP proposal. You know what I'm going to tell you about our needs for housing development in the community. We desperately need more housing. And it has been a welcome change here recently to see some additional annexations and some additional housing projects come before you all. And so I would just strongly encourage the commission to continue with that priority of housing development in our community and really prioritize that infrastructure to promote housing development through the CIP, and in particular, the utility expansion across K10 and the Bob Billings and 6th Street improvements. And I think looking at the swap options that the staff have provided for you for those projects would be a good demonstration of your commitment to housing development in our community. So thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else on there, Sherry?
Nope, that's it.
All right. I'll bring it back to us. Commissioner Sellers?
Yes, Jeremy, so I had a question in regards to the expansion of fire station, well, all of those pieces. When I was looking back, so the expansion of fire station 6 is listed as funded, although all the equipment pieces of it are not. But in the narrative, it's saying, but they're front-loaded to the early part of the CIP. And then in the narrative, it says essentially once the station comes online, the equipment would be needed. So is there a rationale as to, in the CIP, or at least in the listing, why is the equipment front-loaded when the project is not scheduled to be completed until 2025 or 2026? So I was just trying to understand. So it's unfunded, but could it potentially be funded based on where we place those costs in the CIP?
Chairman Wilmot, Finance Director. This is another one of those challenges where lead time comes into play. And much like I mentioned with the infrastructure sales tax, we had to commit years in advance for apparatus that we're going to see in the coming years. Then we need to do that same thing for the expansion fire truck. The main reason why it's unfunded currently is that while it's a high priority for that project, when it's weighted and compared to every other project in the city, it was below the line. So this could potentially be an opportunity to say, is there something funded that this should actually trump? And then, the other question would certainly be, is this something that we look in the future? Maybe we can't order it today, but if we have the opportunity to fold it into a CIP next year, that could potentially be another option. But as it stands right now, it scored, I think, 18 or 19. It scored a 19. And so the only projects 19 and under are ones that had already been committed to.
I'm getting too far in the weeds in my head about this in regards to matrix scoring, and how that presents itself. So I won't entertain that question right now, but I have something to share, but in the interest of, I know it's a policy question, but it's going to be hairy, so.
Okay. All right, I'll move us on to policy questions then. First one, are there any unfunded projects that should be swapped with funded projects?
That was my question.
Good one. Good enough.
Hey, so back to the overlap of the K-10 expansion projects and then the unfunded projects related to utility extensions and whatnot. What would it look like? What does that construction look like based on doing the funded things and not addressing the unfunded? And let's say we come back next year and fund the unfunded. Are we going to be undoing work that was done by the funded work, by the funded projects? That's a question for Dave, I'm guessing. Or Mr. Cronin, can you answer that for me? Or can someone answer it for me?
Well, it's, are you referring to the water lines or all of the projects? There's road projects that are unfunded west of K-10, and then we have some expansion projects for water and sewer that are unfunded, and Andy might be able to speak to those. Some of the ones that are funded are, as Andy mentioned earlier, required to be relocated for the work of K-10, but the unfunded ones could occur after, and the casing pipes will be put in with the project, but then the actual lines could be put in future years, and it wouldn't be work that is redone.
Okay. So specifically, I'm looking, if you're following along in our agenda part, in our agenda, page 25, if I'm looking at the west of K-10 water pressure zone being funded, and then the K-10 west leg expansion, utility relocations being funded, but the piece that's unfunded is the city utility extensions to the west side of K-10. Those, depending on how those are, if we were to, the unfunded piece, which is the city utility extension, which I do believe is kind of getting to what, I don't want to put words in Commissioner Finkeldine, but how that's all married and working together. It's not going to be undoing any work. We're not going to be re-inconveniencing folks if that unfunded piece was not funded this year, but funded next year. I'm just trying to understand if these things are is there opportunities to group these projects together so we're not climbing over projects or duplicating and creating inconveniences for advancement of growth?
So this is Andy Enns, Engineering Program Manager with MSO. The west of K-10 water pressure zone, that requires a new water tower and then transmission mains and things to get the water to that new water tower. So it's because of the elevation of the land there, it requires it. And so that's related to current development policy related to water infrastructure, is that the city would fund water towers and transmission mains, but that 12-inch and smaller water lines are typically developer funded in the current development policy. And so the city utility extensions to the west side of K-10 would likely be these more like 8-inch or 12-inch water lines. For example, there's a water line at Bob Billings Parkway and I believe Langston. And so to extend it from there across K-10, that can be done at any time. Now, we have to have the casing pipe there, which is part of the K10 West Leg expansion utility relocations. But once that casing pipe is there, that water line can be extended at any time, either by the city or by a developer.
Okay.
I did want to follow up on a question that Bonnie asked, and I believe that Mayor Larson had a similar one about the money from the Walker-Roos extension. Do we know what the county's agreed to let us use that for? Is there anything we could reallocate that for that funds one of these unfunded projects?
Yes, this is Dave Cronin again. There's we haven't identified projects yet to potentially have an exchange with the county yet. So those discussions are still ongoing, and I don't have anything to share tonight.
Well, I guess I'd answer the question, since we're at 11:30 already. I would say, I think I'm really interested in funding the utility lines under K10. I think that's important for growth. You know, I certainly see the possibility of those roads being benefit district that is common, especially 15th Street, but I think getting the utilities under there is important to get it going. You know, since we're doing the work anyway, I know it can be done at any time, but I'd support moving that up. You know, it seems to me that it might be important to put in the final year of the plan the start of the work for either Fire Station 7 or the relocation of 3. I'm not sure which one there, but I think it's, to me, we're going to build Fire Station 7 at some point, and we're going to move Fire Station 3 at some point, and I'd rather see that started to be indicated in that final year of the plan, that is part of the plan. I think that's like 1.9 million at the final end of that year plan. And again, pretty small thing, but I do think that Lions Park shelter, you're rebuilding everything else around it. That shelter is for 150,000. I'd probably slip that back in there and get that all done at once, but minor detail. Oh, and I think we need to look at this issue of the fire trucks. If we're going to build the Fire Station 6, we're going to fund it. We need the fire trucks. And so I just want to make sure we have that in the plan somehow.
I'll echo the pieces that Commissioner Finkelstein said. I mean, if we're talking about growth-friendly projects, then we need to look at addressing those, and the utility piece is one that it seems like it makes sense for us to do that. In regards to and if my memory serves me correct, from the joint meeting with the county, it seemed like there wasn't much consensus between having both 6 and 7 in the CIP, or it was, do we do one new rehab, increase equipment? So I don't know, I'd like to see if we're going to include expansion of 6, then we definitely need to have the equipment for that. And then to the point, adding 7 on the back end, but I'd also entertain a motion of, if not bringing 7 on the back end, what would it look like to have the rehab for 3 on there? And there was one more thing I had, and I didn't write it down, and I just lost it in my head. Is Mark still on? Mark Hecker? Yes. Okay. One that I'm going back and forth on, because I'm looking at it from the perspective of heads and beds and experience is on the unfunded for the indoor aquatic center to add the swim meet event space. You know, the priority is for growth and for housing growth as well as economic development growth. And then, you know, one of the things that I know that's been shared, especially with our CVB board, specific, you know, Explore Lawrence, is what are we doing within the CIP to address transient guest tax and to build out that experience. So that would be my small little piece, is to find space for that event space, that event meeting space for our indoor aquatic center, because that is an opportunity for revenue building and revenue growth and driving revenue here in our community. So those are my three.
I might piggyback on that a little bit, if you don't mind, which is that it seemed like pickleball came out of nowhere, and that the amenity with the swimming and the swim meets has been discussed for a number of years. I realize the amount of years that something hangs out on the CIP list isn't something that gets scored, but I was sort of fascinated that it overtook that project.
I think it's a reflection of our population.
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director, I might comment a little bit on that. Pickleball is kind of a fast-growing entity that's within the city, so both indoors and outdoors. So that group came together, and we kind of coached them through how to submit a CIP and looking at what are the real needs and how do we want to try to address it longer range. So I applaud them for stepping up and putting a project together.
We're moving on to the next one.
Sure. Well, I had I'll just put in my 2 cents real quick. Agree with Commissioner Finkeldye on Lions Park. I'd like to see if something can be done for that. I think that makes sense. And also utilities extensions. I think makes sense as well. I know that City Hall reconfiguration was bundled together. But if maybe we could explore if something could be done with that. Yeah, I assume the first part of that was the planning phase and then construction with the $4 million. But not necessarily unfunded, but I don't know. I'd just like to see what it looked like if it was delayed 1 year. So, but those would be my suggestions. Okay.
Vice Mayor, maybe, are there any objections to the comments that you all have made? I mean, should we go ahead and program those? You seem to have agreed with.
Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm in the moving along mode. Okay. Yes. And of course, agree with the fire station 6 and the suggestions with 7. So we agree on a lot. So yes, you're correct. Second one, are there any funded projects that should be delayed or prioritized? I probably said one of them.
That's always the hard part. But, I mean, I would say, just looking at our options, one, if somehow we can use the $8 million with the county money, that's an easy one, if we can use that, but not confident in that. But if we can, great. Again, nothing jumps out here as, I mean, everything on the list is important, but from page 48, when we were looking at things to swap, the solar electrification of the police fleet, I think obviously we're going to get there one day, but we're still waiting for our consultant's report on all the other projects, and I don't know where the police is going to fall in that list of electrification, and is that the first place? So I'd be interested, maybe in putting that off until we saw what the consultants report on the full electrification. And then, again, all those projects are important, but I guess the security ADA improvements on the community building. You know, it's one we've lived with for a long time, and it needs to be fixed, but when I compare that to some of the other ones, it's something we've lived with, so again, I throw that out there, as I'm trying to at least give Craig a few things to, and Jeremy a few things to move around, but not that any of those aren't important. But those are the two that jumped out at me from that list.
You had me with the police fleet. Where are we at? Where are we at with what happened to the carport project? With the yeah? Where did that go? It seemed like we went from having to cover the fleet from hail damage to now we're electrifying it. We made
Commissioner Sellers, Adam Heffley, Police Department. That is part of the same project.
Oh, okay.
The carport was an opportunity to add solar on top of that, and while we're doing that work to put infrastructure in place for the long-term, I guess I'll use the word electrification of the fleet there. That is part of one project. It also was set to address some parking needs at the police facility.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I don't have that list pulled up in front of me, Jeremy. That didn't qualify for anything, any grants, any national, federal funding so far?
I'd have to throw that back to the grant person for the PD, who I don't think is on, but
not that we had found for that.
Well, again, I would say I do think it's a good project. I was just trying to find options here, but I would also say the parking is a problem at that location. So if it addresses parking, that might be part of it as well. I've been there a few times when there's 0 parking spots. So.
Okay, but Jeremy, help me with this. I'm looking at on page 192 under funding sources for this. So we have future general obligation bonds, Fund 402, and then we have then the second line item for unfunded. But we're saying this is, so are we splitting hairs here, trying to figure out what part of this could be funded, not funded?
No, Melinda would probably be a better person to answer this. I know that we're trying to fund the parts of the project that had the electrification, the solar, and the carport, and then there were other parts of the project that were on the unfunded side.
Okay.
I'll pull that up here.
Yes, Melinda Harger with MSO. So on that project, what is funded shown there is adding the additional parking spaces that we can add on the south side of the creek and the current footprint, and then also adding those vehicle canopy structures that were designed to have solar, and then at the same time putting in the EV charging stations, because if we're already touching the parking lot in all those ways, it would make sense to put the infrastructure at the same time. Mm-hmm. It would also provide an updated site plan and design to cross the creek and start to look at what additional parking would be on the north side there, because that's really the only way they're going to gain substantial parking spaces. So the unfunded piece is some of the construction on the north side, but we'd have to go through some of those earlier phases to know exactly what that dollar amount is. Our cost estimates for 4 or 5 years ago, I'm just not confident that that's anywhere close right now.
Okay.
Well, you're talking me back into it now. But
Mark talked, Commissioner Sellers, Mark Hecker, talk to me about workforce capacity for the Outdoor Aquatic Center. How have we been doing this year with that so far?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. We've actually had a really smooth opening in operation this year. So the deal with that particular project is trying to guess when the structure may fail, their asset may fail. So we'll be approaching our 30th year of that facility in 26. So what we don't want to do is wait too long to where we can't reopen the facility. Right now, what we're seeing is we're spending, $30, $40, $50,000 a year on, replacing a slide or heaters or filters. So, which to me is an acceptable amount of maintenance. That when we start creeping that dollars up, you start looking at cost of ownership. So, the staffing of it, we actually had a pretty good crop of lifeguards and we're staffed pretty well this year. So that's been great news this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is that it?
I can't help you much anymore.
Yeah, nobody's, okay.
Okay.
So, yes or no on delaying the
I
police?
I don't know that we have consensus on
I
that.
don't think so,
I
yeah.
mean,
What do we say
I
on?
mean, we're going to have to delay, well, I'd say two things. I would say, obviously, we might get to a point where we have to take something off, so I'd certainly look
Right.
for recommendations. So I guess I'm not, after hearing more about it, I'm not saying that's when I definitely want to get rid of it, so I would not put it there, and I would, again, add a plug in for at least looking at something more than a 2% increase in valuation, especially with all the expansions we're talking about doing in some of these areas. But I understand Jeremy's point that you want to be conservative for bonding purposes, but
So the police fleet as an example, not necessarily, it seem like you're married to it, but, okay, and then 2%. Okay.
Speaking of asset management, on the community building, what are we looking at for the life of that building? Have we gotten to a point where we're not upside down, but are the upgrades and things that we're pouring into it, is it driving revenue out of it?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. Just to briefly answer your question, obviously that building wasn't designed for a rec center.
Right.
And as times have changed with security details, it's not great to have a handicap entrance to the back of the building and your staff sitting at the front of the building. So that's a little bit of what we're trying to marriage in this, is try to bring a solid access point with security in mind. So, you would never design a rec center the way that one's operating, but it's still a functioning rec center that has good purpose. We put a lot of programming into that building.
And by functioning, how would you define functioning?
The beauty of that building is, one, we have gym space, we have workout space, we have downstairs meeting and program space. So we honestly have more usable room in that building than we do in our other rec centers, so Holcomb or East Lawrence. So both of them have gyms, but they don't have the meeting space. So the two-level building's hard to manage. It'd be better if it was all on one floor. Do you eventually phase that building out as a rec center? Possibly, but I don't know what the use would be beyond that.
And we're getting good usability out of the meeting space there?
Yeah, Yes, and that varies. You know, a lot of community events. We also do a lot of rec programming in there. Honestly, we'll put gymnastics or judo classes or aerobics classes or picking and fiddling classes in there. So staff are creative in how they use space.
I would also, I think this was before your time, Commissioner Sellers, but when Parks and Rec was reevaluating or initially evaluating what fee structures could be, that was a amenity, that building, that there was a considerable amount of outcry and support for that building because of its proximity to populations who don't have access to exercise equipment and basketball courts. So there was a great deal of outcry for that particular amenity.
And do we know if that's still relevant today?
To 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess you could ask the people that came to that meeting.
Was it really 4 years ago? It seemed sooner. I was on Parks and Rec.
Yeah, you were
board
on the board at that
when
time,
that
yeah.
happened, yes.
Right.
Well, you remember how many
Yeah.
people showed up, yeah.
And I'm just for the sake of having a spirited conversation about it, was the outcry based on communities that felt like adding the fee structure would impact them?
Yes, of course, and they were keen for us to understand how important the programming there was to them and that they not have to go to Rock Chalk Park or they not have to go to Holcomb or the other rec center. It's fairly dense here in the downtown area, and I think a lot of people use it.
No, and I don't disagree. My thing is that I have to go back to the original point, is that we've retrofitted something, and at some point that retrofit is not going to last. It's not going to last, and so we can hold on to something, or we can. In all things we do with a CIP, we look at the need of the community, and is that a new asset that needs to come online? Because at some point, it's like having a car. The longer you have a car, the more maintenance you're going to have to do on it. At some point, the more maintenance you put into it is going to outvalue what the car is actually worth. So I just want to make sure we're not getting to a point where we're retrofitting something while it is for the benefit and the good. Are we retrofitting it for something that may be past its purpose? And that we need to reimagine something else there. So that's all.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, I think you have a valid point. We're talking about a 70-year-old building that isn't exactly perfect for a recreation center. So, your conversation is good because we've certainly considered that too. The location of the building is great. I mean, it serves a proximity that we don't have with our other rec centers. But the functionality of that building is kind of hard to deal with sometimes.
I'm skipping one, but I wanted to comment on whether we would like to consider different weights for the prioritization matrix, which Mr. Gage just brought up. I'm not sure it makes sense to do it now, but we are always asked every time we go through this process if we want to revisit that. And it seems like we always tweak a little something here and there. So is staff wanting us to say that now? And is this question intended to make you go through the whole process again with some change? Or is it asking, have we noticed something specifically here we'd like to see next time around?
I think both, anytime you give us an input on this, it's a good policy application. So I don't think it's that big a deal. I say this and get sneers, but I don't think it's that big a deal if you move these, because they've all been rated. So when we change the weighting factors, that's not a mathematical difficult thing. It'll crank out, then all the projects will be different. Potentially, depends on what you do, but that is a good place for you all to say this is how we're reevaluating our values. So asset management was a new piece of this, so it's getting a new score. that wasn't in there last year. And it did change things. So it did show that there is a change that occurs when you change a weighting factor or add a weighting factor, which we did. So it is a good place for you all to engage and to give us direction, but we've kind of gone with what we've got here, and now obviously published, this is how it kicked out the prioritization.
So maybe I'd like to kindly suggest that we not talk about that right now at midnight.
Yeah.
Maybe talk about that next year.
Oh,
When we
number
really
five?
get to it.
Yes, but first, Sherry, on number 2, did we give you everything you need?
We didn't give him much.
We didn't give her much. I was
We're at an impasse, so
I was just fishing.
I think that's where we're at.
No, we didn't give her much.
The only thing I'd note on that that came up tonight on those categorization is this idea of how the projects are related. The fact that the fire station scores high, but the equipment in it doesn't, or Lions Park, if we're doing the other projects, some sort of factor maybe for related projects. I don't know, and how they might factor into each other, I guess.
Yeah, I'm also curious about that because it seems like we bundle things a little bit more with MSO projects, where if we're going to open the ground, we're going to get all of it sorted all at once. I think it'd be helpful to have that, mentality transfer over to, similar to what Commissioner Sellers and Commissioner Finkelstein have been espousing.
But we were limited a little bit by that, depending on the funding source. So
Yeah.
that's what makes it a little bit hinky. It seems like MSO has a more concentrated area of funding source, whereas some of these other projects have overlay of state funding and bonds. So I see what I see where you're going with that. It's just that little piece may
Make it tricky.
may create a little bit of, may ruin that a bit spoil that opportunity for us. We talked at it. I don't know if we charged staff with it. We talked about the county. Did we get an answer for the 8 million? Because we're saying if then, but I didn't hear an action on whether or not by the time we get your recommendation, we'll know what the if part is. Because we're thinking 8 million. We can do a lot with that, but we still don't know if we have 8 million to do something with it.
I'll try to answer this and then I'll throw it to somebody else. But it's my understanding that we have financially committed to a dollar amount for projects that are acceptable to the county and the state involving a swap, if you will. So since we're not going to do the initially agreed upon project, they're still looking for that financial commitment. And I believe over several years, we've made that financial commitment. So the CIP is holding space for that financial commitment. Those projects that we're actually going to participate in with the county are still being evaluated. I don't believe that will be done by a month from now. We'll probably still just have that placeholder. But from a financial perspective, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that we've committed to this. And I'll let Dave or Melinda, hopefully not correct, but improve what I just said.
Yeah, I would just add that some of that 8 million, we've kind of obligated it to projects, Wakarusa reconstruction from 27th to Clinton Parkway, E900 Road curb and gutter, and we added like $1.3 million in landscaping improvements with direction we got from the commission, I think back in March. So some of the 8.3 is kind of already going into improvements that are in the plans. I think the difference in that Wakarusa extended portion that we've had are having conversations with the county is about $3.6 million, and trying to find projects that the county that may benefit the city that are also may benefit the county. So those are Will we know those in a month? We may be closer. We're working on it. And so we may have those in a month, we may not. I can't promise that we will, but I know we need to get there very quickly because we're about a year away from SLT bidding, the KDOT project bidding, so we're working on it.
Okay. Yeah. I am positively optimistic that you will have an answer to us in a month. Putting it out in the ether.
Okay. Does anybody need anything for number 2? I would like to move us on to number 3.
No.
So just let me know.
No.
Keep it, yeah, move on.
Okay. Would you support exploring, well, we can all read number 3. Would you support exploring a slowdown in the capital plan and debt projects in favor of increasing the general fund levy for operating expenses?
I think our capital list is too long for that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Jeremy, do we know quite yet what a mill, the value of a mill for this coming year? Is it still around that, is it like one?
Yeah, I do have that. Give me just 1 second. We just got that from the county the other day. The value of a mill has increased. Trying to do quick math, that's never a good idea. $106,000 roughly. So the value of a mill is going to be $1,417,000 roughly, and last year it was $1,311,000. Rounded.
Ish.
Yep.
Got it. Yeah, I think we need to stay on the trajectory that we're on right now.
I would agree.
Same.
I think we've got consensus on that?
think, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Number 4. Would you support a property tax increase to expedite the unfunded projects?
And not at this junction. I mean, we had some of that initial conversation when we sat with the county and we talked about fire medical, so. I don't know if we need to have that. I don't think in the next year or two, we need to be having that conversation. I know Commissioner Finkeldye keeps bringing up the 2%, and I think we may have some, things may look a little bit different in 2 years, and at that point, we can have that conversation, but I'm not of a sound mind. I know we had these conversations last year when we kind of preempted ourselves and wanting to say we would cut mill, and I think that's just a reflection of us really maybe not being able to fully understand the process of the revenue neutral rate and some of the concerns with that. And I know, Jeremy, you've talked about it, what that process doesn't take into account. And so knowing that and realizing that we haven't been able to rectify that legislatively, and this hasn't even been in play as law for what, we're on year 2 now. So I think we need some opportunity to continue to see this process through before we even start having another discussion, having any solid discussions about property tax increases or mill increases, so. And that's because I'm still understanding aspects of it, and municipalities are still struggling with that, being able to articulate to their community about the revenue neutral rate and valuations and how that process comes through. So I say we can give ourselves some grace and not feel like we need to jump to that conclusion right now.
Yep, I agree. I wouldn't. I think we got enough in front of us right now. So, okay. And not hearing anything opposed. Number 5, we already discussed, and we think it's a little bit too early. Okay. Do you have everything you need from us on policy questions?
Yes, I think so. I appreciate the feedback on it and the discussion, and so that's what we'll program in.
Okay. And people who are still out there listening, please get involved. Use Balancing Act. It is fun.
Vice Mayor, since we've gone past our time, we'll have to
Yes.
vote to carry on, but I'm wondering if we also have an executive session, so I don't know how that's going to play out.
Oh, that's right.
So staff can reduce that to 30 minutes, so you
Okay.
can vote to extend to include the executive session. And then you would also want to decide if you want to do the other items, commission items, city manager's report, and calendar. So you want to take that into account when you decide the amount of time you want to extend for. Or if you do not want to extend, you could also call a special meeting, but they would ask that that be later this week or early next week, because it's timely.
The executive session's timely.
Yes.
Let's knock it all out if you guys don't,
Yep.
if you guys agree.
Well, I would be in favor of not worrying about the city manager, commission items, calendar. We can read all those, and if there's something we
Okay.
want to ask Craig about, we can do that. Personally, that's maybe 10 minutes. Get our life back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you would want to, if that's what you all decide, you just want to move to extend the meeting for 30 minutes, and then you would want to, and we'll just defer the other items, or we don't need to defer them. And then go into move the executive session and make sure you adjust your time for 30 minutes, because it reads, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'd move to extend the
And unless you have a commission item, a burning commission item?
No, I don't have a burning commission item. I would like to defer city manager report item number 2, the update on expansion of the low-income elderly. We haven't really had a conversation about that. And there's been some reimagining of that we probably need to discuss that.
And I assume Mayor Lawson would like number 1 to come back.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yes,
put number
that
1
one
and
very
number
much
2 on next time's report, and we can talk about it then.
Yeah. Now.
Now move to extend the meeting for 30 minutes.
Second.
I have a first and a second to extend the meeting for 30 minutes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed or no?
Now I'd move to recess into executive session for approximately 45 minutes to discuss employer-employee negotiations.
Oh, 30 minutes.
30 minutes, excuse me, approximately 30 minutes to discuss employer-employee negotiations pursuant to KSA 754319B3. The justification for the executive session is to keep employer-employee negotiation matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 12:41.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right.